Good morning, everyone.
Morning! Woo!
Whoa, have you seen Taco? And where is Josie? Taco! No. Whoa, I need to call him. YoastCon just started. Ooh, there you are, man.
Wow, we made it. Come on, Josie. Wow, awesome job. Hey, everyone. And welcome to YoastCon.
Wow. Really fast.
Oh, yeah. Wiege is not that close, but we are beyond excited to have you here today for another in-person YoastCon.
Woo!
Today we have an incredible lineup with fantastic speakers. We have amazing workshops to help you learn even more, and there will be plenty of networking opportunities for an amazing day full of learning and having fun. So it's not just talks, it's also everything around it.
Wow. And about that program, we might have some changes. So if you want to see the program, just go to yoast.com/YoastCon. And there you find the whole schedule of the day.
Yes. And we want to take this opportunity to thank our amazing sponsors. You've probably seen them already. We have our Golden House sponsor and sister company, Bluehost, here. We have our silver sponsors, Weglot and Wincher. We want to have a big round of applause for our after-drink sponsor, Amelia Capital.
Woohoo!
Give it up for Elementor, our live captioning sponsor. Have you seen the live captioning? And we want to thank our bronze sponsors, Samrush, Sideground, and Atarim. And last but not least, make some noise for Surfbolt. We could not have done YoastCon without their support.
Wow. And there is more. As of last week, Yoast has a new business leader. Her name is Kimberley Cole, and I would like to invite her on stage. Woohoo!
So I should have probably got a lift in the bike. That would have been fun, seeing I'm now in the Netherlands. So as Chaya and Taco said, I am the new general manager for Newfold Digital and the leader of Yoast. I am very happy to be here at my first YoastCon, and I want to just take a couple of moments to really thank everyone, thank the audience that's here in the room. Brilliant being back, having a live face-to-face event. We've had way too many Zoom calls and online events through COVID, but so it's great to be here with you all, and I hope to spend some time with you today. Also, we still have a really big audience online as well. So I think we've had more than 1,000 people sign up online. So welcome to all of you online and in the room. And thank you for coming along. I also want to take a moment to thank all of the wonderful sponsors. As Taco said, we couldn't have done it without those sponsors. It's great to see the wonderful sponsors and partnerships that we have in this community. So thank you all for you as well. And then finally, I really want to thank Yoast and Marika, who are here. I know many of you know them very well, but thank you very much for not only the sponsorship, so we're going to have some great drinks and a celebration of their new venture this afternoon to end the day. But thank you for building this great company, Yoast. I feel very privileged to come along at this point when it's already a market leader in the SEO space. It already has such a prominent position in the WordPress community. And to be taking Yoast on the next journey that leads it again to innovate and to provide some new and amazing solutions to the community and our customers. And I think you'll hear about some of those today, but watch this space because there's more to come. So Newfold Digital is really here to continue to invest and to continue to grow this great company. So thank you all, and thank you for your support, and thank you for coming along today. And now a very quick little bit about me, because we have so many more impressive speakers that are all down here. We saw a very quick preview yesterday in the Yoast headquarters, and I know you are in for some fantastic talks today. As Taco said, you've got 2 streams going on. We've got this in the main auditorium, and we've got also the workshops happening. So there is not going to be a dull moment. As the team shared, I joined last week on the 1st of May. So I've got lots to learn, and I'm looking forward to learning from all of you. I've been in Hong Kong for the last 10 years. I worked for a very long time for Reuters and Thomson Reuters, who had a long history in news and data. I held several roles through that company, from product management to marketing roles to sales and business development all throughout the globe. And most recently, I worked for a Series B scale-up called Link, which was a disruptor in the expert network space. And I can see that there's lots of experts here on this who are going to be on stage who they would love to have in their network. But without further ado, I would love you all to come and say hi to me. I'd love to hear about your experience so far with Yoast and what your ideas are for the future, and I'm sure we're going to get that from the team here. Before I go, a huge thank you to the team at Yoast who have pulled all of this together. I think you've already seen it's going to be a great day, and so thank you very much to the team. If we can just give them a big round of applause. And now, Taco and Chaya, please come back and introduce our first amazing speaker. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Kimberly. We're super excited to be part of this next phase of Yoast. But before we go to our next speaker, there's a few household things that we have to address. As any event in the WordPress space, we of course have a code of conduct. You can find it on the website, but the bottom line is be nice, behave. If you have any questions or remarks or anything you'd like to know, please talk to anyone on the Yoast staff. They will happily help you explain. And if you have any other questions, there's an info desk at the entrance where they can help you with all your queries. You just saw Yossi on stage. And we have a special thing going on today. If you're active on social media, make sure you get a picture with Yossi, post it on social with the hashtag YoastCon 2023 and the hashtag YoastCon. And for every post, for every selfie with Yossi, we will plant a tree.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
There's no limit, so go crazy. Oh, we shouldn't have said that.
No.
Should you get hungry today, there's no need to worry. During the breaks, we'll provide you with fresh fuel. The accommodation knows about your allergies, so let one of the staff members know and they'll happily point you in the right direction. At registration, you received your badge today. Can you please show the badge? Does everyone have a badge? Yes,
Yes.
that's perfect. All right.
Woohoo.
So please wear this for the rest of the day because the Lindenberg is a big center. There's other users as well, and we really want to make sure that we're all staying part of the same group today. So please continue wearing your badge. And now it is time to really announce our first speaker.
Ooh. Wow. So please give a warm welcome to our first speaker, Jes Scholz. Woohoo! Yeah, excited? Yes, I am as well. So Jes is the Group Chief Marketing Officer at Swiss media giant Ringier, an entrepreneur at heart. Yeah, she is. She is a true force in digital marketing, and she has so much experience. So I'm convinced that her talk will be awesome. And she nailed it to be the champion at SEO Oktoberfest 2022. So please give it up for Jes Scholz. Woohoo!
Can you go to the zoo and walk up to the pandas, the penguins, the hummingbirds? Are you still having nightmares about Fred the medic? Or about Bert? Bert and your mum? Bert and your mum eating? Bert and your mum eating with a bard? This obsession over ranking factors and chasing every Google algorithm update, well, it's just not good for your stress levels. So today, we're going to talk about how to get off the ranking factor roller coaster by acknowledging 3 evident truths. Firstly, Google is not a search engine. Secondly, these traditional SEO metrics, such as rank and sessions, are really not that actionable. And thirdly, that your job is not to optimize a website. We'll go through each of these truths today, starting with why Google is not a search engine. Now, I'm a millennial, specifically an elder millennial, so I can tell you tales of MySpace, of the landline, of a portable CD player stuck in your back pocket. And when I think of the word search engine, this is what I see in my mind's eye. But for the Gen Zs in the audience, maybe you think of this or of this. And if you do not know what these 2 platforms are, hello, boomer. The likes of TikTok and Instagram are a significant threat to Google, with almost 40% of young people using social networks as search engines in specific circumstances. Gen Z just doesn't have the same mindset and expectations that Google is accustomed to. Not only because they prefer snackable content over a wall of text of Google search results, but because they crave authenticity and transparency. They'd rather discover a new restaurant through a TikTok from their favorite creator than they would clicking through page after page of Google search results. As a social network, it's just more trustworthy. They can see the person, they can see how they react to the food, they can see the ambiance. Even with a long-form critic's review, you're not going to get that same bite-sized easy to understand, this is what I'm getting myself into. What's more, content creators are restricted to 60 seconds or to a limited number of characters, so social posts get straight to the point, meaning the social content can return more relevant results in a shorter period of time. And this seems to me to be a far superior experience than wading through page after page of bloated SEO content, which is optimized for rankings rather than the reader. And I'm not interested in seeing site after site regurgitating the same banal information or promoting themselves as trustworthy places, but it's just filled with affiliate links. I want to see original, expert perspective. But it technically matches the keyword, but it's not actually valuable content, is exploding. Previously, you had to pay someone a $5 in order to get your SEO text, but now you can just have it in 5 minutes with generative AI. And this is going to further degrade the usefulness of the traditional search results. And Google's not blind to any of this. For the first time in over a decade, there is a significant threat to Google's market dominance. And they're not just sitting there resting on their laurels. 4 years ago, they committed to fundamental shifts in the way that they display their services. So we're moving away from answers to journeys, from queries to queryless, and from text towards visuals. And they delivered on all of these promises. SERPs moved away from being full of links towards more engaging and interactive experiences, showing more visual results, helping the users refine their queries, providing snippet-style information, aggregating content, and by doing so, often putting competitors side by side. And the SEO community loves to talk about new rich snippets, new featured snippets, all of these new things that are happening in the SERPs. But we are strangely silent on the momentous shifts that have made Google immensely powerful beyond the bounds of the search results. For a start, why aren't we talking more about how Google is one of the biggest social networks in the world, having all of the functionality of their key competitors, albeit in a more dispersed manner? So, of course, video is covered. Google has YouTube, but they've been promoting really heavily on YouTube Shorts and using the SERP results to do it so that they can compete with TikToks and Reels. They've obviously got live video and live blogging covered. They've got visual search capabilities. They've got stories on YouTube and the open web. And they've got linkable posts in Google business profiles. But the innovation that pushed Google to a whole new level as a social network was understanding that businesses are busy. I don't want to have to go off and create a linkable post for all of my articles and all of my products and all of my listings and all of my deep content. So Google said, I'll do it for you. As soon as I crawl a web page, I can turn that content into a card. And these cards are going to be shown across the various Google feeds. And just like any other social network, these cards are going into personalized feeds. They are going to proactively match them to the interests of the user, just like they do with Google Discover, which is now the 5th highest ranked social network in terms of traffic in the world. So it beats out Snapchat, LinkedIn, Pinterest, and Twitter. But there's more at stake here. Because unlike most social media platforms, Google's not just one destination. These social stylings of feeds and followings impact many of their surfaces. So I can follow an entity in Universal Search by clicking the bell icon in the Knowledge panel. I can follow people or select businesses in Google Maps by clicking the Follow button to be able to see those posts in the Updates tab. I can follow publishers in Google News by starring a source, and then I'm going to see all of their posts in the following tab. But the most powerful of this follow functionality is the Chrome browser follow button. This allows your content to be shown on the Google homepage in the following tab. And now the obvious use case here is to create a feed of all of your articles, but think differently. If I'm an e-commerce shop, then I can put in all of my featured products. If I am a jobs portal, I can put in my top listings. If I'm a restaurant, I could include my menus daily specials, and all of this content is guaranteed to show on the Google homepage, if only for a limited period of time. And this hidden in plain sight power of Google is not only as a social network. Google is also one of the biggest e-commerce players in the world. But similar to Amazon, eBay, and Etsy, it replaces the need for the user to visit the e-commerce website in order to buy products. And these Google shopping experiences can be seamlessly accessed. Simply point Google Lens at an item of interest in the real world to find where to buy that item online with Google. It means that storefronts, magazines, physical products, all of these, everything that you can take a picture of, becomes a potential entry point for a shopping journey. And the use of shoppable images also works online. So you can select specific elements of an image to trigger related results. This means that you can dive into images, making lifestyle catalogs, snaps of celebrities, your travel photos. All of these are now dynamic and actionable. And Google's not shy about promoting these features, showing shop for products in your screenshots, call to action front and center on the Google homepage. So a habit is formed to shop with Google. And users no longer need to search for shopping-related terms. So that #1 ranking that you strive for in search is less valuable. Not that it was a true #1 ranking anyway, as Google takes position 0 with their shoppable products. And when I click into one of these shoppable products, I'm met with advanced filters and price comparison, user reviews, related items. So I have all of the information that I need in order to make an informed purchasing decision. And if I don't find the product that I want, well, that's okay. I can click on those related items, or I can just swipe right. And that's going to give me endless options of related content. And if this doesn't convince the user to buy on Google, well, it certainly is influencing my brand preference and my brand awareness. And all of this is happening before the user sees result position 1, which is down below the fold. And right after it, Google's going to show you how to refine your query with a people also ask feature. And then there's only one more result before the user is directed away with a shop the look block. So in modern SERPs, you're not competing against your competitors for a top 10 placement. You're competing against Google, who dominates these SERPs. And frequently, you're not going to be able to get above the fold unless you're included in these rich results. And failing that, you have to be in position 1 or position 2, or you may as well just not be on the page. But it's not just e-commerce websites which are being disrupted. This insertion of itself between the user and the brand is also happening in the local directory space. So Google is just dwarfing the competition for many, many businesses. What it is now is you'll get more conversions from your Google My Business profile than you're going to get from actually having a website. Because a habit has been formed to search for local businesses in Google Maps. And so users no longer search with universal search for local directory related terms. So that #1 ranking you strive for is less valuable. Not that it was a true #1 ranking anyway, as Google dominates the local SERPs. And of course, there are industries where Google can't put itself between the user and the brand and satisfy all of those requirements. But this does not stop them encroaching deeper down the conversion funnel with more robust ecosystem experiences that aggregate content. And by doing so, they replace the value of that industry's homepages and category pages. As an example, let's take a look at what they're doing in the news space, where they are doing exactly that, replacing homepages and category pages. Why would I, an avid newsreader, want to land here or here or here, here or here or here, when I can have a better experience here, where I have personalized news from trusted publishers aggregated into full coverage reports with no intrusive ads? And so a habit is formed to browse the daily headlines on Google News. And users no longer need to search for news-related terms. And that #1 ranking is less valuable. Not that it was a true #1 ranking anyway, as Google takes position 0 with their top stories carousel, as well as dominates most of the rest of the page. And Google is taking over in the travel space, replicating the functionalities of travel sites' homepages and category pages, while at the same time reducing traffic to such pages because Google dominates the SERPs. And Google's doing similar things in the careers space, replicating the key functionality of job sites' homepages and category pages, while reducing traffic to such pages because Google dominates the SERPs. And with Google stepping up its game as a personal assistant that is empowered to make opinionated recommendations, no industry is safe. Already, organic results for informational queries are being pushed below the fold by the rich results and delivered via voice, where there is only one end result. And we know that Google is joining the generative AI game with Bard, which will be shortly added to search. And while we don't know what the future of AI will bring, I can guarantee you it will not be clicks on blue links in universal search. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. So yes, Google is the dominant player in search. But you have to stop thinking of Google as a search engine. Universal search is a single product, and one of which is becoming increasingly less important because Google is set on creating ecosystem experiences that capture and keep the user in their walled garden longer. And this changes the conversion path. No longer is the primary flow that the user conducts a keyword search, lands on a category page, and then browses deep page content from there. More often than not, Google is satisfying those needs before the user needs to search. And if the user does search, then they're often immediately engulfed in an ecosystem experience where Google is acting as the category page, aggregating and displaying offers from various brands in order to either drop the user off right at the point of conversion or convert the user themselves. And on the surface, this seems like pretty bad news for us marketers. And maybe for those of you who are up in arms about zero-click search results, your gut reaction is to fight, to stand up to Google, crying out, "You shall not index," and have your David and Goliath moment. But the secret is, it's not about you. Google doesn't want to fight you. Google's fighting the other Goliaths. Google's fighting Meta's marketplace. Google's fighting TikTok. Google's fighting Amazon Shopping. Google's fighting Microsoft on weekends just to keep its fitness up. It doesn't matter to them whether you allow your content to be indexed or not. It makes no difference to their plans. Google will continue to transition from being a search engine to a surface ecosystem who is focused on anticipating and satisfying users' needs before they need to search. And if you refuse to give up control of your content, your ability to reach and engage your target audience will be usurped by a competitor who will. You need to be where your audience is in order to enter their consideration set. And your audience will be on Google surfaces. So the alternative is that we optimize for these ecosystem experiences, which does present a real threat. It means we're going to be even more dependent on and vulnerable to the actions of Google. But ignoring Google doesn't make it go away. Whether you choose to integrate with these ecosystem experiences or not, does not stop them existing and does not stop them impacting your brand. We have to acknowledge that as content creators, we've lost control of distribution to Google. And we can't win it back by building better websites. Google has deep roots in technology. They have superior aggregation capabilities. They have a better knowledge of the user. So this requires us as brands to refocus on the true value that we provide. A page on your website was never the product of your business. It is not in and of itself valuable to users. The product of your business is your content, whether that's words in an article, the story of a video, or a curated product or service offering. And with this understanding, you can partner with Google and use it to grow visibility and build your brand, which when done well will ultimately lead to more revenue, and that is why you made the content in the first place, after all. And maybe you're thinking, well, how do I measure this? Should I measure this in impressions, in organic sessions, in conversions? Well, I'm sorry to tell you, but the era of meticulously tracked conversion paths has already come to an end. There's GDPR, we've got cookie consent pop-ups, there's the blocking of third-party cookies by many browsers, and shortly Google Chrome will be included in that list. We've got the limiting of first-party cookies by many brands because they're afraid of what's going to happen from a legal perspective if they keep those cookies too long. We've also got Google coming out very recently and saying, hey, on Google Ads and Google Analytics, we are only going to allow you to do last-click attribution. And there's more of this to come. Privacy is not going away. It's only going to further degrade your ability to identify an individual user. And all of this means that the data offered by Google can still be used to show some trends, but it should not be treated as a source of truth. And many marketers are coming to the realization that we could never actually track the conversion funnel in the first place. We just lied to ourselves thinking that we can. Take Google Search Console. Now, there's no doubt that this is now and probably always will be an extremely valuable diagnostic tool. But you cannot use this as a detailed reporting tool. First and foremost, because it's missing large swaths of the Google ecosystem. Because, sure, you can break down search type, but where is maps? Where is travel? Where is jobs? News is in there twice. What can you really do with SERP reporting that has, well, all of the features you don't care about and very few of the ones that you do? And what can you do with a Discover report that is limited to 1,000 rows? But most importantly, Google Search Console is often used as a rank tracking tool. And reporting on average position ranking is not only meaningless, but in my opinion, this is actively harmful to your performance as marketers. Firstly, because it gives credit where credit is not due. You see, average position is based on the highest ranking URL of that website on the SERPs, no matter what the result type is. This means that both your rich results and your classic blue links both track. So, say you're an e-commerce store, and all of a sudden you rank position 1 in Google Search Console reporting. Now, it could be that the Core Web Vitals fairy came and sprinkled over some dust while you were sleeping, and now your category page is magically ranking position 1. Or it could be that Google wanted to test out their 360 feature, and you happen to stock that shoe. But the problem is, as soon as that shoe is out of stock, you're out of those rankings. Or say you're a news site and you wake up one morning and you see that now you rank Google Search Console position 1 for latest news, breaking news, news update, and news. I'm sorry, but it's not because you're some SEO savant who magically managed to beat out CNN to rank number 1. It's because your editorial team did a good job that day and got their content into the top stories carousel. But the problem is, you're going to be out of there tomorrow. But these misunderstandings, they're not your fault. Google Search Console causes this confusion. If a site ranks in Google Search Console position 1 on one day with a rich result, and Google Search Console position 10 the next day with the category page, Google Search Console is going to show you an average rank of 5. And how can you be faulted for thinking that what's happened here is that you were in position 5 and you've slipped down to position 10? And so the unfortunate outcome is that you're very likely then to double down on optimizing your category page to try get it back to position 5. So essentially, you're optimizing the wrong page type because you're trying to rank higher on a list that you will never get to the top of, because even if you manage to beat out all of your competitors, you will not ever rank position 0 with a category page. So you need to start shifting your thinking and your strategies to not only focus on category pages, but to also start thinking about your deep content, your products, your listings, your offers, whatever it may be. Because you need to understand, what do I have that is uniquely valuable content that Google cannot replicate, but can curate? And go out and scrub average position and ranking from all of your reporting, because on top of the misinformation this perpetuates about rankings, it's only reported on for search. So Google Discover, Google Maps, Google News, Google Shopping, none of these report on rank. And since these should be making up a significant portion of your organic visibility, it means that they are not viable as a KPI, because it's only reported on for a subset of your visibility. And more importantly, it is blocking you from doing what needs to be done to future-proof your brand. But maybe you're thinking, if all of these surfaces are so important, why aren't I seeing more sessions in Google Analytics? Well, it's because Google Analytics is only telling you half-truths. You see, by default, Google Analytics attributes the vast majority of organic sessions to Google Organic. And this is often equated to mean with clicks on blue links in the search results, but this is not the reality. Visual search queries are ever growing, spurred on by convenient location placements of Google Images and Google Lens. It's available on the search bar, it's in Google Images, Google Photos, Google Assistant. Lens has got its own dedicated app. Plus, if you're a Pixel phone user, then Lens is right there in the camera application. But all of these touch points track under a single line item in Google Analytics of Google Organic. And they're not alone. Free listings added via Google Merchant Center allow inclusion in Google Shopping. But no matter whether you're shopping on the Shopping tab, Shopping site, in Google Images, or with shopping knowledge panels and popular products in Universal Search and on YouTube, all of these touch points mostly track under Google Organic. Google Business Profiles power Google Maps along with local packs and business profile panels in Universal Search, all of which track under Google Organic unless you UTM tag them otherwise. Indexable articles that comply with Google News content policies, especially those in combination with Google Publisher Center, are prolifically accessible across the Google ecosystem. So they've got their own tab, site, and app, as well as coveted placements in Universal Search, YouTube, Google Assistant, and Google Discover. So that's 6 different source mediums you could gain visibility on, one of which is Google Organic. And we can't speak about prolific accessibility without re-mentioning Google Discover, which gets the prime spot on the landing page of the Google app. It's also there whenever you open a new tab in Chrome on mobile and when you swipe right on certain Android phones. And again, you'll get a variety of different tracking points, one of which is Google Organic. And even the traditional 10 blue links don't track as you would expect, because of course much of the traffic tracks under Google Organic, but when you're coming from the Android app quick search box, it actually tracks over in direct. And I could go on. But the takeaway here is that when you are looking at Google Organic, you are not only looking at search. And when you're not looking at Google Organic, well, sometimes you are looking at search. And even if you could sort out all of that mess, you still miss a critical piece of the conversion puzzle, because the benefits of optimizing for the Google ecosystem extend beyond the bounds of Google Analytics. It doesn't report on the sales that happen in Google Shopping, or the subscriptions that happen in Google News, or the leads that come from Google Maps, or the ad revenue that you earn on YouTube. Let alone people visiting you directly because they saw your tweet or your TikTok on Google surfaces. And so they click on that content and they build their brand preference for you. Is Google sending engaged users to watch your YouTube videos not valuable? Is Google sending listeners to your podcasts not valuable? Is Google calling you out as a recommended source via voice search, even if it doesn't have then a link anywhere? Is that not valuable? Google Analytics can't report on all of these engagements and brand building activities that you get by optimizing for the wider Google ecosystem. And if you don't do this, your competitors will. But it's okay because you've been driving organic sessions. If you're relying on Google's reporting to define the value of SEO, you're not only severely undervaluing your work, but you're also restricting the reach of your brand. And you're looking at these metrics that will never show you off-site value. We have to acknowledge that this classic SEO funnel, it is irreparably broken. Things like rank and organic sessions, these are not KPIs, they're just metrics, and they're broken ones at that. We have to stop clinging to them because they're safe and they're secure. Users have moved on. Technology has moved on. These faux KPIs, they are leading you astray. Focusing on average position makes you think about ranking category pages in 10 blue links. They're telling you to wait for a keyword search to occur and then try to compete for attention. But by that time, your target audience has already started their journey with one of your competitors, and you are going to find it extremely difficult to break into their consideration set. You need to leave this sort of thinking in the past. It is no longer relevant. It's just SEO nostalgia. You need to think not of ranking, but of visibility, not of web pages, but entities, not of SERPs, but Google surfaces, not of keywords, but topics, not of sessions, but brand awareness and preference with your target audience, no matter if this is achieved on-site or off-site. And this is why it is not your job to optimize a website. It is very much your job to optimize a brand entity. And this is the core of visibility across Google surfaces because Google has broken away from the rigidity of ranking URLs based on page-level signals and the link graph to the flexibility to grant visibility to entities based on their topical authority in the knowledge graph, which understands connections between brands, products, people, places, other things, and facts about them. And when I say knowledge graph, many people think of the knowledge panel that powers the Google SERPs. And yes, the knowledge graph does do this, but the knowledge graph is also the thing that powers all of Google. Google's ability to go beyond the limitations of keyword matching to understand different entities and their relationships to one another. And as such, it plays a strong role in visibility across all Google surfaces because Google doesn't want to give priority placements to brands it doesn't know and trust. But it's not just about supporting visibility of individual content pieces. More and more, we're seeing entity-only features across Google. And if your brand is not in these lists at the start of the user journey, you may be excluded from their consideration set entirely. Now, don't be fooled into thinking because a brand has a lot of indexed URLs and 10,000 backlinks that your brand is an entity in the knowledge graph. Search for your brand name, click on the 3 little dots, and bring up the About This result panel. And if you see only indexing information, this means that you're a familiar face to Google, but you are not known in the knowledge graph. If you see a source description, it tells you that you are a friend who is known and in what context. Now, don't presume when a knowledge panel appears for your brand name that Google understands who you are. Like many friendships in the early days, it might be you have that awkward situation where Google knows they know you, but can't remember in what context. For example, domain is a key property player in the Australian space, and their SERP looks really strong. They've got a knowledge panel, they've got site links, they've got rich results, but Google doesn't know who they are. They don't have an entity in the knowledge graph. And when you force Google to answer who is domain by querying their website URL in the Knowledge Graph API Explorer, it gets them mixed up with their main competitor. And because their knowledge panel is not driven by their brand entity, but it is driven by the parent company entity. And honestly, when you look at their relationship, this is not surprising. Because whenever domain meets Google, they lack clarity and consistency. Let's take a look at their relationship. Google meets domain for the first time, and Google asks them, "What do you do?" And domain replies, "They inspire confidence in life's property decisions," and then proceeds to talk about their parents. The two cross paths again at multiple social gatherings where domain keeps telling Google to find your way home and to download their app, and then keeps talking about their parents while they switch between their full name and their short name. Google's confused, to say the least, so they go over to their good friend Wikipedia and they say, "Who is domain?" And Wikipedia goes, "Sorry, bruh, I only know their parents." To befriend Google, you need to be clear and consistent about who your brand entity is and your relationship to other entities that the two of you have in common. And the more this is corroborated by other sources, the greater confidence Google has that their knowledge about you is accurate. Now, Calicube estimates that it takes over 30 meaningful touch points before Google will become your brand entity's friend. And there's no reason why you can't orchestrate these encounters. But before you do, make sure you are very clear on who your brand entity is. Now, this sounds ridiculously easy, but I have a challenge for each of you. Next time you're in the office, I want you to grab a pen and a piece of paper and walk to each department and ask them to write down the brand name. Now, some of them will write it as you expect. Some will do it with different capitalization or different spacing, or they'll write the website URL, developers, or they're going to write the legal entity name. And this is just the brand, just the name. Wait until you try to align on why it's valuable and what it does. But there needs to be this agreement between all stakeholders of the official brand name and the positioning. And that positioning needs to be clear and it needs to be repeated ad nauseam. You need to brand-splain it, but make sure it is meaningful. Not some corporate blah claiming that you're the number one in the market or some fluffy tagline. It's baffling how so many companies put so much effort into their meta descriptions, while we're just sitting there and being perfectly fine with all of the junk that's written in our knowledge panels, on our social media profiles, and on our directory listings. Once you're clear on who your brand is, update it in all relevant places and ensure that Google and your audience sees consistent public branding. And start with your About page. This is likely the place where you and Google will first meet. So make sure you have an in-depth conversation about who you are, what you do, who you know, and most importantly, why are you interesting? And all of this communication has to happen through comprehensive schema markup. And then move on beyond the bounds of your site to make sure that you're corroborating this with the bios of your social media profiles and build up your legitimacy and explain who works for you by having profiles on Crunchbase and Glassdoor, and drive home that you are a notable entity by having a presence in Wikidata and Wikipedia, and confirm your location and the trustworthiness of your brand with a Google business profile, and think of expanding your digital presence with apps and podcasts, and be more active in your industry. So submit for awards, or get listings in authoritative industry directories, or start hosting events, and get your CEO interviewed, and publish a market report, or do any brand building activity. And none of this is done for backlinks, but to give you the opportunity to make these meaningful connections with Google and with your audience. And as soon as you see that knowledge panel appear for your brand entity, claim it, optimize it, and then go and click those 3 little dots and confirm that, yes, you have made a friend of Google. Because if Google has a choice between recommending 2 equal pieces of content, and one of those pieces comes from a friend who they know is an expert on that topic, and the other one comes from someone they've heard on in passing, of course, Google is going to choose the source that it trusts. Now, if you've already got your brand entity established, it's time to take it to the next level by making your brand entity adaptable to be the friend that Google wants by their side in all situations. So say Google's going to head to a party. Well, they're going to invite you to come with them because they know that you are master of engaging small talk because you have social posts and snackable videos. And Google wants to know what's on trend. Well, you've got image galleries and long-form videos. And Google wants to level up their career. You've got great advice and can recommend the best conferences to go to. Big purchase decision, you've got the best product recommendations. If Google is looking to chill out, you've got podcasts, light reading, and live video. If Google needs to phone a friend on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, well, they're calling you because you've always got the right answer. Now, I walk my talk. We've had the long form presentation. Now I'm going to give you the Gen Z snackable TikTok version. Here we go. Traditional SEO has always been website-centric, focused on optimizing text for the website, or technical optimizations for the website, or building links to the website. Social media, video, branding, that was someone else's problem. But Google is moving away from indexing websites towards indexing entities because they're much more flexible. They can be anything, and they can create content in many forms: videos, images, podcasts, social posts, and yes, also text on a website, which may be valuable in full or only in part. So depending on the user's needs, Google will show different combinations of these things and forms, and by doing so, they're taking users on a journey, and they're making these journeys more visual. They're making them more verticalized on their surfaces that do not require a search query. And if you embrace this change and you work to befriend Google with your brand entity, you're going to earn visibility across the entire Google ecosystem, impacting brand awareness and brand preference, marketing KPIs that you should be tracking. To reach your audience and to future-proof your brand and your revenue streams secured, forget what you used to know about SEO. Throw your outdated KPIs out the window. Stop being a faceless website. You all need to become brandfluencers. I want to give a special shout out to Late Nights and Chocolate. Without them, I couldn't have done this presentation. You can find me on LinkedIn if you want to hear more of my ramblings, and I'm very happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We do have time for one question, and there's something special that we need to explain.
Yes.
And that is our mic. Because if you have a question, we will throw the mic to you. Please do catch it.
Yes.
We don't want casualties.
Important.
And you can speak and ask your question in the mic.
Yes. So there is Nino, there is Pam. They will throw it at you.
Yes, they're much better than we are.
Yes.
So, are there any questions from the audience? It's looking into the light. This is hard.
Yeah.
Nino, if you spot anyone, let me know. All right, not yet.
Okay.
So, I was wondering, because you were talking about 30 plus meaningful interactions and showing all the different ways that you can interact with Google. Are all of these ways equally valuable? If I publish 30 podcasts, is that 30 encounters or is that one?
It would depend on how Google sees the entity that is the podcast. So it's about you have your brand entity, and that entity has different assets. The podcast could be an asset of the entity, so it's just associated with it as a topic, or the podcast could become an entity in its own right, and then it's a relationship between two entities. Either way, having you associated in the knowledge graph with a valuable podcast helps increase your experience, expertise, authority, and trust. So all of this is going to help. Like when we talk about EEAT, we're often talking about it in the context of content, and I don't want to undermine the fact that that is valuable. You need EEAT content. But I think much of the conversation around EEAT misses the point that it doesn't matter if you publish the best piece of EEAT content on a shitty brand, on a bad brand. This is why syndication works. I work for a big news publisher, and we do syndicate a lot of content. And about, well, I'm not going to tell you the exact ratio, a significant portion of our visibility comes from syndicated content because we are some of the most trustworthy brands in the market. We actively communicate that we win prizes for journalism. And so when we publish the exact same piece of content than another website, who's Google going to choose? It's nothing to do with the EEAT of the content. It's everything to do with my entity. That's why I win.
All right. So I do see a raised hand over there. Pam, can you help throwing the mic?
Yeah.
This is going to be fun.
Okay, let's go. Woo! Oh!
Close. No one died. This is good.
Hello?
Yeah. Hi.
Well, first, thank you. I'm K.V. Rahman. I'm SEO specialist at Mandate Makers Group. I do have a question. So I do totally agree with you that the KPI, the rankings are not important anymore. So KPIs depend based on rankings and visibility share and traffic share should change. What is a good KPI based on the new Google ecosystem for an SEO specialist?
So I think it's important for everybody to understand how you're contributing to either revenue or whatever is the core value of your business model. I got to become a CMO not being hired into it, but working my way up the chain. And the way I got there is every single time I did a project, I didn't talk about organic sessions, I didn't talk about impressions. My CEO doesn't care, my group executive board doesn't care. I said, because we've done this, this is how much more money we're making. And they're like, oh, she makes money, give her a promotion, right? So tie it back to revenue, make special friends with your finance team. They are your best friends, more so than developers. Don't tell the developers I said that. They're your second best friends, all right? So revenue is definitely one of them. You want to understand your relationship to that and how you're contributing to that. Even if you can only do it indirectly, have that understanding anyway. Then go top of the funnel. Who's measuring brand awareness and brand preference? 2 of you, 3 of you. Start doing that. Like, go back to the Mad Men days. I know it's scary because you can't measure it precisely. And we've grown up in an era where we think we can measure things precisely. You can't. You just thought you could. But how are you going to measure brand awareness, brand preference? So there are SEO tools out there who show metrics like share of voice. Or there are industry requirements that report on traction in the market. Like, get access to that data. Make sure that all of your stakeholders are aligned that this is true data. We're going to make decisions based on us going up or down in these metrics, however we choose to rank it. But the answer is never NPS. Okay? If anyone's thinking, I'm going to measure this with NPS surveys, please don't. That's just complete bull. So find a way that you agree with your organization to measure brand awareness, brand preference, share of voice, whatever that high-level metric is, and revenue. Whatever's in between doesn't matter. It's just metrics.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes. Oh, before you walk off. Whoa.
There's one more thing that we need to give you.
It's a goat. And Taco is going to explain why a goat.
Why a goat? Well, you only get the plush one, but in your name, we will donate an actual goat to someone in the world who really needs it, because it helps families in poverty to earn a better living, and it's an invaluable resource for rural communities. And as you've been an invaluable resource for us, it's a good fit.
Fun fact, in Kenya, I'm worth 10 goats.
Wow.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Fuck, I messed that up.
Taco, next speaker.
Oh, yes. I think, well, you know him.
Boo, yeah. Do we know him?
We know him.
We know him pretty well.
Yes, and I
was
think
having
a
a
lot
lot
of
of
you know
troubles
him
with that
as well. So
Yeah,
I
I
would
can't
like a very, very
where
warm
I am,
welcome
and it was not
to
the same
the
as what was there,
brilliant
so I kept on having the wrong slide.
Mr.
That's
Jono
great.
Alderson,
But that's just
the
my-
head of SEO at Yoast. And he's not just an expert in the field of digital marketing, but he's also the co-founder and CTO at Days of the Year. And if you don't know it, it is the ultimate calendar for the world's weirdest, funniest, most wonderful, unknown and bizarre national holidays. But I'm not sure if that's what he's speaking about today.
Oh, no. He's not speaking about today. Although he could do, because it is Jono. So Jono is not only a vital part of Yoast leaderships, he's also a well-known speaker at many events in the search industry. So give it up for Jono! Woohoo!
Hello, everyone.
Yeah.
I really want to know how many goats I'm worth now. Where do we find that out, Jess? This must be a website. Yeah, thank you. That was lovely. I speak at a whole bunch of events, and it is generally frowned upon to talk about the thing that you sell or the brand that you work for. But I figured that seeing as this is YoastCon, and it says Yoast pretty much freaking everywhere, I can get away with doing a slightly naughty thing and spending the next 30 minutes or so essentially pitching you the value of Yoast SEO. No, I want to do something which I don't think I could do anywhere else, really, which is, given that you are all probably reasonably familiar with Yoast, and potentially maybe use it occasionally, I'd like to show you what the next level looks like. I want to take you beyond the experience you probably have already with Yoast and show you some of the power tools, some of the behind-the-scenes stuff, some of the infrastructure, and some of the capabilities you can unlock if you peel back some of the surface a little bit. So, we have a challenge as a brand. We have a reputation for being cute, because our marketing has a cartoony, playful visual style. And people confuse that with our software being a bit basic or a bit simplistic. Nothing could be further from the truth. The surface layer of Yoast SEO that most users see and interact with is intentionally simplistic. Underneath that is the most comprehensive, flexible, technical framework for SEO and technical SEO and content analysis that exists in the world. We are intentionally cute because our mission of SEO for everyone means not overwhelming users with options and choices and checkboxes. It means not providing controls for things that don't need to be changed. It means doing all of the heavy lifting that needs to be done invisibly in the background without the user ever needing to know. The reality is that we are a distributed software company with over 13 million installations, maybe 14 now, running on every single possible combination of software, hardware, hosting, language, country, plugins, themes, of over a decade's worth of different code and versions. And that's PHP, JavaScript, HTML, CSS, MySQL, with shared and distributed logic across WordPress and Shopify. Mountains and mountains of sophisticated, complex code. And not just code. All of our content tools and analysis tools and recommendations are devised and managed by a team of actual linguists, people who know about and understand how language works. None of the stuff that we do is just the opinion of some SEO people. We also run all of this stuff in your browser, which we don't sing about enough, but there's some really huge impacts of that. If you use Grammarly for spell checking and grammar suggestions, every keystroke you make on your keyboard is phoned back to Grammarly's servers in their headquarters in America. The legal and privacy implications of that are astounding. We do none of that. We do it all in situ and in context. So I want to show you some of the stuff behind and beneath the cute layer. For two reasons. One, because as a technical SEO, I think it's fascinating and I don't get an excuse to be able to talk about it, except in this context. And two, because there's an opportunity. I think as potential power users, this might be something that's of value to you. I think just because we don't provide tools and controls and options to allow the average user to control all the details, that doesn't mean that you can't go to the next step and take control and apply your own logic and customizations and go beyond that kind of 80% mark. Because with the right knowledge and context, you can use Yoast SEO as a framework that you can leverage and take to the next level. So, before we talk about doing that and customizing all of the things, I want to start by placing a foundation in place, putting a foundation in place and exploring some of the stuff we do and where there might be gaps that you want to build upon. So, let's start with understanding fundamentally what problems do we solve. What is the thing fundamentally that we're trying to do? Let's start here. Until recently, WordPress.org's homepage included this little section. It says that WordPress, as a piece of software that you might download and install and use, is quote-unquote SEO-friendly. I don't know what that means. It's a phrase I see a lot on enterprise software and content management systems. I have never understood or seen a good definition of this. And in fact, the one correlating factor I see is that anything that says this almost certainly isn't SEO-friendly. WordPress natively has no SEO. Out of the box, it does very, very little SEO at all. It gives you user-friendly, human-readable URLs. Well, that's nice. It's no longer 1998. It has a rudimentary XML sitemap, but only recently because we did all the heavy lifting building it. And it has a rudimentary robots.txt file to prevent crawling of resources that is completely wrongly configured. It also does a ton of stuff that is actively bad for SEO. It, for example, generates 5 different RSS feeds of every post that you have, has multiple archive views for dates and authors which shouldn't exist that nobody ever needs to consume. And it also doesn't do a bunch of basic stuff that you do need for rudimentary optimizations, like, hey, editing a meta description. You would think that a content marketing system which is SEO friendly would allow you to define a page title. Maybe not. In 2006, WordPress's core functionality might have been enough to have helped you get onto the first page of Google if you didn't have any strong competitors. Now, if you want to compete, and I think if you're even remotely interested in SEO and pursuing it, then competing is what we're doing, it's woefully insufficient. It's embarrassingly thin compared to the likes of Wix and Shopify and Squarespace. Now, they've updated the homepage. WordPress.org's front page has changed. The word SEO does not appear. It's now not even SEO friendly. It's not even a consideration. To be fair, this problem isn't unique to WordPress. It's the same kind of story across Shopify, across Wix, across Squarespace. When we moved into Shopify last year, the year before, lost track, we encountered exactly the same kind of problems. Some brief Googling of things like Shopify SEO problems or Shopify SEO headache or Shopify SEO nightmare reveals exactly the same kind of gaps and deficiencies. All of these platforms lack basic SEO capabilities. And the kind of things that we do in WordPress to address this are kind of similar to Shopify. I'll come into more of that shortly. My point is that there is a huge, fundamental, obvious gap here. The SEO industry has matured. Users expect certain types of tools and capabilities in order to help them do publishing and compete with their competitors and, hey, maybe reach an audience. None of that exists in these platforms. So this is where we come in. Where do we start? What tools do we decide to develop and to show the user? How do we make the right decisions in doing that? What can we fix? What does the user need to do? What are we reliant on the platform for? And how do we do that across multiple platforms? All of these are big, complex questions that we don't really have any answers for, and we can't really take a blueprint for because WordPress does nothing. We are inventing this space as we go. So we need to zoom out even further and say, what is this problem that we're trying to explore? I think fundamentally you can carve SEO into 3 broad spaces: discovery, indexing, and ranking. Discovery is helping search engines find the thing. Indexing is helping them understand the thing and see that it's of value. And ranking is convincing them that your page is the best resource on the web for a given query. Now, Yoast SEO helps in each of those 3 areas. And from our perspective, we can divide those challenges into 2 even simpler concepts. We have, oh, that hasn't quite worked, has it? We have technical SEO, which is largely passive. We do a whole bunch of the discovery and indexing stuff invisibly in the background. That's a huge chunk of what Yoast SEO does that you will never see or need to know about. And that's intentional. For many of the parts of technical SEO, users shouldn't need to know about this or ever touch it. And then we provide a whole bunch of frameworking and tooling for the active side, the things you have to do, the work you have to input to achieve the ranking side, the actually writing the words and making sure that they're useful and reasonable and well-read, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Most of our features sit neatly. Oh, that didn't work very well, did it? How do I go back? You can recognize some of the features that you may have played with kind of distributed across these. There's a whole bunch of stuff in this bottom area that you've probably never even seen or heard of. Let's have a look at what that looks like. This is a WordPress website with a picture of a cat. I've just fired up a new website and put cat in. I don't know why that's a thing that I do. All I've done is edit the page to put this picture on and added some text. This is what Google sees. This is the HTML source code of that page. And critically, the keen-eyed of you may have noticed that there is something missing here. Any SEO stuff. There is nothing in this code to tell search engines what this page is, what it's about, what it's called, or even to instruct them whether or not they're allowed to interact with and index and rank it at all. Take a look at how this looks. There will be a quiz in a moment. I'll pick on somebody. So I want to install and activate Yoast SEO, and then a few things happen. We make a whole bunch of changes to this. For example, this stuff. Okay, maybe you didn't quite catch that difference. Let's revert that. This is the before. This is the after. Subtle difference. All of this. This is meta robots controls, debugging info, canonical URLs, descriptions, titles, Twitter cards, structured data, Twitter stuff, title management, and behind this, HTTP headers and ex-canonical links and headers and redirects and all sorts of stuff going on. This is table stakes for competing with your competitors in 2023, in Google and on other platforms. This solves for most of the indexing bit, the can I convince and communicate with search engines and systems what this page is about and is it any good? We have, however, critically skipped over the discovery stage. So also behind the scenes, you may have seen this, we set the standard for XML sitemaps. We automatically output a sitemap index of all of your content, which contains lots of smaller sitemaps, which contain chunks of all of your content. And that scales to hit performance and includes everything it shouldn't and excludes everything it shouldn't. We also ping Google, Bing, Yandex, Yahoo, maybe some others when you update it. And if you're running Yoast SEO Premium, you can also enable Index Now, which bypasses all of this, so you can get your stuff to Google and get them to understand it without ever needing to touch anything. Maybe you're asking, why do I need this when WordPress core includes its own XML sitemap? This is fun. Without Yoast SEO, WordPress's core sitemap includes all of your content. That sounds good until you consider maybe I have posts, events, recipes, but probably pages that you've set to be no indexed, probably password protected pages, probably other things that shouldn't be signposted, like, I have a plugin that I use to generate invoices, and now all of that's in Google. That's probably a bit awkward. I see this in the wild all the time. We only include public content. So if your invoice plugin is reasonably well coded, and it can communicate with Yoast SEO, then we know that that sort of stuff shouldn't be signposted and pinged straight into the internet. Public content is an interesting concept. It's not one that WordPress natively has. WordPress doesn't really distinguish between pages that ought to be discoverable in Google and things that the public should never see, and there's all sorts of gray areas and blurriness. We provide a huge amount of logic to manage that distinction. And to do that, we do a whole bunch of analysis on every page and post you have. Is it set to no index? Is it published? Is it set to be published in the future? Is there an author? Rules and rules and rules and rules. That brings an interesting problem. Because if you've ever poked around in WordPress's database structure, I really hope none of you have because it is the worst way to spend a weekend, you'll know that querying things like metadata on pages and checking the relationships between post statuses gets really, really slow, really computationally expensive. And that's because none of this was designed to anticipate a need for any of the kind of stuff we're doing, like website. 5 minutes left. I've only been on 5 minutes. Okay, we're going to go very fast. None of this is designed to do any of the stuff that we do. Hundreds of calculations to make decisions. So we flatten all of it. We build our own database. We ask you to do a few clicks and tell us about your website. Are you an organization or a person? Gather a tiny bit of metadata, and then we do all sorts of stuff that looks like this in the background to ignore WordPress's own database entirely and build our own, which is far more performant. I find this delightfully ironic because it makes your site much, much faster than it would be on native WordPress, and all of our competitors shout at us for being bloated and slow and clunky. This is faster than WordPress and faster than our competitors, and it's super powerful, and it powers all the next-gen technology that we're building. Very cool. Okay, so one of the challenges we don't have any context. We don't know whether you are a butcher or a baker or the White House or an e-commerce retailer unless you tell us. And if we're going to make smart decisions on your behalf, we need to know a little bit about who you are and what you do. So we go through a whole bunch of onboarding stuff, which I'm sure you're familiar with, or you've seen stuff like this, which allows you to just do enough information that we can then take some intelligent steps and build stuff on top of that. Very, very nice. This is a screenshot from my website where I'm running a plugin which includes a custom post type called data leaks, because I'm doing some GDPR stuff. I do not want my data leaks to be in Google. So I can go through and say this post type should be excluded. That automatically removes it from the XML sitemap. It no indexes, it does all the things, it does all the calculations. All of that is abstracted away so you don't need to care. We fix 1 billion WordPress issues. WordPress, as I said, does a whole bunch of bad stuff out the box, like, as I'm sure many of you might have come across, it creates a dedicated attachment page every time you upload an image or a file, like a page to view my image in, like what? Conceptually, it doesn't make much sense. It's an absolute nightmare. Websites are saddled with millions and millions of these empty pages. It's an SEO headache. We automatically redirect those pages back to the asset itself. What's quite fun is that a couple of years ago, we accidentally broke that functionality for about 12 hours, and the whole SEO industry erupted, saying, Yoast SEO is creating all these attachment pages. We're not creating them. We accidentally unfixed a fix that we'd had in place for so long that people had started to confuse WordPress's core functionality with our own. There is a huge gray area in overlap where people like John Moo says, oh, technical SEO is getting much easier, and you don't have to worry about websites because WordPress is great. It isn't. It sucks. People are confusing the hard work that we're doing and the foundations that we're building and dragging everybody up with WordPress itself. And other people are coming along and catching up, but it's us that's pushing all of this forward. Thank you, John. Anyway, Other fun stuff we do, and we're starting to look more at the cost of all this crawling and indexing and discovery stuff. Google is extremely aggressive, as is Bing, when it comes to trying to consume URLs and find new content and understand what it's all about, and that has a real cost on the environment. These systems are powered by servers which run on electricity and consume carbon, yada, yada, and those systems query and try and crawl your website, which is powered by electricity and consumes carbon. All of this is very wasteful and expensive. If you've not played with this, go take a look. You can go turn off a bunch of nonsense that WordPress does. Some of you might have sites that need some of this, but almost all of you can probably turn almost all of it off. This will radically increase the efficiency of your website and save trees, and maybe goats. We like goats. Hello. Okay, other stuff. So let's assume we've done all of that. We've gone through the config, told Yoast a little bit about who we are and what we do. We get all this stuff. And I'm really grateful to Jes for having talked about the importance of all of these kind of new discovery ecosystems and services, because what this does is generates a whole bunch of schema, which you mentioned briefly, which lets you access ecosystems like this. All of these cards, tools, rich snippets, resources, interactive widgets, and things are increasingly influenced, if not outright powered, by this. And your website is increasingly becoming a place where you manage the narratives and stories and settings and data and names and descriptions of the things and the stories that you want to tell so that you can end up in ecosystems like this. So that you get code on the left, you get some nice schema and structure markup, and you get eligibility for the stuff on the right. Yes. I'm going to skip some of this because I don't have any time. And one of the interesting things that we also do is let's visualize all of this nightmare wall of code as something a bit more digestible. This is the same code represented as a graph diagram. We're talking about the relationships between the entities. This web page was authored by this person who works for this organization. All very nice. What's really, really cool when this happens invisibly in the background is you can expand on it. We have FAQ blocks and how-to blocks and table of contents blocks and a few others, which all invisibly and automatically mesh into this schema. So when you include a how-to block in your page, it automatically extends that narrative for Google and systems so that we say this is a web page published by this author, which has a how-to guide, which has these steps, which have these images, which is on a website published by this organization who employs the author who wrote the how-to guide. This is really good because it helps Google explicitly understand the marketing stories you're trying to tell. Let's dig deeper. Every business is different. Every one of you has different challenges in 3 minutes or less. We have a comprehensive set of developer documentation that none of you have ever looked at. And maybe that's fine, you're not developers, but this is where the real power lies. We have prolific amounts of information about how Yoast SEO works and the decisions we've made. I mentioned we're inventing this as we go. This is where we document it. This, for example, is 3,000 words that I wrote on how we should decide what the canonical URL of a page should be. If you read Google's documentation, it's about 200. It accounts for nuances like how should the date-filtered, paginated archive of an author's posts work? Should that be Jono/page/2/August/2020, or should it be Jono/2020/ There are no rules, but we've written them. We've worked it out. We do this for titles. We do it for descriptions. We do it for XML sitemaps. We do it for schema. All of this is documented and defined. We are paving the way. If you're interested in the decisions we make and what's underneath that, this is all documented here. Why is that interesting? Because if you disagree with any of it, you can change it. And instead of going to Twitter and saying, Yoast is bloated, I'm going to someone else, you can go and customize and build on top of the stuff we do. I love it when people disagree about this stuff because then it will be 4,000 words long. We'll get there. We have a bunch of APIs that let you go in and modify this. You can say, for example, in about 5 lines of code, if this is the about page, change the canonical tag. Don't know why you do that, it's a weird example, but you could just as equally say, if the content of the post includes the word banana, set it to no index. You can go and add your custom business logic on top of the foundational stuff that we do to allow you to account for all those edge cases that your SEO agency or your developers want to manage, because your site is unique and weird and different. Yes, there's a whole bunch of APIs that do this. You can go and dig in, you can play around. The most powerful API we have is to customize your schema output. As Jes touched on, all of these landscapes and services are really increasingly important. As I've touched on, they are all powered by and influenced by schema. Your business has tons of information about the universities that your authors went to and the copyright information of your content and reams and reams and reams of data. So let's say, for example, I'm a restaurant site. I start by going to schema.org. This is very poorly designed, but you can start to see things like, okay, I can describe star ratings and menus of my restaurant. That's not something that Yoast SEO offers out the box, but a few lines of code, something like this. Now I can connect the information I'm telling Google about my website represents a business, which is a restaurant, which has a menu. I can describe all that explicitly, become eligible for rich result types, and help convey my story to Google. This is all more flavors of that demonstrating that you're a friend of Google, about reinforcing those connections, about being explicit with your entities and their identities. This is what this looks like when you take it to its logical conclusion. This is a blog post on my personal site. This is me. This is Yoast. I don't know where the text has gone. This is the blog post itself. These are the comments on that page and the relationship between those comments and the authors of those comments and the avatars of the authors of those comments. Why is any of this important? Because I think if we look at the increasing importance of EEAT and authenticity and trustworthiness, et cetera, those things live in the relationship between entities. This person is the author of this page. This publisher, this article was written by this publisher. Those connections, those definitions are how we tell those stories to Google and other search engines. This is all built on top of Yoast SEO. I took what came out of the box. I wrote what looks like a terrifying amount of code, but is actually just a couple of hundred lines of pretty basic declarations. This is my middle name. This is where I live. And all of that just happens magically on top of Yoast. Really powerful. If that all looks terrifying, and we are increasingly integrating with other plugins that do all this automatically, for example, if you use WP Recipe Maker, they've done all the hard work so that their schema and structured data ties into ours so that you get one big thing automatically. We'll be adding more of these in the future. Let's not take a rest. Let's go through this. More. You get my point. There's a whole bunch of these bits and tools that you can use to customize your output and behavior, which allow you to get further. Why is that important? Because Yoast SEO is great for 80% of sites who want to get to 80%. You lot, or your agencies, or your teams, or your business stakeholders, probably want to get to 120%. And you don't just have to sit and grumble, you don't have to do nothing, you don't have to build custom stuff, you can just extend our functionality. Nobody is doing this. Nobody, which means there is a competitive opportunity. If your competitors aren't going to that next level and describing your stuff explicitly and in detail, customizing for your business logic, if you do that, that is the extra 20%. Very briefly, I have glossed over all the content stuff we do. Not because it's not important or exciting, but because you've all seen that, and you've all touched it, and you've probably not seen any of the stuff that I've touched on today. We do readability assessment, we do SEO assessment, we just added inclusive language analysis. All of this is super powerful, all the preview widgets, etc. I have done it a grand disservice by not exploring it further. So please, if you want to learn more about that side, talk to the team today, play, etc., etc. It's not as fun as the technical stuff. The nice thing about the tech stuff is all the stuff I've touched on plays nicely with the base behavior. If you want to alter the business logic for your meta descriptions, but still allow your editors and authors to customize stuff in the post editor on a per page basis, all of this plays nicely out the box and automatically. You might want to hard code some logic over here and allow your user to, all of this is very, very achievable and very, very straightforward. It's a few hours of work for a reasonably competent developer. You can outsource to somewhere like Codable is pretty good at the moment, a few other freelance networks. All of this is super easy to achieve. All you need to do is describe your business logic. Let's zoom back out briefly. Most people only get to 80%. That's fine, that's perfectly reasonable, that's our main audience. You're probably not our main audience. You probably want to go further, you want to unlock the capabilities. These are the tools you need to use to do that. If you want to learn more, come talk to me later, or just go and dissolve in our developer documentation and read 3,000 words of canonical stuff. You can modify pretty much any aspect of how the plugin works. You want to turn off the notifications that suggest that you redirect a post when you delete it, 3 lines of code. You want to alter what type of stuff turns up in the XML sitemap, 3 lines of code. This stuff is all pretty trivial, and it's all very well documented. It's really easy to start. So, yes, we are cute. We're friendly, we run a good conference, but there is so much more going on below the surface that nobody ever sees. And I think that's particularly interesting when you consider that we now have quite noisy competitors who claim that they're more sophisticated or more performant or provide far more checkboxes and tools and options. They do a shadow of what we do. They lack the expertise, they lack the experience. They lack the network of relationships with people like Google and people like you. They lack the understanding of what's important and what's not. Nobody needs to change the sort order of their XML sitemap. That is not a thing. It is a thing in other SEO apps and SEO plugins. I don't know why. We don't provide 100 toggles and controls and let you tweak your schema output and tinker with it. There is no need because it's just right out of the box. And we don't build the things often that people say that they want. We build the things that they need. We don't waste your time. We don't give you old-fashioned, outdated ways of thinking about SEO. As a technical SEO, I am incredibly proud of the architecture that we've built. When I build a site, I use Yoast SEO as a foundation to expand upon, and it is super robust and reliable and performant. Hopefully, This was a bit of an eye-opener. It was interesting and useful, and you can go home and say, maybe our site does just use the generic controls. Maybe our business is a bit different. Maybe we do something weird with video or recipes. Maybe we can go a step further if we customize that. You can use the tools and build upon Yoast to do that. Good luck. Thank you.
Wow.
That was a lot.
So just to be sure, if you see smoke coming
Yes.
from behind, that's the live captioning people trying to keep up.
We're used to him, so. Do you need some oxygen?
Wow.
Whoa!
Give it up for Jono,
Yes.
please.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Jono, a goat for
One
you.
goat, thank you.
Yes.
That's the best. Look at him. He's
So
He's cute.
we will start with the workshops in a few minutes, as those of you who are very good at timekeeping noticed we're slightly
Ish.
almost on schedule.
Yeah.
slightly almost on schedule.
Yes. So we'll start the workshops in a few minutes, which gives us time for one question, and one question only, which means that if you're the first to raise your hand, you will be the person to get the mic.
Nobody brave.
This is.
Everybody's dead.
Yes.
Oh, there's a hand. Yes.
Yes. we
Alex
see it.
Moss.
Hi, I was. You need to go faster, by the way, with your talking. It takes ages. I have
I
one
didn't see how
question.
the live captioning did. Was that okay?
It was trying. It was really
Right,
trying.
we kept up.
Yeah. What's the next big thing in Yoast that you're working on that you're allowed to talk about?
Oh, Jono.
I'm not allowed officially to disclose information about our roadmap because our naughty competitors will copy all our code and claim it was their idea, like they did with all of our schema stuff. Go open up say a rank math, look at their source code. It looks suspiciously familiar, except where they've got it wrong because they don't understand it. So yeah, we tend to try and be a little bit locked down. What can I tell you? We have a whole bunch more schema stuff we're working on, like there's reams of stuff we want to do to kind of reinforce and expand on that. What else is interesting? I will tell you this because it's almost about to release, I think. Conspiracy theory. There is a whole subsection of schema for describing your organizational policies around ethics and publishing and mastheads and editorial policies, information about who funds you, etc., your ownership information. Those standards were designed in conjunction between Google and the Trust Project, which is an international entity designed to help combat fake news and make news more reliable and trustworthy. Nobody else has noticed this exists or noticed Google's continual investment into the Trust Project or their significance behind the scenes. I think this schema is going to be super powerful for saying this is our business entity, this is its relationship to its parents, this is where we get our funding, this is our diversity policy, this is our policy on ethics, etc. Those kinds of things are going to be super powerful in a world where there is more AI-generated nonsense content, where EEAT becomes much more important. So we're going to push really hard on transparency, authenticity. All the EEAT stuff will provide a whole bunch of tooling for that.
All right. So, thank you.
Thank you. Awesome. Good.
Taco, what's up next?
So we need to give our live captioning people and yourselves a little bit of a break. So go out, grab some coffee. If you are registered for a workshop, please go to the workshop rooms. Coffee and snacks will be served there. If you don't have a workshop scheduled now, coffee will be served in the sponsors area and in the bar. And we hope to see you again at 5 minutes to 11 at 10:55. When we'll restart with Els.
Yes.
Hi, we're Yoast.
Yoast?
It rhymes with toast.
Or ghost.
We're a software company based in Wiegen, the Netherlands, and we help websites rank better in Google search with our Yoast SEO for WordPress plugin. Things have gone quite well since our founding in 2010. We now support over 13 million users around the world, including Flourish Flower Shop, just down the road from our office. The free version of Yoast SEO for WordPress fixes all the complicated technical stuff that gets your website ranking in Google search results. Yoast SEO Premium gives you access to new features and simple, actionable tips that help you rank better for the terms your customers are searching for. Now I can spend less time in the weeds and more time expanding my flourishing business.
SEO can be complicated, but with Yoast SEO, that makes it so easy. You'll never have to think about it again.
And if you ever need support, we're only a click away, available 24/7.
The free plan is here to help everyone get started. But if you're really looking to grow further and faster, upgrade to Yoast SEO Premium today.
Ready to be an e-commerce pioneer? Our baked-in premium plugins give you the best ingredients to customize your store so you can start selling everywhere. WordPress made easy as pie. Go big with Bluehost.
Krijg jij een seintje als iedereen weer zo goed als binnen is? Oké, mooi. Moeten we het dan gewoon aan elkaar klemmen? Welcome.
All right.
Welcome back, everyone.
Did you?
So, as you know, we are updating the schedule as we go. So, if you want to see the latest timing, go to the website. Everything will be there. I know that we're in a super big room, but if you're sitting in the far back, it's really hard for us to see you. So, scoot in a bit, come to the front.
We don't bite, do we?
Well,
no. It's all right. Just come up front a bit.
Yeah. So if you come back from the next break, find the seats in front, scoot in together a bit. It's more fun together. So yeah, try to stay away from the far back because it's really hard for us to see you. And I know you're here paying attention. Right?
All right, so Taco.
Yeah, I think we're ready for the next presentation.
I think so too.
Who's ready?
Woohoo! Yeah!
Chaya, that was not good.
No. Could be better. Okay.
Who's ready?
Woohoo! Yes!
That's more
all right.
like it.
So join us as we delve in the fascinating world of user research with Els Aerts. And we know her, do we?
Absolutely, yes. We've seen Els before.
Yes.
At YoastCon.
At YoastCon. So, yeah, she's opening with that already. She has a close relationship with Josie as well. So, Els will tell us all about user research. So, give it up for Els! Woohoo!
Thank you, Jaya, Taco, for that lovely introduction. Yes, as you can tell, this is not my first rodeo. I was at YoastCon in 2019, and I had a thoroughly good time. Not just because Yossi walked me on stage, incredible experience, but also because whenever I come to YoastCon, I learn a lot. And that's because, well, I'm not an SEO. My jam is user experience, UX, optimization. And it has been for quite some time now. 2001 is when I started our company, AG Consult, together with my business partner, Carl. And over the years, we have worked for a number of different companies, some of which you may know. And what we do is basically we help you grow your business by putting your customers at the heart of everything. Now, in order to be able to do that, putting your customer at the heart of everything, you have to know your customers. You have to know who they are. You have to know what they want, what they like, what they dislike, what they worry about. And this is where user research comes in. So today I want to talk to you a little bit about the good, the bad, and the ugly of user research. And I couldn't possibly do that without at least a nod to the classic Western that I stole this title from, and my font choice. If you haven't seen it, please do. It's a lot of fun. Without further ado, let's dive into the first part of our trilogy, the good of user research. Now, I've been doing user research for a little over 2 decades now, and I have seen a lot of changes. And a very positive change I've seen is that people have a lot more respect for user research. There's a lot more interest in user research, and the importance of user research is more acknowledged these days, which is great, because it also comes with an increase in budget, which, you know, as an advocate of user research and somebody whose company does a lot of user research, I'm very happy about. Can't deny that I'm not. So why am I not just here bringing you a show full of good news, fun, and games, why must I also talk about the bad? Well, that's because these days, actually the quantity of user research isn't really the problem. The quality of user research is the problem. Good user research is hella hard. It takes knowledge, it takes expertise, it takes skill and practice. And bad user research, well, that's downright dangerous. I like to compare user research to mushrooms. Bear with me. If you go foraging for mushrooms, you have to be a real expert to be able to tell which mushroom you can safely eat and which mushroom you will eat exactly once. It's a bit the same with research. You have to be able to look under the hood, literally in the case of mushrooms, and you also have to know what exactly you're looking for to be able to tell the good from the bad. And while bad research can't literally kill you like a bad mushroom can, it can be very bad for your business because bad research leads to inaccurate data. It leads you to gather false information. And if you base your decisions on false information, if you make changes that, might not be the right ones, develop features in a way that people can't actually use them, or maybe even direct your product in a direction that is not the way to go because of the way you did research, not a good thing. So, how to do research right? I'll talk you through 9 fundamentals during the course of our time together here. There's, of course, loads more. Come and talk to me during the break or at the party tonight. I like to talk about this shit all the time, literally. First thing to get right is basically make user research part of your daily practice. So set up a research pipeline, set up a research roadmap. And first of all, focus on the big research questions. What are your business's KPIs? What are your strategic things? Doing research on those main things is the most important thing you'll do. Like if you sell SaaS or other software, you might have a free trial or a freemium version. Then it's important to see, getting that first download. That's always important. What's holding people back from doing that? Next step, what's holding back from people to upgrading to your paid version, your premium version? Another important thing to research. Retention, always important. You might have seasonality in your business. Maybe there are certain campaigns that you do. Most businesses do the same campaigns every year, right? You know whether Black Friday is important for you or whether Christmas or Mother's Day are important times for you. And you need to plan your research around this. I mean, you know the seasonality of your business, and give yourself ample time. If Christmas is important for you, the time to start thinking about your testing, your research around Christmas is not November. That's way too late. Plan months in advance. Setting up decent experiments, setting up decent research takes time. Another thing to do to get research right is to set clear research goals. Now, I love doing research, but I never do research just for the sake of it. You do research to get smarter. So, for every research question, you should write down 2 things. First is, what exactly do you want to find out? What will this research teach us that we don't know already? And then, why? Why are we doing this? How is this going to help our business? What am I going to do with this information? What will my next steps be once I find this out? I'll give you an example. We work for a company that sells coffee capsules. They sell them separately in boxes, but they also have the ability to set up a repeat order subscription. What do we want to find out? Well, why do people who come back multiple times and order the same product, why do they not set up a repeat order? Why do we want to find this out? Well, because the numbers have told us that people who set up a repeat order more coffee in a year and remain customers for longer. So this is a very important research question to solve for this particular business. What it might be for you, that's for you to find out. When you know what you want to find out, you have to choose your research method. That's the order. Sometimes people come to me and they say like, oh, we heard you like to do user testing and that you're really good at it. And I'm like, yes, and also I am. Yeah, we want to do that. And I'm like, hold up. What do you want to find out? Your research question dictates your research method. You can't just do a particular type of research because you think it's fun to do. And this in itself, again, requires a bit of skill. It requires getting your research question right in the first place. I find the grid that Christian Rohrer made for a Nielsen Norman group quite helpful for this. I'm going to show you a sort of an abbreviated version. So first of all, there's an axis, and it's sort of like, what is your research question about? What do you want to find out? Is your question about what people are doing or how many people are doing it? Then quantitative research is the best way to go. If you want to find out why people are doing a certain thing, qualitative research is probably the best way to go. And on the other axis, we have what is it that you want to find out about? Do you want to find out something about people's behavior, what they're actually doing on your website, in your product, in your store, in their home, where their product is? Or are you interested in people's feelings, their emotions? For example, if you want to find out what step of the funnel most people drop off at, you're probably going to look at analytics, right? If you want to know what product of the 3 on your campaign landing page gets clicked the most, I'd have a quick look at a heat map. That'll give me my first answer. If you want to know which version of your messaging converts better, you're going to have a look at A/B testing. These are all quantitative metrics about behavior, what people do. If you want to find out what words do people associate my brand with and who do they think my competitors are, that's something you can use a survey for. Now, we've filled out this side of the board pretty well, and I'm a big fan of quantitative research. And it's not everything. It's not everything. It solves your what question and your how many, and this is extremely important. But it falls short of the why. And we need the why to create better hypotheses for how to fix research issues. So if you want to find something out about why people do something, for example, why are people dropping off in step 2 of the funnel so much, user testing is a great way to go. If you want to dig deeper into people's motivation, like why are they buying your product? Why are they thinking of you as a solution? What might they be using next? What is happening in their life right now that they're looking towards you? Interviews are a great way to go. Now, these are sort of like extremes of the spectrum of qualitative, quantitative. Some research methods fall, more in between, and this is a very incomplete map, let me tell you. But I do want to say something extra about surveys, because surveys in the map, if you go to Nielsen Norman and you see their page, surveys are very firmly quantitative research about attitudes, think, saying. And I'm like, yeah, the way people used to do surveys, I completely agree with that. But the way we can do surveys now opens up a world of possibilities. I mean, you can target surveys almost surgically, like at an exact point when people are doing something. And the way you phrase your questions and the exact question that you ask can lead surveys to become tools that, are more on the qualitative side and can capture actually also what people do. especially if you link your survey answers with analytics the way that we do. It just opens up a world of insight. Now, as I said, you have to pick your right research method. But the thing is, research sometimes gets messy. And it's not like, oh yes, we did the research and the results are X, Y, Z, and it's super clear. Not always. It's very often a good idea to combine multiple methods, and it's always a great idea to combine quant with qual. Now, of course, getting the research method right is, again, only one thing. You have to do the actual research right. And it starts with asking the right people. If you're going to survey people, if you're going to do interviews, if you're going to do user testing, you have to do it with the right people. Don't do it with people, who work in your company. Yeah, let's do some user testing with some colleagues. Excuse me? No. It can be very valuable to speak with sales. It can be extremely valuable to speak with customer support to see what their problems are. But when you're gonna do user testing, for example, don't do it with your colleagues. Also, don't do it with your friends or family. Chances are they like you, and they won't be brutally honest with you, which is actually what you want. If you do interviews, if you do user testing, oops. You didn't tell me anything. You just sat there looking at me like, oh yeah, this is all making sense. We can hear every word you're saying. I forgive you. I forgive you. So as I was saying, which you heard, don't do user testing with people who aren't representative of your real users. If we do user testing for the Yoast WordPress plugin, it would make no sense getting people in who don't own a WordPress website, because they're not our target audience. Of course, you have to also ask the right questions. In user testing, you have to set the right tasks. That's a different story altogether. Interviews, surveys, asking the right questions, extremely important. So much harder than it sounds. Because you can't ask leading questions. A leading question is a question that in itself holds the desired answer. So you can't ask people, how fast would you say our customer service response time is? Because you've said the word fast. That's basically telling people, it's fast. I just need you to tell me how fast it is. No, you should say, how fast or slow would you say our customer response rate is? Or how would you rate our customer response time? That's a neutral question. You can't ask loaded questions. A loaded question doesn't hold the desired answer, but does have an element of bias. For example, a neutral question is, how would you rate the Yoast WordPress SEO plugin? A loaded question is, how would you rate the Yoast SEO plugin? The world's best-selling SEO plugin that runs over on 1 million websites. Not neutral anymore, right? Also, please, and this is something extremely tempting to do, but don't. Fortune tellers don't tell you the truth. And if you ask people to tell you about the future, they also will not tell you the truth. People cannot predict their own future behavior. So asking people things like, if we added feature X, would you use our app more regularly? I call that asking to be lied to. So you can't ask about the future, and you should also be a little worried about asking questions about the too distant past, because human memory is extremely fallible. We are very, very bad at remembering things. Some of us worse than others, but most people's memory doesn't stretch back very far. Which brings me back to a story of my own past. Does anybody in here know who this is? Tony Hawk, yes, Hawk. For those of you who don't know, Tony Hawk is a skateboarding legend of old, yes, of old. And see, I went to see a show that Tony did last summer in Antwerp. Let me tell you, Tony's a better skater than he is a talker, but never mind that. And I had a lovely time. Not because I'm such a great skater, but because my godson is. And after the event, actually sometime after the event, more than a month after the event actually, I got sent an email by the venue to ask about my evening. And because I had such a fun time, I really liked it, I thought, I'll open this email. I'll see what they have to ask me. Maybe I can give them some interesting input. Clicked on the link to the survey, and this is the first question they asked me. For those of you who don't speak Dutch, I've got this translated. They asked me about my booking experience. How satisfied were you about the online booking process from A to Z in general? And then the ease of use, the speed and the clarity, very particular. Wow. Guess how many days ago I made that booking? Guess how many days between the booking and the day they sent me this survey? Shout it out. Guess how many?
6 months.
God damn it, you really know how to bum me out. No, it was 237 days ago. But it's good to know that, you might be willing to send out a survey 2 years after the fact. I can tell you it's a very bad idea. Also this, very, very bad idea. Who remembers something they did online, very specifically about the booking process, 237 days ago? Come on. I mean, they might as well have asked me to think back to a time when dinosaurs walked the earth. I would have been able to give them as reliable information about that. And you know what the problem is? Because they ask people will fill out that survey. They won't remember. They'll just give some answers. There were more things wrong with this survey. They also asked me this. And again, I'll translate. They asked me about the service email they sent. Did you find the service email useful, they asked. And I had 4 answering options. Yes, I found it really useful. No, it wasn't very useful. I didn't read it. I didn't get the email. My answer is actually not up there. My answer was not an option. What was my answer? I don't. Your answer would be, I don't care, Jono, thank you. Mine was, I don't remember. I don't remember. And this is also the problem with closed survey questions. If you give people a limited set of options, they will choose one, but it won't be the truth. So if you have a closed survey question, always leave the door open. Leave room. Always add something else and an open type-in field. Oh, else. But that will make reporting on this survey so messy. I won't just have to push a button and a pie chart will appear. Don't do pie charts. No, I know. But it will make it so valuable. Even with yes or no questions. Don't just have yes or no. Also add, I'm not sure. I prefer I'm not sure to I don't know because there are a lot of people, men, who don't like to know, who don't like to say that they don't know stuff. So I'm not sure also gives them that option. I call this, quite simply, giving people a chance to tell you the truth in your survey. And a lot of surveys don't give you that chance. Now, another thing that's important. To ask the right questions, but you have to get the right researchers in. Not just any clown can do your research. If you're going to do it in-house, please do not insult my profession by having the summer intern do it. Don't go like, hey, watch this YouTube video on how to set up a survey in Hotjar and Godspeed. Does not work like that. It takes skill. It takes experience. If you're outsourcing your research, have a think about culture fit. If you want to launch a product on the Chinese market, don't come to me. I know nothing about the Chinese market. I am not the best person to do this for you. When you do interviews, when you do user testing, make sure you get somebody who's a native or near native speaker, because language and all the nuances in there are very, very important to get that right. Something that researcher has to do is put their biases aside. Oh, very hard, very hard, very hard, very hard. Because even researchers, we have opinions and we have thoughts and we have preferences, and they should not factor in. So ideally, you don't overinvest beforehand in what you're testing, not emotionally. Don't make that new feature that you're thinking about your baby. Because when the research comes in and it says your baby is ugly, you are not going to want to hear that. If you have spent a lot of money fine-tuning that prototype, and the research comes in and says, nobody can actually use it the way you've built it, you are not going to want to hear that. And you know what you're going to do? You're going to cherry-pick the data. You're going to say, well, yeah, but we did user research. We did user testing with 10 people. And okay, maybe 9 couldn't really use it, but that one guy did. And actually, I think he is really very emblematic of our core target audience. No, that's called cherry-picking the data. Same as with over-interpreting data. Don't do that. Know what you wanted to find out, accept what happened there. What you should do is actively try to find results that go against your bias. And while that's very hard, maybe it's easier to just have someone else do that for you. Get somebody to analyze the data who does not share your bias. And of course, if you do research, you have to report on it. If you don't, it gets lost. You have to report it, you have to document it, you have to keep it. And while no reporting is terrible, over-reporting, creating huge reports, is possibly worse. Because nobody's going to read that. It's going to, take a lot of time, takes a lot of effort, a lot of money. Create a short report. What did we do? What are the most important findings? What are our next steps? Last thing, bad thing about user research is that you shouldn't rely on old data. I mean, you're not going to look at analytics from 2 years ago to make your decisions, so please don't look at survey data from 2 years ago, right? After all this bad, Els, you're going to still come at us with ugly? Really? Yeah, because there's something worse than bad research, because bad research we can fix. Ugly is about attitude. I have clients that basically forbid me from speaking to their users. Interviews, oh, no, we're not going to do that. No. Ooh, no. And I agree with Erica Hall here, who says, anybody hostile to research is probably benefiting from ignorance. They don't want you to talk to people because you might prove wrong what they've been saying for some time now. If you do research, you have to be open to be proven wrong. Research requires courage, humility, and an open mind. But since you're basically SEOs and you've been listening to me here talking about user research, I would say your minds are very open. So thank you very much.
Wow, thank you so much for your presentation. I think the room knows the drill by now.
Yeah.
If you have a question, you raise your hand, you get thrown a mic, you catch it, or it hurts.
Any questions?
I see a question in the front.
In the front.
Are you throwing, Jaya?
Yes, I will.
Oh, this is fun.
Yes, there we go.
Boom.
Okay, got it. My question is, who do you see either industry or company that's really using user research to maximum effect?
Wow, that's a very good question, a very difficult question for me, because I don't know, of course, what all companies are doing, but I think seeing what users really want, what Jes said in the morning, Google knows what your users want. Google are actually really playing to what they need. There's a company, and you'll get to know them once you come to the Netherlands more. They're called Coolblue. Any Dutch people? Coolblue?
Yeah.
Yeah. They really know what users want, and they do user research to find out what exactly should we tell about the product, how exactly should we make it easy for people to find the product they're looking for, what are the characteristics that we need to be able to filter on, what is the stuff that we need to say. So I see some interesting stuff there as well. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, I see.
You want me to throw it?
Yeah, there's Jeroen Rotti. He has a question behind you.
Yeah, I have a question about surveys. How do you encourage people to fill those in? Because when I get an email titled with subjective survey, I delete my email.
Yeah, well, good for you. Email surveys are also not my weapon of choice, basically because as far as surveys go, I would say email surveys are the furthest removed from the actual experience. So email surveys can be interesting if you want to survey existing clients about something. If you want to survey people that you already have a relationship with. And it really depends on the kind of company and the kind of customer. We see a very big correlation between the willingness of people to fill out a survey, both for intranets and for B2B, B2C companies with their clients, on how popular that company actually is. But I would actually look and see, what do I want to find out with this survey? And when is it a good time to ask this? Is this a survey that I should ask on the website? And when? When people enter the site, when people have looked at a certain page, when people have looked at a certain part of a page, when people have done a certain action, yes or no? So depends on what you want to ask, what the best time for that survey is. And then you need zero incentive. Zero. People, because if you ask them something interesting, people will want to tell you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Yes,
Carthy.
good catch.
Hi, thank you for your talk. I have a question about participants. They're very hard to get sometimes. How do you feel towards client panels that interact with your product on a regular basis?
Yeah, well, pros and cons to client panels. Great to have as a permanent source of people, yeah, that you can rely on to participate in your research. It can get a bit, they can be, like, you can over-ask them things. If you ask the same people the whole time, you might get a bias in there as well. So I usually think it's a great idea to have those client panels and to see, are they always the right ones to only send the research to? Or, for example, if you do user testing, should we have a mix of people in the client panel, and maybe we should also look outside as well?
Thank you.
Welcome.
Let's see. Yes, yeah, throw it. We will catch it.
That was over-promising, Jaya.
Related question. So have you found any incentive useful in getting responses?
Mitka, can you please use the
Ah,
microphone card?
the other way.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So have you found an incentive that is useful in getting more responses and still not having any bias in there or minimizing it?
For surveys, I never offer an incentive. I don't. Just not even email surveys. Don't. Still get enough responses. For user testing, yes, we offer an incentive because user testing means for people to really take quite a big chunk out of their day, so they have to make themselves available for around an hour or around that time. You have to give them something. And there it really depends, again, who are your target audience? Like, we've done user testing with pharmacists. If you say to a pharmacist, I'll give you €50 for an hour, they're gonna laugh you out of the room. So we did that for a drug company, and they were like, we will offer you an exclusive case of wine. That worked. So you have to know who's your target audience, what incentive will they respond to.
So there's another question.
I think everyone in here wants to know, what did you think of the online booking process from A to Z in general?
I don't care, Jono would say. Yeah. Thank you.
Some other questions? Yes. Oh, wow. This will be challenging. But I will love this. Okay, there we go. Ready?
Oh, man.
Almost.
So I recently started as a marketeer at a company, and to keep it a bit anonymously, the quality of the product they're delivering is not up to standards as they were used to. And now what they want me to do is send out a survey to test user experience. And they want the incentive to be a free product of the same line. What's your opinion?
Well, yeah, as I said, if you send it to customers, if you shouldn't even have to, for a survey that'll take people, and do not send out surveys that take people 20 minutes to fill out. That is just, rude. And for a survey that takes people less than 10 minutes to fill out, I wouldn't even offer an incentive. It's also, and this is legal, but it is not that easy to offer an incentive. Legal will come at you, and you'll have to phrase it as a sort of just don't do it. Yeah. So I would go no.
Thank you.
Sorry.
I kind of already had the same answer, but thank you.
Great. So we have time for a few more questions.
I want to throw this thing.
Yeah.
Well, it needs to come back anyway, so throw it.
Throw it up.
Whoa, lekker.
All right.
Nice.
All right. Anyone else with a question? Don't do in the far back, please.
Yeah. I would love to give that a try.
Well, we can just try it. I mean, have you seen Yoast?
Yes, of course.
That's your challenge.
All right.
Everyone between here and almost the top, good luck.
Yeah.
And I need to be careful because Marika is sitting next to him. Okay, I will give it a try. Come up, Joost. Oh!
That was about halfway, Chaya.
At the end of the day, I will reach you. Okay, great.
Does it need to come back, or do I actually need to...
Yes, we need to have some practice, just...
No, just some practice. You don't just throw it right there.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely,
Okay,
yes.
Let me see who's up for it. Right there. Nino, you want to catch it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's hard. It's hard, right? Thank you, Joost.
It arrived.
Yeah.
Works
All
for
right.
me.
We got it back.
So, Els. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
Awesome talk.
Thank you.
And also for you, goats. Did you ever do some research about goats? 17 years of experience. Never come across a goat. No, interesting.
Lol. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
All right.
All right.
So I think that means it's time for the next presentation.
Yes, it is. Who is going to join us for an awesome talk?
I think it's someone that, well, if you were in the lobby earlier, you must have seen her.
I'm sure.
Stands out. So we are welcoming on stage Hannah Thorpe. She is the managing director of the London-based digital agency Verkeer. With her experience in SEO, including head of SEO roles at Found and White.net, Hannah can guide you in building a successful SEO agency. You can learn from her expertise and insights into the world of SEO and take your agency to the next level.
It's going to be an insightful talk. I'm really happy that we have her on stage. So welcome, give her a round of applause. Hannah Thorpe.
I think that's definitely the grandest entrance I've ever had, so thanks for the intro. Cool. I'm hoping this is going to turn on in a minute, so maybe we'll just kill some time for a bit. Anyone? No? Okay. Good. Yeah, so I'm going to talk all about navigating the SEO agency landscape. No? Okay. Is there any chance anyone can turn on the screen? At the bottom? No? It's black.
We can make that happen. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thanks.
I think the easy solution to that...
Oh, I could have pressed the button myself, like.
Well, they've hidden it very well.
Oh, amazing.
Wow, magic.
Thank you. That really fills confidence in me, doesn't it? That I'm going to teach you how to do business things. Can't turn on a TV. I mean, we should all feel like we're in safe hands. So as my great introduction said, my name is Hannah. I run an SEO agency. We're called Verkeer, but we're not Dutch. We're just pretending. We thought it made us sound cool. For those that don't know, Verkeer is the Dutch word for traffic, which is really what we're focused on getting you. So whether that's through SEO, consultancy, paid search, paid social. And normally those are the things I come on stage to talk about. But today I wanted to do something a little bit different. Today I wanted to talk to you about all of the inner workings of a team and how you actually would build an agency. Now, how many people work for an agency here? And how many people are in-house? Okay, so a bit of a mix, and I'm hoping it's still going to be applicable to all of you, because I'm hoping that what we're going to do is really understand kind of how to build a team, what to look for, so whether you're employing an agency, these are the questions and the things you should look for that they do, and if you're building one, this is what you should be covering off. So we're going to talk a little bit through the story of my agency. I promise it's not a sales pitch, it's just explaining how we got to where we got to, and hopefully get some practical examples along the way. So I joined Verkeer about 2 and a bit years ago now, and we were about 3 or 4 full-time employees at the time, and we're now up to 16. So that's a big growth over 2 years, and with that, there have been a hell of a lot of problems. I'm really hoping my boss has mixed up the time zones, and he's like not live streaming this, but like agency is known for being kind of stressful, kind of intense. We're all psychopaths who are emailing 24 hours a day, and I think doing that, it's really about understanding what structure you have or you will burn out. So for us, it was about actually understanding why we were doing what we're doing. And I think for any team, it's really important to understand what motivates you. So hopefully, you have a rough idea of it, and from that, you should know what it is you're doing and why. Know what matters to you, understand how your team works, and from that, you can apply that with your strengths and weaknesses and actually grow. So when we sat down to try and work out what motivates an agency, our team came up with some of these things. So some of the more righteous ones were like, we like helping people. We like you to progress. And then some of the slightly more direct people were like, we like making money. So there's a whole range of reasons. And like, for us, all of this kind of tied into one thing, which was maybe we just like to win. And I always have put off saying this on stage because I don't want to sound like one of those kind of, I get up at 5 a.m. and hustle and #gains. Like, that's not really my life. And I think for us, it was about defining that for all of our team, it's actually what's important to them counts as a win. So there's a guy back in our team, and for him, a win is that at 2:45, he goes and does a school run and then comes back to work, and being able to have diary flexibility to do that. For other people, their win is being able to go speak on stage somewhere. Whatever it is, everyone in our business is motivated by being able to tick that box and feeling like they've achieved whatever personal challenge they had for the day. Us getting to the root of this, whilst it doesn't sound like rocket science, has enabled us to kind of apply that to how we hire. So we ask people at interview, tell us about a time you won, tell us about something you've achieved that you were proud of, and we look for them actually not how big the achievement was, but how motivated they were by the success of it. And we ask our clients it too. So in a new business pitch, we say to them, like, what does winning look like to you? What do you want to achieve? And we've had clients who've turned around and said, me getting promoted, make me look like a rock star when I go and show my boss. And that's just as important to them as hitting 1,000% growth or whatever it is. Like, that's their win. So knowing what motivates you, you can align that to your partners. Aligning it to your partners means hopefully happier, better client relationships. So I think ultimately, not every team's going to have that same underlying principle. I'm not expecting you to all be sat here going, you know what, yeah, winning, achieving, that's the thing that motivates everyone I work with, because every business is different. You look at the Yoast team, and I'd say, and I'm going to just speak out of turn because they definitely haven't said this, but I think a lot of the Yoast team are motivated by doing good, and you see that by the fact that, like, they're giving people goats. Look at Jono's face. He's like, I'm not. But you see that from the fact that, like, they're doing things like giving out the goats on behalf of the speakers. They're busy planting trees based on the selfies. Like, all of those things, like, it's a common goal, and that has motivated them to move forward. So if you're partnering with Yoast, you'd really want to put forward how much good you could do for the world. And I think if I came up here and said, I've got all the answers, I'd be lying. So instead, what I want to do is actually just talk you through 3 core components that I think for any agency are important, some of the practical ways that we work with them, and then also hopefully things that you can kind of implement immediately. So for us, we talk about pace, performance, and partnership. And these are really critical to anything that you are doing in terms of agency work or finding clients, finding the right partner to work with. And for pace, I don't just mean how quickly things get done. I actually mean how quickly you can change direction. So those of you that are in-house, I'm sure you also have stressful bosses who suddenly pivot and say, no, this is the focus, this is the message. And I think agencies have the same, and we have this reputation for like living that Mad Men style life where you're just working so hard and moving so quick. So we want to run at things, be fast, pivot, but not in a stupid way. Like, you don't want to break yourself by doing it. So we'll talk through a few of the ways that we implement that across the agency. And then for performance, like, kind of does what it says on the tin. Like, are you actually good at marketing? Does what you're saying work? And then when it comes to partnership, for me, it's about understanding that there is a bit of a conflict between agencies and in-house. In-house teams often find that agencies seem a bit unaccountable. They can just turn off their emails and leave you with your fire, and it's not really their problem. Whilst agencies often find that they think in-house are slow. So many people we interview that have never worked in-house are like, well, in-house would just be too easy. And it's not easy. It's slow because there's processes and bureaucracy. And actually, partnership is about understanding each other's challenges and being able to kind of build and grow together so you feel an extension of the team. So we'll get stuck into it. When it comes to pace, the first thing that I think is probably the biggest component. Is that tiny for everyone? Kind of. Great. I think the biggest thing around pace is that you actually have to get work implemented. So how many people have seen like a 60-page technical audit and they've printed it and they're like, I'm going to read this and know it, and then it just sits under your desk? I have legitimately walked into a client before and seen them using an audit from an old agency as like a stopper under their desk to stop it wobbling. And that audit was great. Like, it was incredible. But nobody read it or did anything. So what impact did those pieces of paper really have? Especially if it's like just a page that says like 10,000 too long meta descriptions. Like, nobody's ever going to tackle those. So what we do is we build what we call it a digital plan. You might call it a work in progress, whatever you call it. It's a Google sheet. And on this, you'll see we've listed like the phase of work that the client's in, every single individual task and priority, links to every document and statuses as to, is it complete, is it briefed, are we awaiting progress? And not all of this is done by us. A lot of this is the client's implementation. Now, you can't walk up to a client and say, do all the things I ask immediately when you're the one being paid. But this empowers you to hold them accountable. You agree it becomes the foundation of that weekly, fortnightly call, whatever it is, to say, actually, let's make sure that you're working on this, make sure you're doing the things. And that's so key, because if they don't hold up their end of the deal, you're not going to hold up yours and have the progress you need. We've previously, we internally use Monday.com, but you could use Asana, Basecamp, Trello, whatever you're using. Great. Odds are your clients aren't going to use it. Unless you get lucky and you're pitching someone and they happen to use the same software as you, They do not want to learn how the buttons work in that software. They don't want to have to log in to use something because you use it as an agency. So I think it's critical that actually use something relatable. For us, it's normally Google Sheets, but sometimes this has to be a static spreadsheet that's sent back and forth. But we do know if you put that barrier to entry of someone having to log in, they just won't do it, and then you don't get that client collaboration. And this really will just help you make sure things actually happen and keep up that pace. And the other side of pace for us is about having really strong service level agreements, or SLAs, and actually knowing how we're going to stick to them. So if you're an agency and you're pitching promises, what I would say is actually pitch how you stick to it. Don't just make the promise. I'm pretty sure about 90% of agencies in the UK would say to you, we reply to your emails on the same day. And I'm pretty sure about 80% of those don't. Like, who here has an agency that actually gets responses, they get responses from in the same day? One per, maybe two, actually get the answers they're looking for? Like, it's rare. So actually explaining how you go about it will build that trust from the client. So for us, like, using email as the example, we promise our clients they get a response within 24 hours. But we then have 3 steps that we do to make sure that happens. So the first is we use a distribution list. So you have client name @verkeer.co. That goes to everybody in the team that works on the account, as well as our operational police. And they are there to make sure that the email is responded to. So all they do, and it's just a junior that sits and does this, is checks an email got responded and then files it away when it's responded to. They're just monitoring for anything that's missed. And having those shared lists means that if your client has a tendency to maybe miss people off the email chain, only email their contact directly, you still know that somebody else sees it. So there's no risk of someone being in a meeting for the whole day, the client being ignored, them seeing it at 5 o'clock and being like, well, I'm off to the pub, it's not for me. Instead, everything gets responded to. And then we're also not afraid to chase each other in Slack. And for me, a big thing on that is actually getting your team to collaborate and not have a hierarchy about it. So we challenge our execs who work on accounts to be the ones to ask managers why the emails aren't replied to. Because it's not nice if you're a manager, for me as your boss, to send constant messages going, have you responded to this client? Did you do this? Like, it feels a bit like you're being berated, right? And it's also not fun for me. Like, I don't want to ask you if you've responded to an email. That is the worst bit of my job to nag. I'm intentionally not my team member's mother. So instead, what happens is, our execs message the people they directly report to and say, saw this email, you haven't gone back. Do you want me to do it? Or how would I do that? Or can we talk about it? And it instantly pivots the conversation. Instead, our SLAs are about actually working together and we're communicating rather than telling off. And I think that makes it much easier to stick to because you don't ever feel in trouble for not fulfilling them. And then the final one is actually setting realistic expectations. So when we told our clients we respond to your emails the same day, sometimes they pull a face like, there's no way. And then we explain, well, you might just get an email back saying, seen this, I'm busy, I'll get back to you next week. Like, that's fine, because you're still acknowledging them, and you're setting their expectation as to what response they're going to get. If they're like, send me some data, fine, you might get it the same day. But if they're like, I need a full competitor analysis and I need this much depth, your email response is probably just going to give you a timeline as to when you'll receive the work. And I think actually managing to the client that that's what we're saying and that's what we mean by this promise is so important. So that kind of leads us into performance because those pace bits should enable your team to be able to deliver better work, which will have a bigger impact. Ooh. Didn't want to click that much. So when it comes to performance, we start with strategy, and we build all strategies using a framework that we call vMost. It's not exclusive to us, so you can Google it and read what everyone else says about it. But I think having a vMost is so critical because you've then got something to tie everything back to that you do. So when, as an agency, your client might change their mind several times a day, they might want to launch something that you think is ridiculous, but you can easily say, well, does it match your vMost? Is it what we've defined? And to build one out, you need to start with your vision. So like, what's your end goal? We work for a large tennis company, and like for them, it's be the leader in tennis. Have everyone, if they think about tennis, they think about us. And like something as broad-reaching as that, your final statement. And we talk about mission, like what are the steps that you're going to take to get there? And your mission might change each quarter, it might change each year, but ultimately your vision should be the consistent thing for your business. When we do missions, sometimes we might have 2 or 3 for a business, because there might be elements of that go elsewhere. And then objectives. So how are you going to kind of measure that? Like what KPIs are you putting against it? Is it a share of voice situation? Is it traffic? Is it revenue? We'd normally say if you're having multiple missions, try and have a mission that is purely like cash money focused and have missions that are more brand focused. So you've got that kind of depth across what you're working on. And then your strategy, kind of what are you going to do? How are you going to get there? And then down to your tactical activation as well. And that's where your specialists will shine. But that the VMOS bit without the T should be the bit that you and your clients build collaboratively. So when we onboard a client, we send them a blank one and say, write your notes in, let's fill them out together. Let's get to a point that we're all aligned. Getting your client to help you build this for them is going to mean that they consider it to be kind of that single source of truth as well. So I thought I'd show you one we have for a furniture client at the moment. Their vision is really focused about being the market leader in outdoor furniture. So if anyone needs a bench or a table, we know who to go to. And the key for them is that mission is to actually it's to really kind of drive the sales through the website. They can measure it really clearly through revenue. That's a really easy, nice objective. And you can see the strategy is actually to build awareness around the product. And then tactically, we're going to do some SEO and some paid social, pretty easy stuff, right? So the tactics bit is the bit that might be a bit more flexible, but really it's about actually understanding why are we doing it. When you know why you're doing something, you can set really clear KPIs. You can also make sure that when you set those KPIs, the client can't add anything sneaky in. They can't demand something different or start tracking something irrelevant, because does the KPI relate to that vision and relate to the mission? If it doesn't, you don't need it. And then you can also understand your performance better because you know everything you're doing and why you're doing it. So as performance changes, you can clearly see the cause. And you can also push back on requests and say, that's not best use of our time. A lot of our clients ask us to post organically on social for them, and people's faces in the front row are like, why? And I guess they see us as that digital expert, and I'm there going, if you don't already have a following, you're probably not going to get much from me sitting and tweeting for you, and that's not a great use of your budget, and it doesn't tie into your VMOST, so I couldn't possibly do it. So you kind of almost have your rules of engagement outlined here. And when it comes to those rules of engagement, when you're setting KPIs, pretty standard stuff. We always focus on SMART KPIs, so making sure they're specific, they're measurable, they're achievable, they're relevant, and they're timely. The timely one being critical. As we all know with SEO, it doesn't happen overnight. So make sure you've got really clear leading indicators in your KPIs, such as seeing a search demand go up before you start seeing revenue go up. Ooh. Okay. And then when it comes to pushing back, we typically tell our clients, if anybody at pitch process said to you, I guarantee you'll be position 1 or 2 or 3, or they promise you a number of backlinks, go with anyone in the sales process but them. If you're promising things like this, the odds are that you're either doing something you shouldn't be, way too confident in your performance, or you're just making a promise you're not going to fulfill. We get feedback at pitch that we are borderline too honest. And I think that's a place I like to be as an agency. We tell people if we don't think you're going to get results. We tell you if actually your business maybe doesn't work for digital. We've had clients that have come to us with some lovely SEO challenges, but things that, quite frankly, you're not going to get progress for 3 years, and you're telling me your project ends in 6 months. So you need to be honest and push back, and you can do that using the VMOST, and you can do it at pitch. And the same when a client says to you, we need an immediate return on investment. You can really clearly say, well, in your VMOST, we set these KPIs, and they had some times against them, and the time was not immediate. So you've got that framework you've agreed to push back, and it kind of empowers you to all be on the same page. And within that digital plan I showed you earlier, the front page, the first tab of that, is the vMost. So it's in a document your client is in every day, and they see it every day, and then it's not a passive-aggressive when you're on a call to go, if you refer to that document I sent you 3 months ago, no, because it's actually in their day-to-day, and you just click back to the tab and go, okay, so how does that fit into here? How would we work that in? And it really quickly gets you all on the same page. And then the final thing a vMost should do is help you understand kind of why the performance was how it was. So I worked at an agency in the past, and we had amazing performance, like the best performance we ever received. Unfortunately, it happened to be a recruitment site, and our best performance ever was when Google for Jobs launched, and automatically analytics put all of that data as organic because it wasn't tagged up correctly. And they had something like a 200% uplift, and we told them it was because we optimized some pages, and it was not. It was nothing to do with us, and we just didn't realize. We thought it was related to our work. We took the credit. They asked us to replicate that, and we failed. And I think understanding why is so key. What drove that growth? And in your vMost, because your tactics are positioned under a strategy and under objectives and under a mission, you know if the thing you did should have impacted that, and you can very clearly track it. So you can very clearly see what you were aiming for, and did it make you make a step towards your mission? And then your clients, hopefully, will also understand if the performance doesn't happen, why that was, where the fall down was. And because you've got that tracker we talked about in Pace, they could see maybe it was their implementation wasn't fast enough. In that tracker, you'll have noticed there was a column on date for implementation, and that will allow you to tie then to your performance data and analytics, to your actual end revenue, to then say, well, actually, this didn't happen by then. That's why that timely objective we set wasn't met. So it all ties together and just empowers you to have better conversations. And better conversations is really part of that final point of the 3, which is about partnership and how we build a great partnership. Now, I have droned on about this book for years, so if you've ever heard me talk, I'm sorry if you've heard this bit before. But The Human Brand is one of the greatest books you will ever read when it comes to how to build a great business. And what it tells you is actually the way we relate to brands. If you think about a brand that you use all the time, someone you shop for constantly, you will use the same terms that you use to describe your best friend. So you'll talk about how friendly they were, you might say they're nice, you don't use corporate terms. But if you talk about a company you don't like, you typically go a bit more formal and you talk about if they're professional or not, and things like that. And it's really interesting because we almost associate brands as people. And the reason we like brands is either warmth or competency or a balance of both. Now, our agency delivers some great work, but we also sometimes deliver some average work. I think it's important as an agency that you can own that. Like, not every piece of work is a 10 out of 10. I'd love it to be, but let's be realistic here. And the thing that makes up for when a piece of work isn't 10 out of 10 is a warmth that you have with your client relationship. It's the fact that your client knows maybe your kid's name or that you have a dog and what you're into, and you spend half of your weekly call talking about the greatest movies of all time. Those sorts of things and building that relationship will make you sticky with your clients. It will make them not leave you. And I think part of that is actually being the highlight of your client's week. And this is something we've really been trying to push. So we work with a lot of B2B firms and a lot of legal firms. Now, I don't know how many of you have interacted with those sorts of businesses, but they are not the most fun internally. Like, when you're being told by your boss you have to turn up in a suit and be at your desk 5 days a week and you have to time log every minute of every day, you probably don't have that enjoyable a day job, no matter how exciting your day-to-day work is. So instead, your agency can be that fun bit of a break, and you should enjoy the calls. So I always say to the team, like, do you think they like coming on the call? And if they don't like the calls with you, try and cut the frequency or find a way to connect better. Don't force people to be on that call that you dread, and you're like, God, I have to talk to those guys again. So we ask our team to think about this and think about what you can bring. And like we say, so we employ quite a few younger people. I'd say like our execs' average age sits around like 22, 23. We couldn't book a bar the other day because you had to be over 21 to go there, and some of our team weren't, and we were horrified. And like with that, quite often at that age, when you're not that experienced in the world of work, you want your clients to like you as people, but you're a bit on edge, a bit embarrassed to maybe go out there and like be a different version of yourself. And we encourage the team to not like care if they like you as people. Instead, just tell them a great story. Think of it like you're on stage. Think of it that you're performing. And we actually say to the team, like, if you did nothing at the weekend, but you want to tell the client a great story about something you did a year ago at the weekend, like, do it. You need to bring something to the call, whatever that is. And part of that is about understanding high-performance conversations and the ratio. So it is apparently scientific fact that successful organizations have a ratio of 6-to-1 of positive to negative conversations. So for every time you have to have a crappy conversation with a client, you need to have 6 positive chats with them. That's hard if your performance is on a downturn. So the positive conversations, though, could just be having a great conversation about the client's weekend, and then you have to tell them their traffic's 100% down. That's fine, because you've done the positive bit. And I think we actually heard from one of our clients the other day that they just sacked some of their consultants they had, and they were like, they were right, but God, it was awful going on a call with them because they just used to tell us how crap we were, and they were like, we know we are. That's why we've hired people to fix the problem. And if you're an agency, the odds are internally that client knows that they don't know the stuff you're talking about. They might know their performance was bad. They might know their old agency was terrible and they had to employ you instead. So you don't need to tell them all the time. They might have messed up their migration 6 months ago. Tell them once and then have 6 positive conversations and move it on and talk about other things. Don't dwell on all that negative nonsense because it just annoys people. And then as part of that, we also define a RACI, which is kind of a model of if you're responsible, accountable, consulted, or informed. And we do that on every bit of the business, with our internal team, but also with our clients. So that empowers us to make changes, because sometimes they'll say, just inform us when you've uploaded a blog. Like, if we've already read the content, we just want to be informed. We don't need to then check it again. And it frees you up to move quicker. It feels more like a partnership because they sit in this grid too. So to give you an example here, so when we sign on a new client, we have roles as to who's doing what. And in terms of responsibility, we might have someone that is responsible for like setting up key documents and access. People will be accountable for kind of the introductions, and then consulted might just be me, like somebody let me know that's happening, but I don't need to actively be involved. But I might have an opinion and want to shout out something, but they don't have to follow me. So like, at what point do I step back? Consulted is a good place to know that, and then informed, just let them know, but don't actually involve them. Doing that is just going to free you up, make you move faster, make everyone understand whose job is whose, and help you stick to all those things like the SLAs and keeping those documents up to date. That's about all that I have time for, but just quick fire, kind of my 4 top tips for if you were running an agency, building a digital marketing team. The first being, ask hard questions before a client does. So we actually talk about pre-mortems, which are, you know, if someone passes, you do a post-mortem. We do a pre-mortem on every client account. If they left tomorrow, what would their reason be? Why would they cancel? And sometimes you'll be like, my client wouldn't ever cancel. Like, that's not true. So if they did, what would be the thing that triggered it? And work that out and work out how you solve for it and keep on doing that. Every quarter, we do a pre-mortem on every account. We also pretend to be our clients in internal meetings, which is terrible, I know. But I will pretend to be the boss at one of our bigger clients because thinking about how her brain works and what she questions, every time we present anything, she goes, but why? And so I will sit in a meeting, and even though it's not really in my nature to do that, as the team present, I go, but why is that? Can you explain that? And put myself in her shoes so that the team are so prepped for that meeting, they have everything in. And our clients always say, like, well, you knew what I was going to ask before I asked. And it's like, yeah, because someone sits in that role internally as we run through every deck. The second point is always be prepared to break process. So we historically have had a slight problem with hiring operations people at our business because they're not flexible enough. And I think that's really key. Like in an agency, you're working closely with so many other businesses. If you're regimented and you're like, well, our process is we don't talk to our clients on Slack, but every client wants you to be on Slack, like you have to change, you have to adapt, you have to customize. Otherwise, your client isn't going to get that warmth from you. They're going to see you as that horrible corporate entity. And lead by example, internally and externally. If you want to enjoy a client call, as a boss, turn up and be excited to be on it. Don't be doing other work on a second screen. But also, show your client, like, if you want to have a happy call where you have a good chat, you need to bring that, and then your client will match that. So always lead by example. And also, the final one is just don't try to copy. So I realize, ironically, I've told you all of the things we've done and everything that I think you should do. But if you try and do something that isn't in your nature and doesn't match the integrity of your business, firstly, it's exhausting. I had a previous role that I thought I loved because I was successful in it, but I was so tired all the time. I used to find every workday exhausting. And I was like, why is this? And I spent some time working on like values and what matters to me, and realized that the business, whilst it was bloody great, just didn't match my personal values. And by undermining my personal values on a daily basis, I just was really tired because I was having to be someone that I wasn't in order to fit in there and work there. And I think it's really the same with an agency structure. If you try and fit in and try and mimic another agency because you see it successful, your team will be tired, your work will be tired, and ultimately it just won't feel genuine. And clients detect that. So it's about taking snippets of things, like maybe you liked the digital plan, but you hated everything else I said. Steal snippets from people and iterate from them and turn it into something great that works for you. And that's everything. Thank you.
Hannah, awesome talk. Thank you so much for all your insights. So I was really happy that you brought up the Reiki, because that's Jono's favorite.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure that there will be some questions from the room.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
Great.
This is going to be easy. Can I just throw it in
really
your face?
Rude. How do you know if and when you need an agency for your SEO, and what happens next? How does that work?
Oh, they're going to fight over the mic. I think the way you know if you need an agency is when you start feeling the pressure internally to deliver. I also think, and my boss would hate me for saying this, I think you should always work with an agency first as a consultant. Like, why sign a massive retainer and have them deliver all the work when you could get them on as a consultant doing a small amount of support? If they're willing to give you answers and they feel like they fit into the team, scale it up. If the agency doesn't offer you that flexibility to start with, maybe they're not as good as they say they are because they're not confident that you will scale up with them. So like projects we're excited about, we'll always take a lower fee, make sure they like us, make sure we vibe together, have a short notice period, and then grow from it. And I think if you're unsure, go for that type of agency. And also I think like if your in-house team are getting bored, an agency can really help bring in fresh ideas and give them someone to bounce off. If you've got one person in-house doing your digital marketing, they're going to struggle because you've got to stay on top of the industry, you've got to be excited, you want to test things, you want to chat about it. You can't do that, obviously, if it's just you. An agency can really fill that gap.
Hello. I thought that was great. Thank you. I think one of the big challenges when you're working with clients is managing time, tracking time. You know, you've allocated a set amount of time to work on a particular client. How do you manage that internally?
So we use Monday.com for all of our project planning. And with Monday.com, we put in an estimated hours that we think each task will take. We track by task, not by person. And I find that that's a really encouraging way to make the team time track. So it's the same as that chasing on emails thing. If the person feels they're being beaten up or chased, they don't do it. If their peers talk to them about it, they're more likely to do it. So our time tracking is public for all of our other team members to see, and it's by task. So if you deliver half of the task, you log their hours against it, and then your manager might log an hour, then another exec might log some time, and we only look at the total. And was the total right? So I never say, did that team member log their full 7 hours today? Like, that makes everyone a bit more honest in their logging, actually, which is great. And then with our clients, we actually just don't talk about hours wherever we can. We try and pivot the conversation to be about value. And we focus on value and experience. And then if they want to talk hours, we're transparent with it. But we actually find that normally if they're getting what they need, they don't care too much. And we let clients roll hours between months, which is rubbish for resource planning, but great for them. And it also means that then if we have a problem, they're a lot more flexible with us. So we lost a couple of team members, and we actually just owned it and called the client and said, I'm really sorry, we don't have an account manager for you. And actually, you don't have much going on right now. So can we just deliver you a bit more next month and do less this month? How does that work for you? And the client was fine with it because we'd been honest and flexible to that point. So I think just kind of opening it up is really the key.
Wow. All right.
First of all, that was fucking awesome, Hannah.
Thanks.
How do you handle bad clients? Clients that give you your staff a bad time, that just demotivate your employees. How do you manage those relationships?
The first thing is pick up the phone. So we find that clients are always bad on email, but delightful when you directly confront them on the phone. So I think the second you get a negative email or someone nitpicking a piece of work, call them. Picking up the phone ad hoc makes the client feel valued. It makes them know that you freaked out when you read that email and you're taking it seriously, not waiting till a scheduled call. And I think as well, because you've worked on kind of your why and what motivates you as a business, if the client doesn't align with that, don't work with them. We've made some tough decisions, firing some clients actually, and saying we just don't think we're right for you. But if it's undermining your why and what you're doing, you're going to lose your staff, and then you're not actually going to be able to deliver. Like, you're going to have saved all that revenue, and great, you've kept one client, but you've upset everyone else and you're exhausted. So I think making those decisions quickly and early, but also like trying to suss that out in the sales pitch. So we pitched someone probably a couple of months ago, and they were intense in the pitch, and he just didn't feel great. Like, it felt like he was going to change everything, like on a whim, and he was going to be aggressive, and like he did a Rubik's Cube in the pitch whilst we pitched, and it was just a bit much. And with him, directly I went, by the way, if we don't think we're a good fit, we will fire you. And I was like, so here are our expectations of you, and if you're not fulfilling these, we won't work together. And actually, he ended up going with an agency that I think he was paying like £200 a month, and I'm sure it's going to work great. So clearly, if we'd have taken that on, that would have been the worst for us. So we define at pitch, we write them a list of what we need from them in the first month. We write a list of the time commitments we'll need from them, and generally get them really tied in at that point, and you kind of know. So I think we've only had to sack off like 2 clients in the last couple of years, which isn't bad going. But making the decision is just so important for the team.
All right, we have time for a final question.
Yes, here, so in the center.
Oh, turn around, everyone, you're going to get hit.
Nice.
Yeah, thank you. Great talk. I'm curious, it's maybe 2 questions in one. What you think is the most of the best differentiation point for an agency towards clients and towards employees?
Ooh, that is a good question. We've been debating this internally, because we think, and if anyone has an opinion afterwards, please find me and tell me. We launched our new website yesterday, and we love everything about it, but we were like, do we stand out as different, or are we saying the same? And I think for us, like, everyone is saying the same thing in the market. The differentiation is proving you can do it, and proving that you deliver those promises. So the bit where I was talking about SLAs and saying, like, we show the client how we do it, we'll show screenshots of things in Slack and say, see, this is chased, and this is how it's policed, and this is how the email distribution list works, and you know that me as managing director actually sees your emails, and just making sure, and like, we do little things, like sometimes a client will send an email with a bit of a joke in it, and I'll jump in just to show that I'm on the distribution list and I'm reading stuff. That proof is really important for clients, so they know, because it's kind of a leap of faith, isn't it? And for employees, I think it's actually like empowerment is the differentiation. So when we were setting out that mission statement and saying we like to win, our key thing was really pushing that it's win on your terms and what matters to you. And we have a really mixed team in terms of people that want to work all hours of the day and their career is their sole focus in life, and people that actually are like, I'm a 9-to-5er, I'm going to take my whole lunch break, and I'm going to have the best work-life balance ever. And I don't think we would have got that without that empowerment in the mission. And I think that's really critical for people to feel like they get a vote.
Cool, thank you.
Wow. So Hannah, thank you. And
Thanks so
also
much.
for you, of course, a goat, Taco.
Yeah.
What's the goat all
Yeah, so we had a
about?
couple of people joining late today who are now going like, why does she get a goat? Well, it absolutely totally makes sense because this is only the plush version, but a real goat will be donated to a family in need. And it helps a family in poverty to earn a better living and is an invaluable resource for rural communities, as our speakers are invaluable to us today.
Yes.
So that is why we're giving all of our speakers a goat. And also, of course, because they all are the greatest of all time.
Yeah. Not a question.
There's that.
Hey, Taco. When we were doing the opening remarks, you said something about Josie, trees.
Absolutely,
How
yes.
many did we plant already?
Oh,
Did you count?
I am not sure. But we do have an hour of lunchtime to get as many selfies with Josie as you can. Make sure to post them to social media, to add the hashtag.
Oh, ho, ho.
I see you like our sponsors.
Yes.
Make sure that you put the hashtag in YoastCon 2023, and for every social post, every social selfie with Josie, we will plant a tree. So make sure you do that during
Let's
lunch
plant
break.
a forest.
Yes, we can plant a forest together,
Yeah.
definitely. So it is time for lunch now. If you have a workshop planned for this afternoon, that will start at 1:15 p.m. So make sure to make your way to the workshop on time. If you do not have a workshop scheduled for this afternoon, then we happily see you back for the next presentation at 1:20. So that gives you 5 minutes extra break.
Woohoo!
Or time for selfies. If you indicated any dietary requirements, allergies, etc., our staff is waiting to help you. So please approach them and they will help you to your food. And if you're fast at lunch, don't worry. We have great ways of spending your hour. There's a foosball table. There's Schulen, traditional Dutch game.
Yes.
So I'm sure that it will be able to keep you busy. And of course, do visit our sponsors outside. Go talk to them because they are amazing and make today possible.
So,
we see them in an hour.
Wow. See you soon. Woohoo!
Hi, we're Yoast.
Yoast? It rhymes with toast.
Or ghost.
We're a software company based in Wiegen, the Netherlands, and we help websites rank better in Google search with our Yoast SEO for WordPress plugin. Things have gone quite well since our founding in 2010. We now support over 13 million users around the world, including Flourish Flower Shop, just down the road from our office.
The free version of Yoast SEO for WordPress fixes all the complicated technical stuff that gets your website ranking in Google search results. Yoast SEO Premium gives you access to new features and simple, actionable tips that help you rank better for the terms your customers are searching for. Now I can spend less time in the weeds and more time expanding my flourishing business.
SEO can be complicated, but with Yoast SEO, that makes it so easy, you'll never have to think about it again.
And if you ever need support, we're only a click away, available 24/7.
The free plan is here to help everyone get started. But if you're really looking to grow further and faster, upgrade to Yoast SEO Premium today.
Ready to be an e-commerce pioneer? Our baked-in premium plugins give you the best ingredients to customize your store so you can start selling everywhere. WordPress made easy as pie. Go big with Bluehost.
Does it
It
work?
works. It works. Yes.
Ah, wow.
All you have to wave, and
Yes.
then it works.
I did wave, but then I waved at people, at lovely people in the audience. Woohoo! So how was your sandwich?
That was an unexpected question. I can see the faces like, I just had lunch.
Yeah,
Yes.
lunch.
Yeah.
Wow. So, how was your sandwich then?
It was really good.
I love my sandwich as
Yes.
well.
Yeah.
Okay.
But now we're at this after dinner thing, which usually
After
means
lunch dip?
Yeah. Oh,
No,
sorry.
no,
after
no,
lunch
no,
dip.
no,
Yeah.
no,
Dinner's tonight.
Yeah.
Good
Oh, no.
morning. See, that's the dip. So yeah, we're after lunch dip. So we need a speaker that can bring some energy.
Yes.
Do you have a speaker for us that can bring some energy?
Yeah, I think so. So, yes, are you ready for an action-packed talk of the one and only Greg Gifford? Give him a round of applause! Yeah! Greg, where are you? Welcome. Have fun.
Thanks for having me. This will be fun. All right. Show of hands. How many people have never seen me speak live before? All right. Not that I want to tell you not to pay attention to me, but let's watch how well the captioner keeps up, because I talk really fucking fast. And I'm probably going to drop a couple F-bombs because I get passionate, and we'll see. Are they actually going to put those in there? Let's wait. Ah, see, they didn't do it. So anyway, oh, they did do it. Sweet. Okay, so we're doing Batman's tactical guide to local SEO today. So this is me. That's a picture of me speaking at YoastCon. It's fun. I have a weekly video series called Local Search Tuesdays. It comes out every Tuesday. It comes out in the afternoon for Europe because it's in the morning in the US. So it's short 3 to 5 minute clips about local SEO and how to be better. And they're really goofy because I'm goofy. I have like an evil twin because I shoot in front of a green screen. I have conversations with myself. I do goofy stuff. So go watch the videos. They're awesome. Also, throughout the presentation, I only had a certain amount of time, and there's hours of things to talk about when it comes to local SEO. So there are periods where I will mention something and not dive in as much detail as I'd like, but there will be a little blue link in the corner like that and a video thumbnail so you know, hey, this is a video that I can go watch to learn more about this topic. So pay attention to those, and if you happen to be writing notes or if anybody's watching the live stream and you're going to write these down, make sure you do them in lowercase because they're case-sensitive links. But also, I am obviously a goofball the way I'm speaking there. I speak at a ton of conferences. I did 32 live conferences last year alone. I'm all over the world, and sometimes, not today, because all the speakers are stellar today, but sometimes you see those speakers who aren't as engaging live. So typically there's like a podium on the stage, and the speaker stands locked behind the podium the whole time, and they talk kind of quietly in a monotone like this. And that's not engaging, and it's not fun, and they may have great information, but then even a lot of times you're just watching the back of their head, because sometimes conferences don't have the little monitor here where we can see what's going on. So then they're standing behind the podium talking in the monotone like this, and you're watching the back of their head, and they're just reading their slides. And even worse, there's no design to their slides at all. It's just a plain white background, and they don't have any screen captures, they don't have logos, they don't have anything, and they just use black Arial font, and they pack every slide with bullet points. So they're just sitting there reading bullet points for the entire presentation. And that's no fun. And you may not know this, but it's a scientifically proven fact that bullet points kill kittens. So today we're going to keep all of the kittens safe. And for those of you that haven't ever seen me speak either live or online before, I am a movie nut. This week I will hit 900 movies in my iTunes movie library. Thank goodness we have movie production back. I literally go to the theater every Friday night with my family and see a movie every week. I was a film major in college. I've got both of my arms sleeved up with portraits of different movies, and my whole right leg is tattoos of the Goonies. So every time I do a presentation, I like to share my love of movies along with my love of digital marketing. So today's theme is superhero movies. So we have 103 different superhero movies referenced in today's presentation, including at least one superhero movie for every year in the last 50 years. So not only will you learn some awesome stuff about how to show up better in search results, you'll have a kick-ass list of movies to watch later. Who's pumped? So I know there's some younger people in the room, and you're not going to know all the movies, so there is attribution over to the side. but I want you to pay attention to at the beginning. I was talking last night that I wasn't going to point this out, but I decided to point it out. The first bit after I get past my jokey intro is all of the Batman movies in order of release date. And then directly after that, it's all of the Marvel Cinematic Universe movies in Marvel Cinematic Universe timeline order. So it is super nerdy if you're a movie person. Who is ready for some awesomeness? So why the long face? Are you spending too much time looking up at local businesses that are ranking higher in search results? I know local SEO seems a little bit more complex than regular SEO, and a lot of people don't really get it, and they think it's really hard, but you don't have to have a huge brain to understand how to succeed and show up well in searches. Even though a lot of times, with all the stuff that you're doing, it feels like it's a lot of magic or voodoo, it's really not. So today, I'm gonna share a lot of hot tips with you so that you'll be able to... Nobody's laughing at... That's a funny joke, guys. I said hot tips, his head's on fire. Come on. I got hot tips to share with you today. You're going to be able to crush your competitors in the search results so that your sites will kick major ass. So, we're talking about local today. How many people in here are either in-house or work with clients that need local SEO, or maybe you don't know you need local SEO, but you serve customers in a face-to-face basis at a brick-and-mortar location? How many people in here? It's like a lot of people, right? So I'm here for you. This is your talk. The local algorithm is different than a traditional algorithm. You have to unlearn some things that you've learned. There are additional factors that the local algorithm pays attention to that the traditional algorithm completely ignores. So today I'm going to walk you through some of those things, because if we know that the algorithm is different, we should have different strategies for what we're doing with those clients, because you can't take the regular SEO stuff and apply it to local. So for those of you that weren't quite sure, the easiest way to know, whoops, I did that, I went too fast, this is a weird clicker. The easiest way to know if you need local SEO is that you do face-to-face business with customers at a brick and mortar location, or you do face-to-face business with customers at their location, like a service type of business, like a plumber or an electrician. Or because Google's algorithm has evolved, sometimes you might think, oh man, I'm just e-commerce. I don't do face-to-face business. But you might actually need to do local SEO, because there are certain queries that Google will assess local intent on that still matter to you as an e-commerce business. So you need to understand these strategies and tactics so that for those particular search queries, you could still achieve good visibility. So another way to really test it, the most infallible way, take a couple of your big money keyword phrases. Do a search, don't include a city name in that search query or a phrase like near me or nearby. And if the map pack shows up for you, that is the clearest indication that Google says this search has local intent, and those search results are powered by the local algorithm. So you really need to pay attention to a study that happens every year called the Local Search Ranking Factor Study. If we were going to take every speaker today and put them all, well, obviously some of the speakers aren't really like SEOs, but let's assume we all know enough about SEO to optimize the site. We took all the speakers, put them up on stage, picked somebody's site at random out of the crowd, and had each person say what they would do to optimize that site. We would all do it differently, but we'd all touch the same elements on the site because we all know what Google's algorithm is looking at. So that's the thought process here. They take the top experts across the planet and send out this really in-depth survey. Full transparency, I've been one of those people for like 10 years now. This year it was 44 people. Takes about 3 hours to fill this out. It asks about positive factors, negative factors, competitive factors, foundational factors, and all these other things. And then they aggregate everything together, and you get a pretty good handle on what matters. So you get two pie charts. One that shows you the factors that influence your visibility in the map pack or in Google Maps, because Google Maps is actually powered by the local algorithm. And notice how big that green section is there. That's your Google Business Profile section, and that's where all of the location and proximity factors live. And that's why you'll see different map results depending on where you're searching from in the real world. But then you get another chart that shows you the factors that influence your visibility in localized organic, because if a map pack is displayed on the page, that's not the only thing powered by the local algo. It actually powers all of the search results. So this is like your Bible. It shows you what matters most if you want to show up in local search results. So I like to use pizza as an example of how the local algorithm works. And we do this with clients all the time. And throughout the presentation, I'm going to have a couple of really boiled down simple concepts because you kind of get overload at a conference. You'll hear all these things and you're so jazzed, and then you get back and it's hard to put into practice any of the things that you learn. I like to boil these simple concepts down because it makes it easier for you to remember and easier for you to implement when you get back. Plus, when you're trying to pitch clients, you can use these examples. So the pizza example, if you're sitting in your office and you type 2 words into Google, pizza delivery, you get a list of all the pizza spots right there by your office. Then you could go try the same search at home with the same 2 words, pizza delivery, and you get completely different search results. With traditional SEO, that shouldn't be possible. But with local SEO, your location in the real world, when you're doing the search, and your proximity to the search results influences what you're going to potentially see. And so this really illustrates to people that don't get SEO, when you're talking to like those clients that can barely turn on a computer, they understand it then. Because then you could say, look, you didn't type your city, you didn't type near me or nearby, and you still got different search results. That's how local SEO works. So it's not just optimization for the internet. This pairs really well with what Jes was talking about earlier. We have to talk about user experience as well when we're doing SEO, especially in local. Because we know the more expensive you skew for product or service, the more research people are going to do before they submit a lead, which means they are going to look at your competition. And you want to stand out. You want to be memorable. So it's not just let me optimize for the algorithm. It's optimizing for the public, for humans. You've got to give people a reason to come back to your site. So that's a big change in the way we think about search, because before, traditionally, it's let's optimize so we show up in Google and we'll magically get customers. In local SEO, we're a little bit less worried about that because we know that people are shopping around and we want to show up and be cool and helpful so that people will come back later because they're likely not going to convert the first time they come to our website. So that's a really important thing to remember, because if you got the same generic bullshit content on your site that everyone else in the area has on their site, why is anybody going to care? Why is anybody going to buy from you? So your content needs to prove to everyone in the local area why you are awesome and why no one should consider buying from anyone else in the area except you. It's not about we've got a shiny new facility or we treat customers like family, because everybody has that bullshit on their site. This is a true value proposition of what makes you unique and why you're awesome. So make sure that your content is actually about your business, not the same generic, hey, we're a plastic surgeon, come see us. What's different about you? And make sure your content is about the local area. There's a really easy way to test that. Take your homepage content or your About Us page content. Look at that content. Every time the city that you're actually located in appears, you change it to a different city. Every time your business name appears, you change it to a different business. So let's say you've got a business located right here in town. Could you take that content, change the name of the business in the city, and change it to London and put it on a similar business's website in London? Does the content still work? If it does, it's not really about you or the local area. So it's a really easy way to test that. Another important test for your content is to read it out loud. And I'm not talking about just thinking through it. I'm talking about you grab another person and you physically say it out loud, because we all have our marketing blinders on. We are seeing keywords on the page and thinking that's a good thing, but you don't realize that it doesn't sound conversational unless you read it out loud. And everything needs to sound like something that you would say face-to-face to a customer that just walked in the front door of the building. You want a cool campfire story? Yes? So I was speaking at PubCon about 2016, and this guy came up to me, and back then I was working in an agency that only did SEO for car dealers. And so he came up and he said, hey, I'm a car dealer and I'm in Dallas. I'd love your help. And to this day, what is this, 7 years later, I still try to kick myself in the ass every time I bring this story up, because I didn't take a screen capture, because at the time, we only took screen captures as someone actually became a client. So I don't have proof of this, but trust me, it's a true story. The homepage content on this guy's site sounded like this. If you want to buy a Ford pickup in Dallas, come to our Ford pickup headquarters, or we sell more Ford pickups than any other dealer in Dallas that sells Ford pickups. So when you're ready to buy your next Ford pickup, come to our Ford pickup headquarters. We'll give you the best deal on a Ford pickup of anybody in Dallas that sells Ford pickups. So the agency that wrote the content for them was like, hey guys, you are going to rank for Ford pickups in Dallas. But every human in Dallas that went to their website read that content and went, what the fuck is wrong with these people? You don't catch that if you don't read it out loud. Or like this, another big thing that people like to do is talk about the areas that they serve. Jono, you want to help me out with this real quick? Come on, just help me out. Imagine I'm a sales guy, and Jono just walked in the front door of the business. And this is how I greet Jono. He's already at my business, and I know he's coming in to buy. And I say, hi, thanks for coming in. Did you know I also serve customers in Garland, Richardson, Plano, Allen, McKinney, the Colony? And I list off 25 cities. Thank you. You would fire me on the spot, right? So don't say that shit on your website. So another simple concept. If you want to show up when somebody types something into Google, you need a singular page of content about that concept on your website. And in local SEO, that page needs to be the best answer to the question just in that local area. You don't have to write the best answer on the internet. You just need the best answer in the local area. And if you're writing the best answer, that probably means you're also going to answer some of the subsequent questions that that potential customer would have once they receive their initial answer. So that's how you write really great content. And then when you're optimizing, you need to optimize differently for the local algorithm than you do for the traditional algorithm. So I'm going to run you through the page elements. Now, every time I mention keyword, that's the keyword phrase for the page, and city, that's the city that you're targeting or the city that you're in. You don't want to mix these up. Same city, same keyword in every element. Really important to drive home to the local algorithm. So title tag, super important. Never put your business name first. You're the only business name that you're inherently going to rank number one every time, especially now that Google's showing the little icon and branding. You don't need your business name in the title tag. So keyword phrase, city. H1 heading, same stuff. Can you have more than one H1 on the page? Sure, but you're a dumbass and you're doing it wrong. Just put one H1 on the page, have the same information there. You need it in the content too, but if you've written the best content, that's the best answer in the local area that also answers subsequent questions and is all about your business and all about the local area, you won't have to do anything here. Alt text on images is another big one. 10 years ago, if you'd seen me speak at a conference, I would have said, Google can't tell what's in an image, so you have to put the alt text in so Google knows. Google knows exactly what's in your images now. It's really scary. But alt text is still part of the algorithm. And if you serve customers that are in the United States, it is actual ADA law that every website has to have alt text on every image. So if you don't have alt text on an image, you can be sued by someone with visual impairment because they use a browser that reads the screen, and the browser that's a text reader can't tell what's in the image. So there have been multiple car dealerships in the United States sued by a blind person because they don't have alt text on the images. And car dealers are like, well, blind people can't buy cars. Yeah, they can. They can't drive them, but they can buy them. So you can still get sued. So you got to pay attention to that. You got to have the keyword phrase and the location phrase and the URL as well. Now, this doesn't mean go change all your URLs, because once a page is indexed, it doesn't really matter. But as you're creating new content in the future, think about that. It's a more friendly URL. And then the meta description, we all know it doesn't play in the ranking algorithm, but you got to write something compelling there, since that's what's going to populate the couple of gray sentences under your blue link. You got to have a blog. A blog is not a luxury for digital marketing. It's really important that you have one. And the main reason is the types of content that you post on your site. The content that's on the main menu of your site is bottom of sales funnel content. It's meant to show up in search results and convert customers. Content that's on the blog is mid to upper funnel content. That's about information. It's about discovery. You shouldn't expect to get conversions from all these blog posts, but you want to target all sections of that buyer journey, because the sooner you're in front of somebody, the more likely it is that you're memorable and they're going to come back later and convert. So make your blog a local destination. And a lot of people poo-poo all over this, but it's a really killer strategy. Write a few posts here and there that are informational posts about the local area that have nothing to do with your business. So do something like, hey, our team loves to go out and grab a burger every Friday for lunch. Here are our 5 favorite burger restaurants in Amsterdam. Boom. That's the kind of content that people are going to search for that aren't looking to buy your product or service, but it's like putting a billboard up and they get brand awareness and brand building because they found this awesome content on your site. So if this is kind of outside your comfort zone, I did a video that has 10 different concepts that you can use for localized informational blog content that you can use as a springboard to then go write your own stuff. And everybody always wants to show up in the 2 or 3 cities over. Or you're in the suburbs of a metro and you want to show up in the main metro. The concept you need to remember is you've got to own your backyard first. Oh, really? I got to go real fast now because I told too many stories. So own your backyard. Have awesome, awesome signals in your backyard so that you're dominating search results in your town before you try to expand. If you're in a rural area, you can create city pages and be okay. If you're in a metro area, you're going to have to be more advanced and create local content silos. Those videos walk you through it. Links work differently for local as well. Authority does not matter in local SEO. You run it through a link tool, it says you've got an authority score of 5 out of 100. Who cares? It's still an awesome link. No follow links doesn't matter. We still have proven time and time again that no follow links carry value in the local algorithm. All you need to worry about is that you're getting links from the local area. If you get involved in the local community, that makes it super easy to get these powerful, awesome local links. So a couple ideas. I'm going to run through them fast because I'm way behind on my time. Local sponsorships, like Pee Wee football teams, 5Ks, golf tournaments. You sponsor those, make sure you get a link. Google's totally okay with you buying sponsorships. They're just not okay with you buying links. Local meetups. Find local meetups using meetup.com or Facebook groups that are looking for sponsors. Throw them 50, 60 bucks a month to buy their snacks and soft drinks if they give you a link. Get the local bloggers to write about you even if they say they got a free widget for writing about your widget company. Who cares? You get an awesome local link. Ask the staff what they're passionate about. What are their hobbies? What do they do in their free time? Not what the business does, what the staff does. Because if they're involved in a local club or organization, especially if they're in the leadership group of that organization, super easy to get links. Use Google to figure out links for you. Learn to use Search Operator so that you can hone in on those search results and get awesome stuff. I'm sharing our onboarding questionnaire with you today too. This is a really cool 3-page document that asks a bunch of questions that will prioritize your client's vibe towards the things that they want to do to get local links. It's super cool. So, customer reviews, huge part of the algorithm, and they've gotten more important every year for the last few years in that local algorithm. Don't worry about that testimonials page on your website. It's total bullshit. Nobody cares because they know you're only going to put 5-star reviews on there. People want to see honest, unbiased reviews on third-party sites. So you got to be proactive and have an awesome review process. Watch this video. It walks you through it. Basically, biggest concept, make it really easy for people to leave a review because they don't know where to go or what to do. And you have to ask every single customer. And you have to answer every single review that you get. And when you're answering bad reviews, remember, that response is not for the person that left you the bad review. That response is for every other potential customer in the future that wants to see how you handled a bad situation. And the total number of reviews that you have doesn't matter to the algorithm. You just want to make sure that you've got more reviews than the competition in the local area. And make sure that your pace of acquisition for reviews treads that really kind of knife edge of you want to be exactly the same as your competitors or slightly faster than your competitors because you don't want too much more. Cool advanced stuff. If a review includes a photo, it stays in the default sort of top 10 reviews much, much longer. If a review has more text in it, it stays in the default sort much, much longer. And if the review has 2 or more thumbs up, it stays in the default top 10 much, much longer. So if you get a bad review that's showing in your default top 10, all you have to do is add those 3 together. Talk to people that have already left a great review. Say, hey, can you add a photo to your review, add a little bit more text, and then once they do it, you have a couple people at the office go give it a thumbs up, and boom, that bad review gets buried almost immediately. Google Business Profile, real quick at the end. Your Google Business Profile allows you to show up in the map pack. It's your first impression with potential customers. Make sure you fill out everything that you can fill out. Make sure you add UTM tracking to your links because most of the time Google Analytics will attribute it as direct traffic and not as organic, which it really is. Make sure your landing page that you point to from your business profile is optimized around your most important money keyword phrase and the location that you're in. Make sure you've got your correct hours. Make sure you got lots of high quality photos. Make sure you've got all of the right categories selected and be strategic about what you pick in that first category slot because it carries more weight in Google's algorithm. If you've got problems with your Google Business Profile, never go to Google support because they're fucking horrible. There is a public forum for every Google product, so go to the Google Business Profile Community Forum, post a thread there, and one of the product expert volunteers will escalate that directly to the Google Business Profile team and skip the worthless people in support. So post on that forum. It's awesome. Use Google Posts. They're free ads that show in your Google Business Profile. It is not social media. The secret to success, though, is not what your content is. It's optimizing that thumbnail. Because if the thumbnail's not compelling, nobody's going to click on it. So you want to make sure it's an awesome image and the little snippet of text is really compelling. The problem, though, is the cropper that's included is super wonky. You can put the same image in 5 times and it'll crop it differently each of those 5 times. So I created a Photoshop guide that you can download at the link right there that gives you more control. When you download it, it looks like this. Anything in that white grid is safe, and that will show in the thumbnail, and then the rest of the image appears when they see the full post. So you can be really creative with some stuff across the bottom bit there and have some extra call to actions that are in the photo, and then that doesn't appear until they see the full post. Make sure you don't use stock images, because if you use a stock image, that post is not going to get as much conversion, as much attention. The posts that have original images perform ridiculously better, so make sure you do that. You need to pay attention to the questions and answers widget. Also, by the way, I know I'm short on time, but are any fans of Toxic Avenger in the room? Nobody's seen it. Go watch Toxic Avenger. It's a horrible movie, but they're remaking it, and Peter Dinklage is going to be the Toxic Avenger. It's going to be amazing. But the questions and answers widget has been there since 2017. It allows anyone to ask your business a question, and any random a-hole can answer that question for you. And it's terrifying. The general public thinks it's chat and that somebody's on the other end waiting to answer that question, but it's really a community discussion widget. And questions can receive multiple answers, and whichever answer is displayed as primary is the one that has the most upvotes or the most thumbs up. So you gotta monitor your answers and make sure that yours are upvoted. You need to load your own questions in. This is totally allowed. Nobody's going to go to an FAQ page on your site and browse through the 40 questions to see if their question is there and it maybe has an answer. But they will go to the questions and answers section on your business profile and start to type in a question. So if you've preloaded common questions and answered those questions, the really cool thing about the way this works, as they're typing it in, Google will automatically answer the question as they're typing it based on answers to past questions. That went really fast too. There we go. So the auto supply. So now, last really quick thing. I have a little matrix that I use when I talk to particular smaller conferences in the US, and we started using it for every potential client demo that we did. So it's basically a mini SEO audit, and it looks at the 4 major areas that influence visibility: the content on your site and how it's optimized, the links pointed at your site, your Google Business Profile, and your reviews on Google and Yelp and how you respond to those reviews. Now, it scores on tactics, not on strategy. Because if we scored on strategy, they could take it back to their current provider and they could be like, oh, that's their way of doing SEO, ours is better, just ignore it. But when it's basic tactics, anyone that knows SEO is going to agree, yeah, this is shit you should probably do. So it's been really effective for us. In fact, when we started using it on our demos, it more than doubled our close percentage. Because we're not giving just a default demo. And we're not even like saying, hey, we'll spend a couple minutes looking at their site so we sound like we looked at them. We're actually doing audits on every site before we talk to them in the product demo. And it only takes about 10 minutes, but it looks like you spent like half an hour going through their site. And because you put that effort in beforehand, they decide they want to work with you because you have a valuable conversation with them in that demo call instead. So those 4 areas are weighted, and you can get up to 100 points on the demo. The highest score we've even seen is our own client, and it was just an 83.6 because it's basically impossible to get 100 points. But the highest non-client score we've ever seen in the last 2 years was just a 65. Some of the things, if they're wrong enough that it's hurting your search visibility. You can get negative points. So the worst score we saw was a negative 58. It was really bad. But the average score is only 18 out of 100. So it really uncovers a lot of low-hanging fruit that you could say, we could fix this. If you'd like to check it out, I'm sharing them with you today. You can download them. The generic one works for any local business. But then we've also customized it because we have a lot of automotive clients. So we've got an auto dealer version. You can download both versions to see what we changed to make it specific to a vertical. so that if you work in a particular vertical, you could do the same thing. The matrix is really awesome for uncovering that easy opportunity, low-hanging fruit kind of stuff. And it's also a great guide for your team for the things that you can do on an initial swing through of optimization that's really going to move the needle quickly. So it's awesome. Thank you so much for sitting through that massive fire hose of stuff. I'm sorry I had to go faster at the end, but I went too slow at the beginning. Now when you're thinking about how you're showing up in local search results, you're not going to be down and depressed because you had so many hot tips that I shared with you. And I know I used that again, but this is Ghostwriter 2, so it doesn't count. It's a funny joke. I wanted to use it twice. Now you'll no longer be the underdog in search results, and everyone will be super happy about how you're showing up in search results. That was Batman's tactical guide to local SEO. Thank you for paying attention and watching today. There's my email address. I have an open email policy. I will always answer questions. If you have anything that you want to ask about local SEO, I'm here to help. And if you want to get the slides, I'll send them to you too, because at the end, there's a list of all the movies by order of release date, so you have a kick-ass list of movies to watch. Thank you.
Woohoo! Wow.
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 It's a lot.
Yeah, it was. How are you doing?
I'm all right.
Yeah, good, great. So I think everyone is over there after dinner, after lunch dip. Whoa.
Almost everyone.
Almost everyone.
Yeah, so I am curious, do we have any questions?
I think so, yes.
Yes, we do.
The mic.
Nino.
The mic. Finally,
Throw it
Nino,
hard.
throw
it hard.
Woo! Without the
hard,
microphone.
the mic came out. That's awesome.
This
throw
needs
back.
a little repair.
Throw it back, yeah.
That's not supposed to happen, is it?
No, it's definitely not supposed to happen. Nope.
Because you got so much power in that throwing,
Yes.
man.
Yes.
Okay, be careful
More
then.
subtle now.
All right, try
we can
again.
do
Be careful. First aid is where are
There
you?
we
Yes,
go.
not necessary. Oh.
Hi,
Oh, yeah.
do you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, it's not broken. Okay, I have a question. I am Jeroen from Digit Guys. I live next to the border of the Netherlands. And we have a client next to the border, like 1 mile.
Yep.
And we want to use local SEO and also the local pack of Google for the other side of the border. So for Germany, but it's really hard to show up in Germany.
Yep.
So maybe you have any tips for that?
So the one slide that I had for local content silos, that's what you're going to need to do. So you're going to have to create almost like a second silo of the website with all of the content, but optimized around the location in Germany that you're trying to show up in. But also in your mind, if the client is on, like if this is the border and your client is here, or let's say the border's right here, and Taco is in Germany, and I'm in the Netherlands, and your client is here, and you want to show up in Germany, you're not going to show up in the map pack.
No.
Because the map pack is all about location and proximity. Now, if they say near me in their search, potentially you could, because if that person in their physical location, if he is close to me, he's a mile away, then he's near, and he's going to show up. But it also depends on the density of how many people are in his town that are competitors that do the same thing. Because Google's going to look at proximity, and since it's literally it's the border of a country that I'm on the other side of, I'm probably not going to get to show up in that map pack. So just target the localized organic below that, and you'll be fine. You can out SEO those people that are in Germany and show up in organic, but you can't really out SEO them unless there's just not much competition and show up in the pack.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any
Yes,
other
try it.
Throw right there.
What you?
Nice catch.
And what you don't know about how impressive that is it was so high of an arc that she's literally catching it blind. You can't see it because of the lights.
Wow. I have some different talents. Where? Oh, yes.
Bob doesn't trust it.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Great presentation. Thank you for all the movies. Local services, companies that service multiple cities in a location.
Yep.
How can they post pictures or maps or both to the website to show up in multiple cities?
Same answer as his.
Okay.
Except it depends on the density of competition. If it's a local services business that doesn't have a lot of competition in the nearby cities, you could just create city pages, and there was a link in the deck for how to do that. If there are more than 3 or 4 competitors in the local area, you're going to have to get more advanced and do content silos. So let's say the main menu of the site, you've got 5 products or services, 5 services, because it's services. You got 5 services that are your main things you want to show up for. You're going to have those 5 pages on the main section of your site optimized around the town that you're in. Then you're going to have a silo for Taco City that has all those pages again, written uniquely again, but those are optimized around that city. And then when you're doing link building, you're doing link building for your city, and you're doing link building trying to get links from the city that he's in. And you start building out silos, and so you might end up, if you're targeting 5 cities, you've got 5 times as much content on your site because you got to have all those pages again optimized around those cities.
Perfect. Okay.
And 5 times the local sports club sponsor.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you.
So some more questions there in the center. Bob, yes. Who's
going to catch it? Catch it.
Wow.
Nice.
Awesome.
All right. I thank you first.
You're very welcome.
Yeah. I have some clients I do local SEO for. One thing I did was geotagging their images.
Doesn't do anything. It's a total myth. It has been proven at least 5 times in the last year that geotagging your images before you upload them to your site or to your Google Business Profile does absolutely nothing.
All right. That's
yeah,
my
just
question.
don't waste the time. It doesn't do anything. It's like meta keywords.
All right, thanks.
Right. Next to you, there's another question. Yes.
Yeah, I'm just getting started with local SEO.
Yeah.
We have 9 photo studios all over the Netherlands, but in a proximity of 20 kilometers around it, we also come to locations, as in businesses, weddings, baby showers at home, whatever.
Yep.
Is there a difference between doing the local SEO for our studios and doing the local SEO for everyone that's like in a 20-kilometer space around it?
So yes, because you've got, I'm assuming it's one website for every studio, right?
Yes, well, I did update the website, so now there are pages. For every studio has also their own page, on which
So
there's also local.
you need to also do the same thing I told those guys and create silos around each city. So it's not just a page for that city.
No,
because
okay.
then if you're like, again, Taco's my example here. Let's say Taco is a competitor and I'm one of your 9 studios and all you have on your website is all your content that's not optimized around a local area and you've got one page for this studio versus him in the same town with a single studio and his entire website is now optimized around the town that he's in and I've got one page of this big website that also mentions other cities, he's gonna outrate me all day long. So you gotta create that silo and have a lot of content that drives home that you are there. And make sure that your Google Business Profile for the city that I'm in links to that location page, not having all of them point to the homepage.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Sure.
Oh, and thank you for all the movies. I'm definitely gonna get the list.
Behind you, there's another question.
Just throw it
Yeah,
over your
just throw it
shoulder.
ready? No. Oh, come on.
Missed opportunity.
Yeah.
Right.
Hi. So I have a question because we have a client that does e-commerce, purely e-commerce, but they do resell through another company in physical locations. How would you optimize for that?
You can't because if they're reselling through the other person, it's the other person's website that matters, not the e-commerce site. But you do need to pay attention. I didn't have an example in here because, again, short on time. But the example I've been using lately is 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, pre-COVID, if you just searched patio furniture, it was pure e-com results. Now you search patio furniture and you get a hybrid. You get e-commerce on the top, then you get a local pack, then you get a couple of local results, and then more e-commerce, which means COVID changed customer behavior, and a lot of people don't want to buy off of Amazon or whatever e-commerce site, and they want to support smaller local businesses. So some of these queries that used to only be e-com intent now also have local intent. So look for some of the things that you're selling and do a search without including a city name, and if a map pack appears, that means you need to use local SEO strategies for those particular terms, along with whatever other stuff you're doing for the e-com side.
Okay, thanks. So you should. So then, one thing that I could do is maybe collaborate with a reseller.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, talk to them, and you know, you can work with them to like have them help you with content to put on the site and work that way.
Okay, thanks.
All right.
Sure.
One more question here.
Last question.
Yes.
No pressure, but make it a really good one.
All right, let's go.
You spoke about local links earlier, but what value does local PR also have within your strategies? So, for example, a local restaurant maybe updating a seasonal menu, pitching that out to local journalists, that kind of thing.
So the reason I don't ever talk about PR stuff at a local level is because most of the time local businesses don't engage with PR agencies because they're just too small. And everyone that works at an agency is like, let's do all this traditional SEO stuff. And that means we got to go do PR. And you start trying to come out with press releases and stuff to do, and there's not really anything newsworthy. And honestly, for a local restaurant, unless it's like a massively badass Michelin-starred restaurant, and all they did is they updated their menu for the fall, that's probably not something that's that newsworthy to anybody that doesn't work at the restaurant. So I wouldn't necessarily say that's the thing to do. But I wouldn't think about it of let's go do PR stuff. I would think about it of what is valuable that this restaurant has to offer or this client has to offer for the local area and build your strategy around that instead of trying to go, let me make sure I can do PR for this client. That make sense?
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
All right. With that, we've reached the end of the Q&A for you. So we will give you
my goat.
A goat,
of course.
It goes
Thank
to a
you so
local
much.
community.
Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, and that means that we get to introduce the next speaker.
Yes. Oh, I'm looking so much forward to this one.
Yeah,
because we know her pretty well.
Yes, we absolutely do. The first time that I saw our next speaker on stage was 10 years ago. So it's been a ride, and it will be a good one here as well. Because we are introducing Miriam Schwab, who is the head of WordPress relations at Elementor, where she works to bridge the gap between the leading website platform, the Builder platform, and the for professionals and the broader WordPress community. She's also the CEO and co-founder of Stratic, a company that improved website security, speed, and scalability by publishing both dynamic and static content. So get ready to learn from Miriam's extensive experience in the world of WordPress and website building.
Woohoo, Miriam!
Hello, everyone. I am not expensive. So I'm a cheap date. If you take me out for drinks, like a beer will do it. I'm just saying. So I'm really excited to be here. It's been many years that I've been hoping to come to YoastCon, and then I was finally going to come, and then COVID hit. So it's great to be here. It's great to be in the Netherlands and with the amazing Yoast team, who are always so lovely. So thanks for having me. So today has been pretty much focused on SEO, but a lot of the SEO work that is done, and particularly the Yoast plugin, is based on WordPress. So I'm going to switch it up a bit, and we're going to talk about WordPress, where it is today, where it's going, and potential challenges and opportunities that face us as a community. So first, a little bit about me, although you did a very good job of introducing me. So I've been in the industry for 15 years, and I am the, sorry, I can't see this. I was organizing WordCamps in Israel. I did that 5 times, and I've spoken at many WordCamps around the world. The first WordCamp Europe was in Leiden, and I came to speak at that, and that was like a game changer for me. It was really exciting. I founded a WordPress agency, and then from my experience there, I came up with the concept for Stratic, which then I went on to found, and I was the CEO of it for a number of years until it was acquired by Elementor, which many of you are probably familiar with, last year in June. So I'm coming up on a year at Elementor. For the first 6 months at Elementor, I continued leading the Stratic business unit there, and then in January, I took on a new position as head of WordPress relations. So that's what I do today. So, where are we at? Happy birthday, WordPress. We're at 20 years of WordPress, which is crazy. It's an open source platform that started in a very grassroots way, and it just really solved a need and kept growing. It's one of the few platforms that is like that not only continued growing, it's always gone up. It hasn't had dips or anything like that. It's just consistently been growing because it was solving needs for many people. Let's just look at where it was and where it's at now. So if any of you have been around that long, you might remember the old WordPress admins and what they looked like, and then what it looks like today. It's come a long way from that perspective and functionality and everything like that. Also in terms of growth, obviously, continuing to grow all the time. You can see there's a little bit of plateau now, but consistently over the years, WordPress has just kept gaining more and more market share. So it feels like the future of WordPress is bright, right? Something that continues to grow, continues to have a strong community around it, and a strong user base. So it is bright, but there is also risks. When something reaches 20 years, you have to stop and think, okay, where are we at? how are we doing things, and what should we be thinking about for the future. But first, because you've been sitting here for so many hours, and because you also had lunch, and I had lunch, I'm going to tell you a joke. So, why did the WordPress site need therapy? Thank you. Because it had too many issues and couldn't resolve its conflicts. Oh, that's the total dad joke. By the way, generated by ChatGPT. If you need good jokes, just ask ChatGPT to make jokes for you. It's unbelievable. It has a sense of humor. It's a little bit crazy. So, okay. So now that I've told you a joke and you laughed and hopefully woke up a tiny bit, or you went, oh, what another terrible joke. Okay. So we're going to look at 5 points that are related to WordPress's future in terms of opportunities and challenges. One is developer satisfaction. So it is really, really key for any platform, piece of software, to keep developers happy. Developers are critical to the success of any platform, and also, of course, to WordPress. Why? Well, first of all, WordPress is built around this concept of extensibility, and that is related to the plugin ecosystem and the theme ecosystem. And who is developing the plugins, and who are building the themes? It's developers. This is what brings a lot of value to the WordPress industry from the beginning. One of the most exciting things about using WordPress was that in one click, you could add a plugin and have a new functionality that you didn't have to code to get, or you could have a new design that someone else created and you just installed it in one click. And that's being created by developers. But also because they're providing technical support and contributing to the WordPress community. And they help keep WordPress secure and up to date. There's a lot of professionals who are around the security aspects of WordPress, which are really, really important. And they bring new ideas and innovation to WordPress, right, which is important from a technology perspective. But this is the most important thing. They're key technology decision makers. In any organization, someone is making a decision about what technology is going to be used to achieve an organization's goals. And most of the time, that's someone who's technologically oriented. So you want them to be excited about your technology. And in our case, we want people to continue to decide to use WordPress to meet their business's needs. Is that happening? Not exactly. So to developers, many developers, not necessarily, if there's developers in the room, hopefully we still are excited about WordPress. But overall, there's less excitement about using a PHP-based, LAMP-based stack and technology software. So they're not always choosing WordPress in the way that we would like them to, and that means organizations aren't using it. So there's a survey done every year by Stack Overflow among developers. In 2020, it was 65,000 developers. In 2022, it was 85,000 developers that answered this survey. So I'm showing you the one from 2020, and I'll explain why. So in 2020, these developers were surveyed, and there's a section called Most Loved and Most Dreaded Stuff, Technology Platforms, etc. So WordPress won as most dreaded, and also won as least loved. And that was in 2020. So that is already it's like a projection of what's going to be in the years going forward. Now, why am I showing you the survey from 2020? Because after that, WordPress stopped even being an option in this developer survey. So people weren't even giving feedback about it. Yeah, not good news for us. So this is a very big weakness for WordPress, in my opinion, and this is something that we need to work on. If you know Chris Coye, he wrote CSS Tricks. He's still kind of involved, but it was acquired. An amazing blog, and he has always been a fan of WordPress, and he'll say that. And he follows Matt Mullenweg, and he watches the State of the Word, and he's really into it. And he said this in one of his more recent blog posts. Part of me thinks WordPress needs to spend a year working on DX, developer experience, because the developer experience around WordPress is not the best. Developers who are really excited to work with WordPress and want to make it work, they'll find workarounds that work with their workflows, but overall, it's not super developer-friendly in many ways. But there is silver lining, like there always is. So there are some interesting kind of developer-oriented projects that are taking place and are always taking place in WordPress. And so hopefully these kinds of things can help keep developers steering towards WordPress. So one of them is, of course, the WordPress REST API. So the REST API makes WordPress headless support headless implementations. The reason that this is good for WordPress is that it means that developers can use a front end that they prefer. So the theme, which is the front end of WordPress sites, tends to be built on PHP. And in the case of a headless implementation, it can be built with React or whatever. the framework of choice for the front end for the developers. That can be good for the developers and also for organizations, because often a large organization will have teams of front-end developers already in place, and they often, unfortunately, tend to not be PHP experts. They'll be experts in another framework or language, and this way they can use it and still use WordPress. Another project is SQLite. That's relatively new, and Ari from Yoast is leading that, which is cool. So that's an interesting project that makes kind of a more lightweight database for WordPress sites. And the WordPress Playground, which is also a cool project, which allows you to run instances of WordPress just like in your browser. So these are like in their infancy, but it's cool to see innovation happening in the WordPress space, which shows still enthusiasm on the part of developers in our industry, and hopefully this enthusiasm can carry forward and kind of be contagious to developers outside of our industry. Also, we're seeing more innovative platforms in our space in terms of managing, sustaining, hosting, deploying WordPress sites. So WP Engine has their own kind of approach to headless WordPress called Atlas, which is interesting. And they seem to be investing a lot in that and promoting it and getting some enthusiastic reactions to that. WPCS is Dutch, so some of you might know them. They're new and kind of small, but they're a multi-tenancy approach to WordPress, which is very interesting and very different. And a lot of their selling point is build SaaS on WordPress, which you can say, well, you should never make WordPress do what it really shouldn't do. But it's an interesting approach, and they have a use case, and people want to use it. So that's also an innovation around it. And I'm going to just mention this company, Stratic, which I'm kind of connected to. But Stratic is also a very different approach to deploying WordPress. The way that it works is that you kind of hide the WordPress site from the internet, but you can use it as usual. Click a button and deploy it in a fully static architecture. And it's also headless because it's decoupled from the backend. So it's basically super scalable, very fast, and security vulnerabilities become like irrelevant. They're not there because they're in the if they do exist, they're in the WordPress site, which is not accessible to the internet. So those are just some examples of innovations around WordPress. There's more. WP CLI is always being used for more and more things, and there's other interesting developments. So it's good to see innovation. Hopefully we can see more, and hopefully it can continue to grow the perception that WordPress is an innovative platform. Carol ran a hackathon at CloudFest, which is a conference which happened in March. Yes, March. And I was really excited to be there because it was basically all about innovation around WordPress. It was all these teams developing really cool products in like a minute. I mean, not a minute, but like a few days, and then presenting them. And it was enthusiastic developers who came together at a hackathon to create innovation around WordPress. Super cool. Very exciting. It would be great to see more of those things, but at least we'll probably see it once a year. No pressure. Because that looked like a crazy thing to have to organize. But it was fun to show up and see it. So that kind of thing shows that there's still innovation. So basically, bottom line is developers are really important. I feel like they need more attention. We need to see more innovation in order to ensure the future of WordPress from that perspective. Okay, but then on the opposite end of the spectrum, WordPress needs to be no code for real. So one of the big promises of WordPress when it came out, and when many of us started to use it, was that as opposed to other options out there, with WordPress, you don't need to know how to code. You install WordPress pretty easily. There was the easy 5-step installation, which wasn't actually so easy, but eventually hosting platforms just gave you like one-click installation. Easy installation, connect your domain pretty easily, install plugins, install themes, you're up and running. Really cool. From early on, I discovered the Yoast plugin, installed that. My sites were very SEO friendly, and consistently so because Yoast made sure that the plugin was always like a minute up to date with whatever Google was doing. Google said this, the plugin did that to support it. It was amazing. So that was really exciting, and it really was, in many ways, no code. But, and why is that? It's part of the ethos of WordPress, which is the democratization of publishing, that putting your content, your ideas, your thoughts on the internet should be accessible to anyone. And in those days, it was not. It was kind of like a struggle to get your ideas out there. And WordPress made it possible for anyone with any idea, hobby, anything, that they want to teach something, they want to learn something, people could share their knowledge and ideas, and it was amazing and beautiful. And then, so I mentioned the one-click goodness, which is also part of the no-code part of it. But then this started to happen.
Is your WordPress site a mess again after a plugin update? Clear your schedule. we've got a lot of work to do. Yeah. Ooh, fix. Welcome to Fixing Time with Eugene. I'm Eugene. Here we go. We're gonna fix it. Keyboard dance. Don't you just love your life right now?
So Wix, yeah, go hooray for Wix. So Wix put out a series of ads which were very much like a finger in the eye of WordPress. I think that's a Hebrew saying, so I'm not sure if that translates well to English, but it was basically saying, here's all the problems with WordPress, and everyone's like, oh, you shouldn't say that, but the fact is that there was a lot of truth behind it, and that video describes a lot of my own experience with WordPress, where there's something conflicting, there's something breaking, white screen of death, this screen of death, like it just like very messy and very hard to deal with, and in order to resolve these issues, I had to start being able to deal with code. So WordPress stopped being no code, and you really, you pretty much hit a wall quickly where you needed to bring someone who knew code in, or you need certain code to deal with your WordPress site. You needed to start to understand hosting solutions and all this kind of stuff. It stopped being one click, yay, here we go, and started to be much more complicated. And also the social networks came around, and everyone was now able to share all of their content really, really easily. They didn't have to know anything. All they need to know how to do was install an app on their phone, which like my kid when she was 3 practically could do, and click a few things and you've got your content online. Like all types of content, videos, text, audio, you name it, it was all, you could just put it all online and everyone could share their content really easily. So the benefit of WordPress, which was the democratization of publishing, stopped being such a big advantage when all of these platforms came out and everyone could do it really, really easily. So this is the experience that new users see when they come to WordPress for the first time. What do I do? Where do I look? So there's like a billion things in the sidebar, and I don't really know what any of it means. Oh, but I know that there's upcoming WordPress events. Like, okay, thank you very much. That really has a lot to do with me trying to write something. And then they come to the block editor. And the block editor says this. Now, first of all, what is a block editor? I don't know what's blocky about it. I came from Instagram. Nobody there is talking about blocks. So now I'm like at this thing and it's telling me how to use my blocks. Okay, I just want to write something. And then there's like a whole tutorial there and the stuff in the sidebar, like what's a permalink, right? It's just, it doesn't align with the user experience that young people and people who grew up in the generation of social media and iPhones and everything are used to. It's too many things happening and too little idea where to get started. People just want to get started, just want to do my thing. So there's an annual survey done about WordPress. The 2022 survey results came out, and they asked, what is the most frustrating thing about WordPress for you? And here are the top 2 things. Gutenberg is not finished yet, but it's like a major part of the WordPress project, and it's being pushed very heavily, but this is people's experience with it. So, okay. And full site editing is too hard to learn. That's basically Gutenberg. So people are frustrated about actually just trying to create content. And this is a solution that's meant to make that easier, but people are finding it frustrating. Here's some stats around it. So 22% of the survey responders have only used WordPress for a year or less. That's a lot of people who have used WordPress for a short amount of time. And that's a lot of people who are experiencing what I showed you and what we all are familiar with for the first time. How many of them do you think are going to stick around? 30% reference difficulties with site editing in Gutenberg. Now, this 50% churn is not from the annual survey. I have a lot of conversations with a lot of people from a lot of different types of platforms and hosting companies, whatever. And a number I keep hearing from people is that hosting companies or churn in general around WordPress sites or WordPress is about 50%. That means 100 people start using WordPress. Shortly soon after, only 50 are still using WordPress. As a person who founded a tech company and a startup, that type of churn would never, ever stand. You cannot have churn like that. That is a really bad sign of a very poor user experience, and it continues to be accepted. Now, you could say maybe it's the hosting company's issue, except for that if it's consistent, and also a lot of people don't actually know what hosting is, and they don't know what they're using, then something's going on when they open up WordPress and they just eyes glaze over and they're like, what the heck? So what can we do? I'm just saying what I think because I am concerned about the top of the funnel for WordPress from the no-code aspect. We can do real user testing and get fresh perspectives. A lot of us have been looking at WordPress for so long, we don't even see the issues anymore. We're like, oh, of course I go into permalinks and I do that, and then like my permalinks work again. No, nobody else knows that. So get a fresh perspective on that. We need smooth and clear onboarding. People should come in and just be able to start creating a post and just do it. Nobody needs to talk about blocks or anything like that. Declutter and simplify. Support page builders. Okay, now obviously you're gonna be like, oh, well, she's from Elementor. Except for that, by the way, before I joined Elementor, I never used page builders. I'm a tech snob, so I was like, no. But I've come to appreciate it as a way for people to get up and running with WordPress pretty easily. And I actually participated on a panel at the Atarim conference, which just happened, with all the page builders. And that was a really cool conversation, which, by the way, is one of the great things about WordPress, that people competing with each other can get together and have a conversation. All of them bring value to our ecosystem, and all of them are important. This is just in terms of like how valuable page builders can be. This is some statistics about Elementor itself. So Elementor's growth is huge, and now we have over 13 million active installs and power 8.3% of the web, which is insane, because it solves a pain point. And so do the other page builders, but this growth shows that people need this type of solution. And something I'm going to call no hosting. Nobody should have to think about what's going on behind the scenes of their website. Just like when you use social networks or your CRM or any other online solution, you don't care if it's using Google Cloud or AWS and which of the services it's using and anything like that. You just know that you want it to work. Same with WordPress. We need to reach a point where hosting is not even like something that people have to think about, and like some kind of platformization of the WordPress ecosystem. However that looks, we have to stop thinking about hosting and SaaSify everything. The fourth benefit of WordPress is that we are open source. So in this survey, they asked, why are you using WordPress? 62% said because it's open source. The pros and cons of being open source, okay, open source is messy. It means, on the one hand, you can do whatever you want, which is amazing. On other platforms, you hit a wall. On WordPress, you don't. You really, if you bring in a developer, whatever you have the skills, you can do anything you want. But it can get messy because you have a lot of power. So you can have all these issues related to conflicts, hosting, whatever. It has full and complete flexibility, which is a benefit. You really own your own space, which is rare on the internet today. With all due respect to social networks, you don't actually fully own your content there. With WordPress and open source, you do. And it has an amazing community around it that's bringing its knowledge together, and that's why WordPress continues to grow and be such a popular platform, because of the crowdsourced kind of innovation around it. So that's with regards to open source. And I just learned something that I was floored by. A few companies that are in the CMS space with their own proprietary solutions are now looking to develop something around WordPress, because from their perspective, you can only grow so far if you are proprietary. Open source is the key to growth. We in the industry kind of complain, oh, open source, it's hard, you can't monetize it, it's a hard business case, and it's true. But proprietary companies are looking to WordPress to answer their own growth needs. So there's a big opportunity here, and we just have to learn from it. Which brings me to the business of WordPress. So 20 years in, WordPress has matured, not only as a product, not only as a community, but also from an economic perspective and a business perspective. So we have started to see examples of companies raising funding from real, external VCs, not from within the WordPress industry. And most of them are the large hosting companies. And actually, so far, I think there's 2 that have raised significant funding from outside of the WordPress industry, and that's Stratic and Elementor, which is funny, because it was not only coincidence from the perspective of that, we kind of know each other, and now we're part of Elementor, but both of our funding rounds were published exactly on the same day on TechCrunch. Neither of us knew that was happening, but suddenly we both were there on February 26th in 2020, announcing our funding rounds. This was a big change for the WordPress industry in terms of how we fund our growth, and also how we look at growth. That WordPress has such a potential for growth, we need to aim for fast and large scaling like in regular tech. So this is something that's relatively new to our industry, and hopefully we'll see more of. But what are so first of all, what are some signs of maturity that we've seen over the years in WordPress? When I started out, people sold lifetime subscriptions, which is a disaster from a business perspective, and moved to recurring revenue, so that's much more sustainable. You have freemium, you have premium. It used to be more or less just free. moves that recognize the scale of WordPress, high growth goals, and that open source can be a business. WordPress is not the only open source based software or industry that is functioning as a business, and we definitely can, and we have a lot of opportunity ahead of us. It's about capturing that value. So, but as a person who raised funding from VCs, I can tell you it's hard to tell the WordPress story to non-WordPress people. They don't quite get it. They're not part of it. You're trying to tell the story as if it's like regular software, but it's not. You know, we run around going to WordCamps and sharing our knowledge, like, okay, that seems weird. Like, we want to contribute, and okay. It's like, we're a very weird industry. So it's hard to tell the story. So what's exciting now and what's happening in our industry is that successful WordPress entrepreneurs are now coming back to invest in other WordPress entrepreneurs to help the industry grow, like Amelia. So Yoast and Marika invested in Stratic, and they're amazing investors, so FYI. They have always been passionate about the WordPress ecosystem and industry, and while they were in it as founders, and now coming back as investors. And that, in my opinion, it's very similar to regular tech, where people have exits and become angel investors in companies, bring their expertise as founders and understanding of the industry back to other founders and help the industry grow. And as Marika puts it, it is beneficial to the ecosystem if we all thrive. And I totally agree. And it's amazing to see that level of maturity in our ecosystem. I said 5 points, but what is the presentation without AI? Right? If I don't say anything about AI, then what am I? I said nothing. So I don't normally go along with trends, but I am very excited about AI. So I just want to show you something that we've been working on at Elementor, because I'm there. And I think that the future of the web is going to be very interesting from an AI perspective. I really see us putting prompts in going, build me a website that targets, I don't know, teachers, and I want to generate leads, but also make sales, put all the calls to action, and then we'll get that. And develop the content for it, and then we'll tweak in whatever and bring our human input into it, but I really see a place where that starts to happen. So here's kind of like the beginnings of it.
Introducing Elementor AI. Let's try an entire blog post. Cool. Now let's create some custom CSS with Elementor AI. Let's force this SVG icon to be white. And there you have it. With its robust features made specifically for Elementor, Elementor AI gives you superpowers that take your web creation skills to the next level. But why take our word for it? Try Elementor AI for free on any Elementor website.
So that's just the beginning in Elementor, and I think we're going to see a lot more of that among other platforms and in general. It's very exciting. I think we're going to be able to increase our velocity. We have to retain control of quality, but we're all going to be able to do more and better, I think, and this is just the start. So those are some things related to the future of WordPress and our industry, and I hope that that was helpful and you enjoyed, and I'm open to questions. So thank you.
Awesome. So, any questions for Miriam?
Let's see. I was so clear that there's no...
Yeah.
Oh, a question.
Oh yeah. Yes.
Cheers.
Great talk, thank you very much. I've got a question actually about Stratic. So I'm obviously obsessed with e-commerce, and I'm curious to understand if you have a solution or have really thought about e-commerce with Stratic. A brief answer now, and then I'd love to kind of grab a beer with you and talk about that in more detail. But
So I'm always happy to talk about Stratic for as long as people want. So yes, e-commerce has been something that we've always wanted to address with Stratic, because just like we're solving for these pain points in regular WordPress, they need to be solved like 100-fold in e-commerce. And they have even more impact in e-commerce. But WooCommerce is super dynamic, like everything around it. We do have websites running on Stratic using WooCommerce, but those companies had a team that, let's say, created a third-party kind of checkout system for their shopping cart, and it integrates through APIs. But they use WooCommerce to manage all of the inventory and the products and everything. So we haven't developed that yet, but it's something that is part of our vision, and we really want to make it happen because we think it can bring a lot of value. But the bottom line is, at the moment, We don't support WooCommerce. Equid like integrates nicely in some other like of those types, but unfortunately not WooCommerce, so sorry.
All right, no problem. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yes, there. Ooh. Yep. Whoa.
Good catch.
You mentioned how WordPress might have kind of irreparably lost the top of funnel for awareness and preference and marketing.
Yeah.
Can we regain that, or is it too little too late? What does that look like?
So this wouldn't be the first example of, let's say, a big platform reinventing itself in some way and creating excitement around it. As you could probably tell from my talk, I think that the user experience is something that we need to solve ASAP. That first interaction is where people bounce. Because it's not SaaS, we can't really totally track that. You know, if it was, we'd be like, oh, this is where everyone's bouncing, let's fix it. But it seems pretty clear, and I think if we did proper user testing around it, we would see that that's where it is. If we modernized that experience, and we like released it with excitement, then I think that could make a difference and get people back on board. And I also really think that this concept of no hosting, which we try, it's kind of like what we're doing at Stratic, where like the idea is don't think about your hosting, because once your site's up and running, you don't have to think about scaling, you don't have to think about anything, it just will work in a pretty complicated way. And Elementor Hosting is trying to do that as well, and I'm sure other hosting companies. But the idea is we need to create a scenario where people really, they're just signing up for WordPress. They're not signing up for WordPress and hosting and domain. You know, it's too many moving parts. I think we can solve it. I think there needs to be, first of all, like we need to do serious self-reflection and admit that this is an issue. I feel like people aren't admitting that this is an issue. And it impacts all of us. Every single product, whether we're competing or not. If that top of funnel isn't big enough, we're all going to have issues. So we have to admit it and then see what we can do about it. I've had some conversations with people about it. It's hard to get things moving, but you know, I think we need to. I think WordPress is so promising and so amazing and still is the best option in so many scenarios, or even most scenarios, really. And I've been in the industry for so long, I've seen platforms come and go, like a million. Oh, this is the next big thing, WordPress is doomed. Oh, the next big thing is gone, WordPress is still here and going strong, right? It's like the cycle that never ends. So we need to continue that, and we can. It's an amazing platform, but we need to also be able to be self-critical, and it's a little bit lacking, I think.
Yes. Whoa.
Almost.
Yeah. Not playing a sport here. So glad. I echo the sentiment. It absolutely, in fact, at WordCamp Asia, that specific question was asked to Matt Molenbeek. And somebody got up and said, what are you going to do about onboarding? Like, it is complex. What's WordPress doing about it? And Matt's specific answer was that, hey, we've really left it to hosting providers. And he mentioned WordPress.com, he mentioned Bluehost, and I know Elementor is doing a bunch of stuff. So my question is, like, to Matt's answer, and into what you said, like, what's special about the WordPress community is that everybody comes and shares to make WordPress the platform better, although there are competitors in the space as well. So how do all these entities come together to make it better while also keeping themselves differentiated?
That is a really good question. So first of all, I think the idea that every hosting company should solve onboarding is problematic, because one of the beautiful things about WordPress is that pretty much everyone who's using it has the same experience. If someone goes to Bluehost or GoDaddy or Elementor Hosting and the onboarding experience is different for each of them, we're creating fragmentation within our user base. And that can cause its own problems, because someone will be like, wait, why is your site like that? I don't know how to use that. Like, one of the great things about WordPress is that you can move. There is no vendor lock-in. Now, for companies, they'll be like, I want you locked in forever. But that's one of the reasons people will use WordPress and go to a company, because they may stay there for 10 years, but they know if they have to, they can move on. So we don't want to create a situation where people just they can't move around, they can't move on. Like, that would be to the detriment of WordPress. It needs to be a unified experience, in my opinion. How do we come together? So companies that compete with each other, on the one hand, don't know how to work together. I'm involved in some kind of other initiative with companies that compete with each other, understand they need to collaborate, and have trouble taking one step together. They all really want to, but they can't. So I could see that happening with, let's say, the hosting companies as well, because everyone has their self-interest, and nobody wants to admit that anyone else is in the industry. Like, everyone should just be using my hosting. But it's like, that also doesn't work for an industry. There should be options. So that's on the one hand. It could be very difficult. On the other hand, from the community level, I know when I go to WordCamps, and I had Stratic, which is a form of a hosting company, and I'm Elementor, which has a hosting product. I go and hang out with the other hosting companies, and we're all friends, and we give each other swag, and we stay in touch. And now, even within Elementor, we collaborate on different things because Elementor has a very popular page builder that's being hosted on many other hosting companies. So there's always room for synergy and collaboration, and if we pretend we all don't exist, then that doesn't help anyone. So can we come together and improve it so for the betterment of all of our users? Yes. Will it happen? I don't know. I think it would take us some kind of miracle, but at some point it probably needs to happen so that everyone doesn't keep bleeding WordPress users, and that just impacts everyone.
Yes.
Thanks, Verity.
Good answer. Wow. So, one final question. Oh,
In the
yes.
far back.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, a shadow.
It's Nino, so be careful.
Oh.
Oh.
Very almost killed our audio guy.
Wow. It's a dangerous conference.
Mostly touch on maybe SMBs, freelancers, agencies of a certain size. Is there a future for WordPress adoption in the enterprise with enterprise applications, services, and all that goes into it, which is maybe a lot more different than what most typical WordPress builders, implementers deal with on a daily basis?
So from my experience with Stratic, most of our users were what can be categorized more as enterprise. They're like more, let's say, sophisticated, complex organizations where their WordPress site played a key business role for them, and they needed to ensure that it was always up, always fast, always scaling, always, and never hacked, right? So that's what they would use Stratic for. And I saw two things which kind of have to do with the first 2 points. One is, very often, it was the developer within the organization that started testing Stratic. Kind of went rogue, or not exactly rogue, but was like, this is cool. You know, we have WordPress sites. They're driving me crazy. I want a solution. Here's Stratic. I'm going to test it out. They sign up for our free trial. And they test it out, and they're like, oh, this is actually really cool. Then they go up to management, and they say, we think we should use this. Now, within those types of organizations, these developers have a lot of clout, which is kind of what I was saying. Because their manager doesn't necessarily have the technological knowledge that they do, they're not in the weeds, coding, whatever. And so when they bring a recommendation, it's taken seriously. So that's with regards to developers. We want them to think that WordPress is cool so that when they're looking for solutions for their own company, for their own needs, they encounter WordPress and like, yeah, this could actually really work and be part of our kind of more forward-thinking technological approach within the company. So that's with regards to that. From the other side, we have had agencies approach us for Stratic where their customers couldn't care less about technology. They couldn't care less what the stack is. They couldn't care less what's happening underneath the site. They just want the site to work. And mostly what that means is they want the marketing team to just be able to do their thing. Build landing pages, edit content, create new product areas, whatever. So they want to use, actually, why did Stratic start really investing in supporting Elementor way before we joined? They want to use Elementor because the marketing team could easily get that drag and drop like situation going, and they felt really comfortable with it. And so the agencies would come to us and say, you know, we want to use Elementor, but we also, there's some developer, CISO, CTO in the company who's like, we can never use WordPress because it's like so dangerous and vulnerable. And then Stratic bridges those. So that's just an example of Stratic. But if solutions can address the needs of the no-code people, which are the marketers, and the need for developers to be excited about what they're doing and like feel like the solution really like gives them what they need, then WordPress becomes appealing. And so it's not just, so what I'm saying is it's not just SMBs, it applies to the larger scale organizations as well. I hope that answered your question.
I see a thumbs up, that's a good sign.
Yeah.
All right, we've come to the end of the Q&A.
Yes, so Miriam.
Do I get a goat?
Yes, you get a goat.
I'm so excited.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for my goat. And
Wow,
thank you
give
all.
her applause. So, Taco.
What's up next?
Whoa, I think we all should grab a coffee.
That sounds like a plan.
Yes, be back
Yes.
at
10 minutes?
3:10.
Oh,
Yeah.
is it that long? We have half an hour?
That's what's that.
Perfect.
That's what on
So
the
we
page.
do half an hour break. Go mingle, go visit our sponsors, say hi to all of them, and see you back here.
Hi, we're Yoast. Yoast?
It rhymes with toast.
Or Ghost.
We're a software company based in Wiegen, the Netherlands, and we help websites rank better in Google search with our Yoast SEO for WordPress plugin. Things have gone quite well since our founding in 2010. We now support over 30 million users around the world, including Flourish Flower Shop just down the road from our office.
The free version of Yoast SEO for WordPress fixes all the complicated technical stuff that gets your website ranking in Google search results. Yoast SEO Premium gives you access to new features and simple, actionable tips that help you rank better for the terms your customers are searching for. Now I can spend less time in the weeds and more time expanding my flourishing business.
SEO can be complicated, but with Yoast SEO, that makes it so easy. You'll never have to think about it again.
And if you ever need support, we're only a click away, available 24/7.
The free plan is here to help everyone get started. But if you're really looking to grow further and faster, upgrade to Yoast SEO Premium today.
Ready to be an e-commerce pioneer? Our baked-in premium plugins give you the best ingredients to customize your store so you can start selling everywhere. WordPress made easy as pie. Go big with Bluehost.
Dus zij weet...
All right.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Welcome back, everyone.
Hi, everyone. Woo-hoo.
So, post-break, it seems that we've forgotten a bit what happened earlier in the day. So if you're sitting in the far back, please take a minute to come down a bit, because it's so much more fun when you're a bit closer together and scoot in, meet the person next to you, because this is all about meeting each other today. If you're sitting next to someone you already know, turn to the other side. Just say hi. We have a little bit of time before we get started, but I also have to say that I am a little bit disappointed in all of you.
Ooh, Taco, what are you saying?
Yes.
This is after the break and you starting with this?
Yes, because
Okay, then
I expected that by now we would have selfied a forest with
Yes,
Josie.
that was my expectation as well.
We're not quite there yet.
Whoa. Who didn't make a picture with Josie? Yeah. Whoa, that's the rest of the forest.
Yes, so let's make sure that during the next break you get that selfie with Josie in and post it to socials, because we really want to plant that forest. But now it's time for something
Are you
completely
ready?
different.
I'm excited.
Born ready. Yes.
Born ready. Wow.
So who do we invite?
Yes. So there we go. If everyone, oh yeah, I'm waiting for those people, yes. All right. So we are thrilled to welcome the multi-talented Toon at YoastCon. Wow, she is here. She is suffering a little bit from jet lag, but I know she is going to ace it. So I think you all know Kate, but she talks about herself like she's a whoa, I need some more coffee there. A misfit on a mission to show the reality of running a successful online business. So give it up for Toon! Woo! There you go!
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Is everyone feeling a bit tired? I don't know. I am. I just want you to, one little cheesy thing to me. Just want you to put one of your hands in the air like this. Go on, stretch. I can see you're not doing it. There you go. Just bend it a little bit and just pat yourself on the back. Well done. Well done for making it through. A lot of content this morning. I think the theme of the day is to talk really, really fast in a British accent. So I think I can do that. We're going to change tack a little bit. The next two sessions, Luke and mine, are both about conversion. Conversion, I'm talking about conversion copywriting, he's talking about conversion for e-commerce. So, you know, where would WordPress be? Where would Yoast be without the words? Yes, people still read them, whether they're human-generated or AI-generated. And today I want to talk to you about selling. Okay, and how to sell without being sleazy. Again, hands up if you think you're sleazy. Anybody? I've got a couple of hands. Awesome. But most of us don't want to be this guy. We don't want to be the cheesy car salesman or car dealership salesman for Greg. We don't want to be someone that's overselling, selling people things they don't really need. But I want to tell you a really, really important fact about advertising and marketing. And it's this: people like buying stuff. Yeah, amazing, right? The goal of sales copy is not to persuade people who don't want to buy. It's to persuade people who already want to buy that the decision they're about to make is a good one. Yeah, it's to give them the affirmation and the reassurance they need to make a good purchase choice. And really, unless you get your sales pages working, you're not going to make any money. And the goal, of course, is to make money while you sleep. So when people talk about conversion copywriting, often they associate it with American branding. We've all seen those infomercials. Greg did a great impression earlier. Where is Greg? Is he here? There you are. Could you do that voice again? Hey, I'm a car dealership. That was pretty good.
I want to buy a car today.
That kind of vibe, very American. That was very good. Thank you. That kind of overselling infomercial repetition, shouty copy, that's not what we're trying to do here. But, you know, Australians can sell too, British people can sell too. It's not something to be ashamed of. But the problem is that most of us don't ask for the sale. We've been sold the idea that SEO is all about informational search, helping solve problems. Google is not a search engine, it's an answer engine. Provide content and snippets and reels and YouTube shorts. Yes, all of that matters, but what is the point of all of that? It's to sell shit, right? Where the whole point of all of this marketing is to build up trust, position yourself as an expert, but it's about making money. SEO is about making money. Marketing is about making money. And at the end of all of this, advertising and dancing about on reels that we do, we have to ask for the sale, and many people don't. So who am I? For those of you who don't know me, had a bit of brief introduction there, but I run 3 separate businesses, the Digital Marketing Collective, which is a membership, which has about 400 members in it, the Recipe for SEO Success, which is a course and has a podcast. Has anybody listened to the podcast? Anybody? Got 3 people? Great. And the Clever Copywriting School, which again is a membership and a shop. And why I set all of these up was because I thought, as a freelance SEO consultant and copywriter, that I was just sick of clients. I didn't want to work with clients anymore. And I thought, how amazing is it going to be if I have passive income and then I won't have any clients? But now instead of clients, I have hundreds and hundreds of customers. And the amount of top-of-funnel people I have to reach and bring down and sell to is just vast. I used to have 4 clients a month. Now I need 400 new people a month. So I do a lot of selling. And this page here has been my money maker. It's the sales page for the Recipe for SEO Success course, and it has made millions of dollars for me. And the great thing about it is I never have to have a sales call. Ever. Of all the time I've had my course launched, which is 5 years, I've had 3 people ring me to ask me a few questions. And even then, they were just kind of confirming a few details. So a great sales page means you don't have to have cold calls, awkward sales calls. The sales page sells your product by itself. And this is me lying in a bath of all the money I've made. So the goal of conversion copywriting is to narrow the focus to a single goal. And the goal is to get people to act. Now, sometimes that might be to sign up to your newsletter or to download a lead magnet you've created, but we're not talking about that today. We're not talking about home pages or landing pages or product pages. We're talking about long-form sales pages. And these sales pages can help you sell a range of things, courses, memberships, events, coaching, but most importantly, services. Who here is like a freelancer or has their own business selling services? Yeah, and unfortunately, and I'm not looking at anyone in particular, when you look at most small businesses who are selling services, their services pages are woeful. You get to the page and it's like, we offer SEO copywriting. This is what SEO copywriting is. I wouldn't be on the page if I didn't know what SEO copywriting already was. You don't need to tell me what it is. You need to tell me why you do it better than anybody else. Greg talked a little bit about this as well. So services pages are your opportunity, because I think a lot of people think, sales pages are only for masterminds and memberships and courses. No, they're for you. Most people are doing a woeful job. The big thing I find is people say, how long should a sales page be? Why does your sales page scroll and scroll and scroll? There are ways around that, but the truth is, the longer the copy, the more likely you are to convert. And it kind of depends on the value of what you're selling. The idea is that if you're selling like a $100,000 car, you're going to need a bit more copy than if you're selling a $5 toothbrush, but not always. Sometimes it can be as hard to convert someone to buy that toothbrush as it is to sell the $100,000 car. But the idea is that the higher the cost, the more copy you need. But it's not just about length for length's sake. Long copy, more copy, gives us more SEO power. It allows us to mention more things, drop in our keywords, our synonyms, really bulk up that entity idea, overcome more objections and, give people a chance to convert. And also, the bad problem of it is, though, you get information overload. I'm sure you've been on sales pages where you're like, when will it end? Just tell me the goddamn price. And you end up with endless scroll. But as I said, there are ways around that. So I'm going to dive straight in and take you through a practical step-by-step of how to write a sales page. And you can take notes, but at the end of this, I've got a special treat for you, which includes everything I'm going to say today. So you can just concentrate if you want to. So the first thing we're going to cover off is PIPA. I think I made this acronym up. If I didn't, I apologize, but I like it. So sales pages are not some magic secret. Okay? Anybody can write a sales page. I have courses where I take, psychologists and florists and normal people through how to write sales pages. But the way to understand it is to break it down, yeah? To bite that elephant, to eat the elephant one bite at a time. So I like to break sales pages down into 4 chunks. The first one is solve the problem, okay? The next one is an explanation of the product, then proof the product works, and action to purchase the product. So PIPA, and I'm going to take you through each one of those. Now, in my course, I have who doesn't love a wireframe? I love a wireframe. So in my course, I have a glorious wireframe that takes you through the different sections. So, obviously, these go in order. You start with solving the problem. And I'm going to take you through these in a second. You've got your video and your call to action, your explanation. But one little element there at the top that I just want to point out, you see where it says element 1, element 2, element 3, element 4? In sales pages, it's a really good idea to have a micro nav. So I don't believe in putting sales pages outside of the site. I think they should be within your site with your primary nav and your branding and your logo at the top. But then you can have a secondary nav within your sales page, which has things like about, FAQ, pricing. And what that does is serve the person who just wants the price. They can click on the pricing element and scroll all the way down, jump all the way down, anchor link to the bottom where the pricing is. Still scrolling through all that good stuff. But if someone is entirely driven by price, don't make it hard for them to find the price. Just give them the price. And remember that whenever we're building pages on the web, as you all know, we're not just serving the first-time visitor. We're serving the second-time visitor, the third-time visitor. My course, for example, is the sales page is up all year round. I don't hide it and then launch it and hide the pricing because I know that it's not a cheap course and some people need to save up for it. And sometimes when people come to buy it, they've looked at the page 3 or 4 times. And so that page is serving different purposes. It's not just that, hey, wow, look at my new thing. It's the, let me just check that again. Oh, I just want to check one more thing. I want to know if it covers this. So having that little micro nav can really help. So then we break down the product, we have an explanation, we have proof the product works, and then we get into the action steps. But I'm going to take you through these now. So obviously the first thing to do, it sounds really obvious, is what are you selling? But obviously you're going to have the name of the thing, but you need to get a bit deeper. You need to dig in some questions. Why do people buy my product? How do they feel after buying my product? And what would stop them from buying my products? These are the real crucial questions. I find marketers all too often get into demographics, and start talking about, it's women age this to this and who drive a Volvo. I don't care. Think about emotions. Selling is it's an emotional experience. Yeah, we all know how we feel when we buy something and we instantly regret it. It's a horrible emotional feeling. It's not often intellectual. Sometimes we don't even know why we buy what we buy. I'm sure you've all been scrolling on Instagram, buy something random after a glass of wine. It turns up 3 weeks later and you're like, what the hell even is this, right? We've all been there. Selling is an emotional business. So you can rationalize it as much as you like. You can data the crap out of it. But at the end of the day, it's an emotional business. So ask yourself, how will people feel and what will stop them buying? I think it's a good idea to brand your product, come up with an odd name, invent your own brand term. SEO is pretty hard, right? Everything's taken. All the good keywords are gone. They've been gone for years. But if you come up with something, if you name it something unusual that's relevant, available would be good, and memorable, then you're creating your own search term. And then you can go out and build brand awareness around your search term, and no one else is going after that. So come up with branded names for your services and your products and your memberships, and doing the research beforehand can really be helpful. I did this with all my products. So the recipe for SEO success, it's used in blogs sometimes, but it's pretty unusual. I called my mini course SEO Nibbles, which everyone types in SEO nipples, which is slightly unfortunate. But I didn't want to call it the SEO boot camp or the SEO this, because they're done. Everyone's done it. But if you type in SEO nibbles, no one else is coming up. And then with my book, when I was writing my book, I typed in nearly 200 different titles into Google to ensure that my title of the territory was empty. So it's really, really important to brand your product and try and come up with a different name. Then you need to think about who are you selling to. And again, all too often people do the demographic thing. It's women, they're this old, they're married. That doesn't tell us anything. Who here is a woman? Okay, therefore we're all got everything in common. We should all get on immediately, but just because we're women, okay? Of course not, it's nonsense. None of that ties any kind of marketing strategy together. So I prefer to use the BDF method. And as you may have noticed, I also love an acronym. So BDF stands for preconceived beliefs, deepest desires, and darkest fears. So I'm going to give a little example here. We'll pick lawyers, okay? Tell me a preconceived belief about a lawyer. Anybody? Shout it out. Els, what's a expensive. Fantastic. Tell me if you were about to hire a lawyer to deal with your divorce, what would your deepest desire be? That you get all the money. I love that. It might be that it's really conflict-free, and that it happens really smoothly. And your darkest fear. What's your fear about working with a lawyer? They're going to overbill you. Yeah. So these are all common things. Maybe they're going to talk to you in legalese or jargon. So we need to make sure on our sales page that we address the BDF, okay? Straight out there, are you worried that we're going to be too expensive? We're not. We are transparent about our pricing. We will show you everything we're billing. We track our time. We'll never overcharge you. Your deepest desire is that you're going to get all the money. We're a win, no fee. Lawyers, we have a great success rate. 87% of our cases are resolved within 4 weeks, whatever, right? Darkest fear, you're going to talk to me in legalese. We're plain-speaking lawyers. So take each of those pain points and address them head on. Don't hide them, address them head on. The other acronym I like to use is the Clive Google factor. Okay, this is Clive. He's 67. He lives with his wife, Maureen. He has a sausage dog called Greg. And that doesn't help us know much about Clive and his life. But if we can understand what Clive is Googling at 3 a.m. in the morning, you know that feeling where you wake up in a damp sweat and you just need to know something and you get on Google? Is that just me? Okay, maybe it's just me. But when you're Googling your darkest hour, if we can be there for Clive in his darkest hour, then he's going to remember us the next day when he gets up and he's ready to buy. Yeah, so we need to understand the Clive Google factor. Thank you. We also need to understand awareness, and a few people have talked about this today. Tofu, mofu, not mofo, and bofu. Okay, so where are people in the journey? If they never heard about you before, they're like, oh, what is SEO? Or, why can't I find my site on Google? They're probably not going to be somebody who's in the market to spend $2,500 on a course. Are they middle of funnel? They've maybe already seen some of your content, downloaded your checklist, listened to your podcast. Or are they bottom of funnel? They've maybe already purchased from you, they already know, like, and trust you. You have to address all of these people on the sales page, because you don't know. You can track the heck out of things, but you don't know where they are in their journey. Generally, sales pages are for bottom of funnel, but you need to kind of think about those other people as well and do a decent enough job for them. You need to think about where they are on the buyer's journey, okay? If they are problem aware, then you need to kind of exacerbate the problem a little bit. Don't understand Google, worried your business is going to fail. If your business fails, your wife's going to leave you, you're going to end up living in a bin. Maybe don't go that far, but explain the problem. Understand their problem, reflect their problem back to them, mirror their problem on the sales page. Solution aware, so they know that there is such a thing as an SEO course. Then they're going to want proof that your SEO course is the best SEO course. Yeah? Product aware. If they know about your course, they've been aware of it for a while, they're going to need a push. Yeah, which is why evergreen courses don't do as well. Because if you know it's always there, well, then you can always buy it. There needs to be an impetus. It's going to go up in price. There are only limited spots. We'll talk a bit more about that. And then most aware, really, if they love you and already trust you and know you, it's going to be about product and price. And that can be a long game. I had somebody join my membership the other day. She'd been on my list for 7 years. 7 years before she decided. It wasn't because she didn't like me, it was because the time was right, she had the money, and it was just the right situation. So sometimes it's a long game. I'm going to have to speed up. We're going to craft our USP. And lots of people have talked about unique selling proposition. USP is a claim that you can make, that only you can make. Greg talked about this as well. What makes you different? It's a promise. It's unique. It's actually valuable to your audience, and it's believable. I've got a little template here that I use when I'm helping people write USPs. We provide products and service to target audience so they can do without pain point or friction point. Okay, so you could all use that. Okay, There's another sentence you could add there, and we do it better than everybody else because that would really amp that up. So here's mine. We provide enjoyable expert SEO courses for small businesses, e-commerce stores, so business owners can do their own SEO without spending a fortune on expensive SEO consultants. The next thing to do is cheat. All copywriters cheat. We're going to cheat using ChatGPT soon, but we're already cheating. We were already cheating before ChatGPT came along. We use formulas. My favorite is PAS, problem, agitate, solution. So I told you about that. You know, you're worried you're not ranking on Google, your business is going to fail, your wife's going to leave you, you're going to end up living in a bin. But we can help. Here we are with our fantastic course, yeah? Or you can go problem, 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 solution. And this is how I work it on my membership page for the Digital MasterChefs. Problem, 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 I can help. And then an explanation of my product. So the next thing to do is to write a really strong headline. David Ogilvy, he's always wheeled out in advertising presentations, says once you've written your headline, you've spent 80 cents of the dollar, basically. 80% of people will read the headline, and 20% of people will read the rest of the page. So the intention has to be scroll stopping, has to be meaningful, and it has to make that person reading it go, yes, that's me. You want that nod factor. And that's why I keep saying, address problems head on. Wow, really? Use FOMO. So FOMO is a classic methodology in sales. So you can say, get more leads, but what's more scary to a business owner is losing leads to the competition. So you don't want to do that too much. We don't want to live in a world of negativity, but it helps. Now, I'm so pleased that Greg had Batman, because I got Batman too. When you're writing headlines, think about Batman and Robin. Batman comes in, he's quite boring and miserable, Batman, I think, comes in and says, this is the thing that I'm selling. And Robin comes in and goes, and this is why it's amazing, and you should really buy it, and it's really cool. So often we have clarity in the headline, creativity in the sub, okay? Or the other way around, whichever works for you, but there should always be a headline and a sub. Then we're going to start fleshing it out. We've got features, benefits, and advantage, which is really important to think. And I've got a little example here. I'm going to have to race through this, but as I said, you get a checklist. What feature is what the thing is, and unfortunately, most of us stay in that land. We describe our product. But what we really need to do is say how that helps, and then how it's going to change your life. And here's my little example. It's a wooden hanger. So my product name is Woody Flaps. That's what I'm calling it, Woody Flaps. What is it? It's a foldable wooden clothes hanger. If I talk about features, I'd just say it's made of wood, weighs 100 grams, and it folds. But what I really need to say is it's long-lasting, it's lightweight, and it's easy to pack. But no, even that's not interesting. How is it going to change my life? Yeah? I'll never have creased clothes again. I'm always going to look great. I won't have to wait for reception to bring up more hangers. It's really annoying. And my whole travel experience is going to be less stressful. Yeah, so we sell the advantage, we sell the dream. Using statistics is super powerful. So saying, 9 out of 10 travelers do this, as long as it's true and backed up by facts. And specificity. Again, you don't want to say we've worked with loads of clients. You want to say we've worked with 287 clients. Yeah, specificity adds credibility. Telling a story is crucial in marketing. We've all seen it on LinkedIn. Again, I was living in a bin, and then I did this, and now I'm a millionaire and I'm sitting on a Porsche. We've seen millions of those on LinkedIn. But it's the hero's journey. What the audience wants to see is you were where they were, you did the same thing, and now you're here. They want to see that transformation. And then we get into the proof portion. Okay, we have to be able to show off. Another statistic, because we love statistics, 84% of people trust online reviews as much as reviews from their friends. So providing proof is vital, and you can do that in multiple forms. We're going to be talking about video later, and some great tips on getting testimonials. Case studies are really powerful to address your different audience types, because my story is my story, right? And every entrepreneur is like, oh, I did this and now I'm great. But what you really want to see is other small business owners doing great. And one of the most powerful for me is showing real results. So I've actually now been outranked for all the time. I was a copywriter. I ranked for hundreds of keywords. Now all my students outrank me. And I think that's better proof than me ranking myself, because I'm no longer a copywriter. So I pass my skill on. The student has become the master. And if they can do it, you can do it too. People love a graph. One of my favorite results is to just share a comment directly off Facebook, because it feels more true than a perfectly WordPress testimonial, module. It looks more true and more real. Photos are amazing as well. Photos just have that immediacy of going, oh, look, she looks happy, she's holding a certificate, that could be me. We need to create urgency, but we don't want to do it too much. So urgency can be time urgency, limited spots, bonuses. I wouldn't do all three. You know, when you go to a site, it says 24 hours before this deal runs out, and then the next day you go back and the timer is refreshed. And it's like really annoying. And you're like, why did I just buy that? It was fake. So if you're going to do FOMO, you're going to do limited offers, make sure you follow through. And then we want to ideally offer guarantees around our products. You know, so if you're offering, you know, we're not going to guarantee #1 ranking, but we can guarantee other things. We can guarantee, for example, we'll answer your email within 24 hours. It's a great guarantee. That would really differentiate you from a competitor. So try to come up with a nice guarantee, put a little stamp on it. My guarantee for my course is that you get access for the rest of your life or until I get eaten by a hippo. And that's a big thing because a lot of courses have minimal spans. You join for a year and then if you want to do it again, you have to pay again. So that's a big guarantee for me. Answer questions. So lots of copywriters say that FAQs are the recourse of a poor writer, that you should have covered all the questions in the page. But I disagree, because people don't read top to bottom. They squirrel around looking for the information they want. If all you want to know is how many hours a week does this course take, if all you want to know is this course for WordPress, Shopify, and Wix, then you want to go to the FAQs. Sometimes that's the easiest way, so provide FAQs. We're nearly there. Use clear call to actions, so call to action buttons. I'm not going to talk about the design, but you all understand, contrast, single color. You want to finish the sentence, I want to. I want to buy now. I want to save my spot. I want to get started. I want to book a call. Yeah? Don't put pronouns in your call to action buttons. You know, get in touch with me, but I'm me. You're you. How many is me? I'm you. Don't use pronouns. It's confusing. Pimp your pricing. So instead of talking about the price, talk about the investment. Investment feels like you're giving money for something that's worthwhile. Pricing just feels cold, okay? You know, have currency converters, have credit cards, stamps. If you're using Stripe and PayPal, show that near the price, okay? And then, you know, make your pricing, we can go into pricing psychology, but that'd be a whole other presentation. Final tips. Use conversion intent modifiers. Remember, these are your money pages. You've got your informational search in your blog, all that content. Here you need to be using the words that are going to make people buy. So these are your conversion pages. Remove distractions, so no sidebar, no pop-ups. You can have your top nav and your footer, but nothing else. It's a single line towards pressing the button and handing over the credit card detail. Add social share buttons that float down the side. There's loads of plugins that do that. Add a live chat. So when I'm launching, I have a live chat that I can help people just get through any objections. So again, you can see all that flowing through. There's the proof, the headline, the Batman and Robin, a video. There's my FOMO. The timer's going to run out. The course won't launch a while. Again, I've got my explanation of the product. I've got my proof the product works with some icons and some testimonials. And then this is my freebie for you. So if you go to katetoon.com/Yoast, should have had it on the slide, don't know why I didn't, katetoon.com/Yoast. You can download my free checklist, which covers everything that you need on the sales page in the order that you need it, and explains how to do all of these things. And if you want to be really lovely, you can get my new book. There's the QR code. It's coming out soon. But now it's time for Q&A.
Wow.
I'm going to go back to that one.
I'm killing the mic.
Yes,
Not
don't
allowed.
do that. Well, I think we should have a look at our sales pages
Yes.
as well. Yes.
Maybe. I'm not saying nothing.
Wow. So any questions for Kate? Yes. Oh, throwing.
I think let
Who
Nino
was that?
do it.
Nino
Nino's
wants to
really
throw
good.
in, see?
Okay. Good.
Can we have audio on the throwing mic, please?
I think you're just going to have to shout.
Yeah.
Yeah, that does work here, but not for the live stream.
Okay.
You're not that loud.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
We need to
Let's
fix the
take
box.
a few
Can we have a handheld
seconds.
mic?
Yeah.
Maybe we could do the goat now.
You want to
fill
go
some
now?
time?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Give
all
me
right.
my goat. Give it to me.
You really want
Give
to
me
go?
the goat.
Yes.
Give
okay.
me the goat.
Also for you, a goat. Woohoo!
There, that filled some time.
Yes.
I'm going to call it Taco.
Yes, but Taco will fix this.
I hope so.
But I don't think we can throw these microphones.
No, don't throw that.
Yeah.
I think that works.
That could kill someone.
Maybe works.
Whoa.
Almost works.
Yes.
Well, I can repeat your question to for the
Yes.
live stream. If you don't have any proof. Well, I think you can kind of cheat a little bit because you weren't born out of an egg yesterday. You had a life before, right? So when I started as a copywriter, I had no creds for being a copywriter, but I'd been working and I'd had reviews, and I took sentences out of them that talked to my character and my personality and used those as testimonials. Had a little sentence saying, you know, in review given at Ogilvy or whatever. I was a member of things, so I had my membership and accreditation logos, and that added some gravitas. And then also, you know, if we're following this whole A/B testing thing that Els mentions, maybe before you launch this bloody thing, you give it to 3 people for free, get them to test it, find all the holes, and then say, in return, could you give me a testimonial? So you start with at least a couple of testimonials and photos. So there's always ways and means, I think. Yeah. Anybody else?
We have a working mic again, so
don't worry.
It's safe.
They're all subdued and tired.
All right.
That's silent.
That's fine.
No.
I do have one question,
Okay.
though. Because you said instead of loads of reviews, say 14 reviews. But at what point does that become impressive enough? Is 14 enough? Is 2 enough?
Yeah, I mean, I think so the thing I was talking about there was specificity. So instead of we've worked with loads of clients, even if you've worked with 37, you know, I still think that's better than saying loads, okay? With reviews, which is a separate point, I think the ideal number of reviews on a sales page is 8. Why is that? Because each review should address a different pain point. So, you know, we're talking about the lawyer. You want one review where it's, you know, it's Bob saying, I thought they were going to talk to me in real legalese, but they were so clear and honest. Then you want another review saying, from Sue saying, I thought it was going to be really expensive, but they were so transparent about their pricing. So you curate these testimonials to reject each pain point. You don't just whack up every review. And also you pick one curated sentence out of the testimonial and only show that. You can have a separate page for all your big, long, fat testimonials, but keep the sales page short and sweet. My testimonial page on my Recipe for SEO Success site has over like 300 reviews. I've had to paginate it. People spend 27 minutes on that page on average because they just read and read it because they're about to spend a big amount of money. But on the sales page, I keep it short and sweet. So yeah.
Thank you.
No worries.
With that, final chance for questions.
Yes.
Yeah, we've got 2 now all of a sudden.
Yeah, wow.
Yay. I felt very unpopular and sad, so that's made me feel better.
Okay. Wow.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. There's one final tip where you mentioned the social buttons at the side. I was wondering why, because you glossed over it, I think.
Yeah, sorry, I was running out of time. Because your ideal customer may not be on the page right now, but they might know someone who is your ideal customer. And too often I find people put social share buttons at the top and the bottom, but who knows when someone's going to go, oh, this is perfect for my mate Greg, you know? And that's why I like the ones that slide down the side, because all of a sudden you can just share it, you know, and usually social shares have a little email function as well, and you can just bob off. So don't think that someone's going to get to the bottom of the page and go, okay, I'm at the bottom of the page, I will now do the thing. Let them do it whenever they want to. Yeah. And there was one here. I think.
On the side, so throw it to Bob.
We're all getting better at the
Yeah,
catching thing. I like that.
Hi, Kate.
Hello.
Yeah, great chat, by the way.
Thank you.
My question is, how do you deal with a brand that hasn't even released their products yet? So like pre-orders. How would you convince someone to buy a product that isn't yet even in production, but will be soon? And even with the help of some of your money, thank you very much.
Yeah, I think that, you know, I've done a lot of Kickstarter pages and Pozible pages. I think then it's often really about showing who you are as a human and telling your story. I think that's when story becomes everything, a really compelling video that says, I saw this problem, I saw this gap in the market, and I felt like I was the one who could solve it. This is me, here's my dog, look how cute he is, look at my cute kid. You know, you're really playing on that whole emotional thing, and then you're still making promises and you're still making guarantees, The same applies. You're just going to have to flesh it out as you go. Like, you know, when you watch Kickstarter pages, they get better and better over time as people get more evidence. Oh, here's our prototype. We've got 6 people to test it. Now we can add some testimonials. Oh, look here. It's the story. So I always pre-release. Like with my book, I've been going on about it for months. It's not even out till June 28th. But I'm banging on about it and sharing these really stupid memes of like Darth Vader holding my book and stuff. Because you just want, when the time you are ready to sell, for people to already be familiar with it. Familiarity is really important in sales. Like, you know, that's why we get served the same ads again and again on Instagram. Because after a while, you're like, oh, God, I'll just buy the bloody thing. It's just a weird thing. So keep telling your story, add whatever you can, take people on a journey, and make people feel special that they are going to be the early adopters. They're the first to buy. It's revolutionary. You're actually founding and creating this new product. A lot of people are really excited about being part of something like that. So take them on a journey, I think.
Cool, thanks. Wow. So there in the center, yes. Ooh.
Okay, so you mentioned having the sales page in regards to services as well, but what if the pricing of the service is custom for each customer?
I think there is always an ability to put ranges in, no matter what you do. You know that it's not going to be $0 to 100,000. You can narrow that field of vision down a little bit. So, you know, I'm a copywriter, and everyone always says, oh, every project's different. But it's not really. It's not really. Do you know what I mean? A 5-page website, a 10-page website. There's boundaries. It's $3,000 to $5,000. So I think you can do froms, starting from X, just to give, because you don't want tire kickers. You don't want someone calling you if they've only got $50. Off you pop to $5. I'm not for you. So froms can work, ranges can work, but indicative pricing can work. You don't need to price everything. So I just priced my small business website copywriting packages. I also did videos and blogs and whatever. But if you saw that back then I was charging $3,000 for a 5-page website, you know that I'm not going to be charging $25 for a blog page. So maybe price out a few things, or use from, or use ranges. And then just have a little caveat underneath saying, every project is custom. We will work with you to work out a perfect quote just for you. But it just helps people see if they're in the ballpark. Because you do not want the first time that you talk about price to be on the phone, because that's awkward. You want people to be ringing up going, okay, well, I'm not entirely sure that I can want this. The price is kind of in my range, but I'm ready to have the chat. Don't you hate it when someone says, just give me a call? And you're like, just tell me how much it is. I don't want to get on a phone and be sold to for 15 minutes. Just tell me how much it is before I call you. So I think I would try that.
And so your call to action would be to schedule a call versus a buy.
So, if you don't want people buying off the site, with courses, people buy off the site, but with services, I still think people are going to want to maybe have a chat. So I had buy off the site, but I had, if you want to have a chat, book a call, and then people would call. But it's slightly different for services. What I often did was once I'd had the call, I'd send them back to the site so they could buy off the site, get the email, get my onboarding stuff. It was all nice and lovely, pay by Stripe or PayPal. It was easier. So I still had the pricing button, but I didn't expect people to click it without a call. Yeah.
Thank you.
No worries.
So we have some more time for some questions.
Oh, I was too fast.
Yeah.
I'm a bit overeager with the little thing. I don't know, I raced it.
Yes.
Just a reminder as well, katetoon.com/Yoast for that checklist.
Is there something about a book, Kate?
Yeah, I don't know. I can't remember the book.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Give
you.
her an applause. And take your coat. So, Taco,
Right. Yes,
who's up next?
Well, it gives us a bit of time now before we go to the next speaker, but because I know that we have at least one person, but maybe multiple, who have their birthday today.
Whoa.
I see your birthday there. Oh, no, you're kidding? Fine with me, we can sing for you anyway.
Yeah. What are we going to sing?
Well, we are not,
Okay,
because
then
we're on
it's
the
all
mic,
right.
but they are.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Yes. Karaoke will be later tonight. That will be after party.
Yes.
And not me. So I know that we have at least one person who's celebrating their birthday today. So I want to hear from you, from the audience, a happy birthday. And I know that Chaya is a great singer, so she will be leading.
No, it's Jono. Jono is the real singer at Yoast. Wow, but he's a bit tired.
Yeah, so let's all do this together. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. You're not loud enough.
Happy birthday, dear.
Oksana.
Oksana. Happy birthday to you. Woohoo! Congrats.
Well done, well done. All right, and with that, I think it is time for our
Yes.
next speaker, right?
I can't wait. Who
Yes.
is it?
So, it's probably a face you've seen before, seen around today. I know you mingled a lot in the break. But our next speaker is all about e-commerce. His name is Luke Carthy, and he's a seasoned e-commerce consultant, a store founder, and an international speaker. Luke has delivered double and triple-digit growth for brands across both B2C and B2B verticals. With experience working with renowned companies like Cat, Renault, and Schneider Electric, he knows a thing or two about driving smart, scalable e-commerce growth. So give it up for Luke.
Woohoo!
Yes, there he is.
Yes.
What's up, people? How's it going? First time at YoastCon. This is awesome. I'm loving it, man. The energy is insane. Before I get into it, right, I want to talk about a thing that I learned here. You have burgers in vending machines, right? And that shit is insane. So to the point where, so Barry took me out, I'm sure he's here somewhere, but Barry took me out for a burger. There he is. And it was sensational. I didn't expect anything in a key box to taste so delicious, but it does. So that was great. And then I went back to my hotel room and I sat on the end of the bed and I kind of realized how delicious it was, to the point where I went out and got another one just on my own. And I had a conversation with a shirtless man and we just vibed and it was great. But it was wonderful. Also, I have to write my, my wedding vows soon. And Kate gave me some incredible tips to make sure that I convince my future wife to actually see it through, which is great. So I was furiously taking notes. But yes, today I'm going to talk about GA4. Right, controversial as fuck, so I'll see you later. But yeah, I can't wait to get into this. So my name's Luke Carthy. I'm an e-commerce consultant. I had an incredible intro already, so I won't spend too much time. I've got a lot of content to get through. But 17 years ago, almost 18 now, Google Analytics launched, as we know. And the relationship was a lot like this, right? We were the best of friends. You wanted landing pages? Hey, no problem. I got you, man. All right? Anything you need. You want to understand how much organic revenue you've got? Fine. 2 clicks. You've got it. It's great. Everything is perfect, easy. Data is accessible. It's cool. Fast forward to today, of course, and the situation is very different. We're now like this, right? Everyone's lost their absolute minds over the fact that GA4 is coming out. So what this image or GIF interprets is us. So we are the cat, right? And the corn is Universal Analytics. And we want to make sure that we get every last fucking morsel of this thing before it's discontinued. I would love to watch another video with someone trying to snatch this cob of corn away from this cat. It's not going to happen. But the problem is that some say GA4, I mean, we already know this, right? The audience kind of went, ooh, as soon as I got out here. It's just a bit bad. It's a bit shit. And they're absolutely right. It is. It's terrible. And I've got people backstage at Yoast going, is this guy for real? Like, is he just come out here to talk about Yoast in a bad way? Not Yoast. Yoast are great. GA4. Well, look. Let me share a story with you. I'm going to start with a story. So about 5 or so years ago now, maybe even a little bit longer, I worked with a pharmaceutical e-commerce brand, and they had a massive problem, but they didn't realize it was a massive problem at first. So what used to happen is every day, there'd be a couple of customers, 2 or 3 customers that would call, and they'd all kind of say the same thing. I'm at the checkout, put my card details in, it didn't work. I know I've got money in the account, it just didn't work, it didn't convert. What's the problem? Now, the issue is, customer services would raise the ticket, right, with the developers. This might be a pain for a lot of people in this room. Developers would try and recreate the problem that had been reported via customer service, and guess what? Vicious circle. Hours and hours were spent trying to find this problem that customers had raised. To no avail, just a huge, aggressive, horrible, time-consuming loop. Now, the situation was on the website, what happened is, whenever a customer put in an invalid card number, we had an error message that popped up on the screen. And it said error code that came from SagePay, and it was like error 7124, whatever the code was. Please call customer services on this phone number. And that's what customers did. But we know for a fact, if 3 or 4 customers a day are calling up to say, we've got a problem, there's probably 10x the amount of customers who aren't calling at all and just thinking, forget it, I'm going to go somewhere else and abandon my purchase. So I built a report back then in UA, way before GA4 was even a thing, and we're in a situation where we could understand what error message got sent to the website. We captured it, we understood it, and we realized that several thousand people a day were seeing this error message. And we realized, oh, hold on a minute. If we just change the copy in here, if we stored it in GA and we change the copy in every time it pops up, we will be in a situation where we can count it, we can understand it, and we see what's going on. So what we did, we changed the copy from error 7124 to invalid card number. Overnight, a £20,000 to £30,000 uplift in revenue because the messaging was just clearer. So it's not a bug, right? So there was no bug to find. It was a UX problem. Now, building that in UA was a pain in the ass. It was difficult. It was hard work. It was tedious. Now, this is where GA4 comes in because it makes a lot of sense. It's a lot easier. The problem is GA4 is terrible if you compare it directly to UA. And that's what Google have kind of promised us, and this is where they've made a massive mistake, right? They've promised GA4 to be a better, cleaner, more efficient, it's not like I'm talking about a car, but this is actually a SaaS product, right, as we know. It's supposed to be better, and in many ways, it just isn't. It's not an iteration or even an evolution of UA. It's a completely new product built on new foundations, right? UA was very much built for marketers, but GA4 is built for analysts, and this is the problem. There might be a handful of people in this room who are analysts, but ultimately, we are marketers, we are developers, we are SEOs. Slightly different. So, here's the truth. In my opinion, I like to explain UA versus GA4 as this. Now, a Gusto box or a HelloFresh box is like UA. So you know exactly what you want to cook, you get it delivered, all your ingredients, all your condiments, all your seasonings and everything else delivered to you. Lots and lots of plastic, which is a damn shame, and it's absolutely extortionate, but roll with me. GA4 is like a supermarket. You can cook exactly the same meal, but you have to make a lot of choices, a lot of research, walk down the aisles and decide everything that you need to cook. Do you want it with meat, fish, vegetables? Would you want it vegan? You have all of these options available to you. And that's how I look at UA versus GA4. UA, predefined reports, nice and simple. GA4, you can cook the same thing, but there's a lot more choices to make. So if we just think about it for a minute, what have marketers typically used universal analytics for? Quite simple, really. If you break it into 4 buckets, we've got attribution, we've got traffic, we've got conversions, and we have UX, right? Where are people falling off? Where's the friction? So let's say we want to review the top landing pages in UA. It's a little something like this. This is for paid search, but same kind of process. So you click, 3 clicks, right? And then you've got your attribution, you click paid search, or whichever channel, there's your data, right? In literally less than a couple of minutes, we have the data we need. Now in GA4, it looks like this. Everyone just thinks, fuck this shit, man. And this was like 18 months ago when it was like Firebase or whatever it is. It's just hard, it's difficult. The landing page doesn't exist. It does now, but it didn't not so long ago. But then you'll need to add things to the nav and build custom navigation, and it's difficult. We just want the same report we had before. It should be nice and easy. There's a great tutorial here, by the way, but the fact that there is a tutorial telling you how to build something that we've always had is the epitome of what the heck is this, right? This one piece of content is around about 1,200 words, and to read it, it might take you a handful of minutes, fine. But to implement it, it's probably an hour of your time for something that you've had for years when it was way, way easier. So the point I'm trying to make is there's a lot more work involved to get to the same information when you're using GA4. Ouch. Makes things really difficult. As I said, GA is no longer a tool for marketers, right? But we can make it so. We can fix this. And I'm going to spend the rest of the time talking you through ways in which we can do precisely that. Well, first of all, we need to introduce GA4 to Google Data Studio. Now, I know people in here are already probably tweeting, oh, this guy's got the name wrong, it's called Looker. Like, fuck Looker, man. All right? That's a hideous name. No one calls it Looker. Thank you. It's Data Studio, and it always will be. I'm never going to believe the hype around Looker. So, let's first take a look at the gaps in GA4. Let's see what's going on. Yeah. This is painful, man. This one hurts me personally, because, of course, this is the space I'm in. There isn't any e-commerce conversion rate metric. You can build it, of course, but again, the metric doesn't exist. The standard reports are a joke. They're painful, they're difficult, they're tedious, so that makes sense. You can't create custom channel groupings. Well, actually, you kind of can, depending on if it's rolled out to your property yet. But like, this is stuff, again, that we've had for years, and it's been taken away from us. We can't have views anymore. That's gone. Remember this thing? We all used to play with this, right? Throw it in, get the data you want, extrapolate, search, export. Nah, mate, it's gone. We ain't got that no more. You can't annotate line graphs. So if you do a site launch, or maybe you've launched the Yoast SEO plugin, I want paying for that, Jono, wherever you are. So if that's happened, you'd normally be able to annotate it and see what's happening. Now you can't do that. The annotation's gone. You can do it in Data Studio, but again, you can't do it natively. Data can take up to 24 hours to update. I hope they fix this. There is nothing on this at the moment. In UA, it was obviously a heck of a lot faster. Now let's take a look at the gaps in UA, because of course that tool's not perfect either. It's slow to load reports, right? Like this. Everyone remember this bar? I reckon for years, we've probably all lost several hundred hours just waiting for this thing to load, right? This kind of Knight Rider-esque kind of control bar that's happening here. If I leave it on for 5 seconds longer, someone is going to cry, right? So let me just switch this out real quick. So you're also massively limited on the number of custom definitions you can have. Now, these are really important to be able to get custom data in there. So exporting more than 5,000 rows of data from UA is really difficult from the normal interface. Excuse me, in GA4, it's way, way easier. UTMs are annoyingly case sensitive. One good thing in GA4, it's no longer case sensitive. It's perfect. And data is heavily sampled, right? But of course, in GA4, you have sampling of some sort, but it's a lot broader, especially when you start to bring in things like BigQuery and APIs, right? User reporting is a mess in UA, and we rely on users. Now, I know GDPR, consent, cookie law, all of this stuff makes it a lot more difficult, right? Especially with the iOS stuff, which we're not going to get into now. But GA4 is miles ahead in this regard. Which brings me on to my next point. What GA4 does better than UA? Let's take a look. Multiple conversion events per user. Now, this one is minor, but also really, really important. So to give you an example, let's say someone comes to your store and they convert. They make a purchase. Or they fill out a form. Now, let's say they fill out the same form again during the session, or they purchase something else during that same session. The way UA works, it will only track the latest event that happens. So if someone's bought 2 things from you in that session, it only tracks the one, which I didn't realize was a thing until I started to jump into data. GA4 tracks all of them, which is sometimes why your data can be out in UA, for a multitude of reasons, but that's kind of one of them. Events are infinitely more powerful, and I'll come to this in a moment. There's almost limitless incentives or limitless kind of requirements that you can have when it comes to GA4 and events, which is important. It's what we need. More insightful data is captured out of the box. So in GA4, we have the ability to natively measure contact forms, video engagement, what else do we have? Scroll behavior. We have a lot more data that's tracked out of the box than we had in UA. Tracking users is way more accurate because there's a lot more parameters, which I won't get into. But user reporting is more accurate, especially if we use the user ID metric. If you're an e-com or people log into your website, you should absolutely be using this to get much more reliable attribution. Cross-domain tracking. Many of us here work on multiple websites across multiple domains. If you're on Shopify and you've got lots of different sites, I hear you, it's a pain. GA4 makes this a lot easier. Cross-domain tracking was always creating lots of problems in UA. And hopefully, you can just see a glimmer of hope as to where GA4 starts to make sense as a product. Almost. So, let's just take a look and look at some real-world examples that I've built. Now, what I will say is every single one of these examples that you're about to see are things that I've built for clients and have been successful in generating revenue. I can't share the clients. I can't really share how much. These are all bits of dummy data, but the concepts and the applications are 100% legitimate. They're real. So everyone that knows what I do, anyone that's seen me speak before, I rarely come up on stage and talk about e-commerce without talking about site search. And I'll be honest with you, it is where I make the bulk of my money, to be frank, because site search is huge when it comes to conversion, right? People that search are infinitely much more likely to purchase compared to people who don't. People who search are really saying that they want to buy. So here's a great example. This is Clark's. I'm assuming they maybe have branches here, but it's definitely a staple in the UK. They sell shoes, right? So if we take a look at this, this is how we record this event for someone searching for kids' shoes in UA. We'd have category, action, and label. Category search, action, search. A waste of a field, but that's what we do. And then label the search query. But let's take a look at this with a fresh lens. How would we do this in GA4? The search term, the number of results, which is a completely custom parameter, by the way, but we can track it in GA4, and the first result. Now, this is great because we now have context. We now understand that, yes, lots of people are searching for kids' shoes, but we also see the first item that we have and the sheer number of results. So if we bring that in line with the number of metrics, we start to see stuff like this, which for me is incredible. So if anyone can't see, because it's a little bit small, kids' shoes, 112 searches, 522 products, and that was the first item. But when we get to women's shoes and men's shoes, things get really interesting because we can see here that there's a lot of volume here, but the first item for women's shoes is a pair of pink socks. And this is legit. If you go to clarks.co.uk and you search for women's shoes, this is the first product. So it's a shame because Clarks sell shoes. Same for men's shoes. Search for that query. Same problem, pair of socks. I didn't come to Clarks to buy socks, bro. I want to buy some shoes, man. Like, that's what I should be able to see. But the great thing is about this data is that we now have it in GA4. It's accessible, it's textured almost. We have a lot more context, a lot more insight. So this is where GA4 starts to become powerful. And I've used this for clients before to transform site search, find the problems, and build a business case to change and make things better. How about this one? A bird's eye view of the stock of every single item that's ever been viewed in your store since when you implemented GA4, which for some of you might be on the 1st of July. So how about when sales of one or more items drops, we often overthink it. Like, real, we do. Clients call us, if we work in-house, other people in the business will call us and say, hey, sales of our kids' shoes dropped by 20% this month. Why? And what we do, we go into our silos, someone fires up Google Search Console, someone fires up Google Ads, someone fires up maybe Facebook Ads Manager, and we all start picking away, burning time, trying to work out what the hell's going on, right? I've been here before. So, like, how about this? In UA, if we tried to measure this, it's difficult, but we can. Category, action, and label. Product, stock check, out of stock, and then we'd see the URL. But in GA4, how about this? We build it so that actually we have the name of the item, we have the brand of the item, we have whether it's in or out of stock, and whether it's back orderable or not, if back orderable is even a word. So we throw it into context, and we have the URL of the item, the number of sessions it's had, the page views, and the stock status. So without even digging into any external data, I can see the reason why this particular product is dropped in sales is because the vast majority of people who saw this product in the time frame we were looking at, it wasn't in stock. That simple. Apply that to your entire portfolio of product, you then have a bird's eye view of everything on your store that's getting traffic from what channel and whether it's in stock or not. This stuff is powerful because then you can see where you're burning money on ads, where things aren't in stock. You can understand where you've got eyes, where you haven't got stock. If you get stock back in, sales are likely to increase. It's all important. It's fundamental stuff, but remember, we couldn't do this in UA. We can in GA4 with a little bit of work, and this is why GA4 is a lot more powerful if we get the right people building things and we think about what it is we want to measure. So this is an example I gave you, the story I told. How about capturing every single error message that is seen by a customer? So again, category, action, and label. So category, messages, action, error, I guess, and the label will be in the message. Sorry, we don't accept American Express as an example. Now, if anyone here works in fast-moving consumer goods, retail where margins are razor sharp, American Express, I'll be honest, is a pain in the ass, right? It takes a long time to get the money. The fees are higher than MasterCard or Visa. It's a pain. In GA4, we could do this. Create, again, some custom event parameters. Error text, payment error. Error type, payment error, error text. Sorry, we don't accept Amex. And then the style, whether it was a pop-up or something in line on the page, however it looked. And then when we bring it into context, we can see here that when the error message was shown, we had 1,200 people who wanted to pay by American Express and couldn't. 2.4 people, so 2.4 times per user is the average, and obviously conversion rate was incredibly low. They had a card they wanted to use, we didn't accept it. You take this into your meeting, your boardroom, your client conversation, and you say, we've potentially lost 1,200 customers this month because we don't accept Amex. Incredibly powerful insight. You fix it, you now have context, you've got data, build the things, put Amex on, bring in the sales, mic drop, get a promotion, go home, buy a new house, right? But this is the thing, we do it. So, how about product recommendations? One of the things that are incredibly difficult to measure because they're so volatile and flexible, and we all kind of jump into our respective platforms, I won't mention any names, and we look and we see, okay, my platform has driven this many sales, or influenced this many sales. I'll be honest with you, a lot of these recommendation platforms overly saturate performance, right? And what I mean by that is if you clicked a recommendation and then buy something within a 7-day window, they attribute it to that particular user, which is ridiculous. Like just because you clicked, if I was looking at like, I don't know, a new TV, and I happened to click a recommendation for a HDMI cable, and then I bought the TV. Without the cable, you're telling me that the recommendation system is still counting that sale. It is, and it's wrong. So how about you measure it yourself? Again, UA, it's difficult, we can do it, but it's hard. GA4, a lot more data. So where did the item appear? In this case, I'm walking boots, the recommendation that was actually clicked underneath the product, where it was located, and the position of the recommendation. Bring it into context, we have a league table of which particular recommendations are the one that are driving the most engagement. And we could take this further and throw an e-commerce conversion rate and revenue and all sorts of things. But then we have an idea, first of all, is our recommendations or are our recommendations performing? And if the answer is yes, where and how and for what products? Great influence, especially when you think about, in the world of e-commerce, one of your most important pages is your product page. It's what you drive a lot of traffic and spend a lot of money. So if your recommendations aren't great, it's costing you a bunch of cash and a bunch of customers. This will help you out. Double click too, it happens. All right, so there's just a handful, really, of things that you can do to take GA4 to the next level in e-com. So now you have a decision to make, effectively. Where are you? 1, you can switch to GA4. Apparently I've got a 10 out of 10 according to this card. Switch to GA4 if you haven't already. What I will say to you is, anyone here using the auto migration, you just let Google do it? Good. Either you're a liar and you don't want to admit it because you don't want to roast you, or fine. But like, what I will say to you is, Google's answer to moving UA to GA4 is terrible. And I'll explain to you briefly why. First of all it does is map over your category, action, and label events. So it takes the limited data you have in UA and puts it into GA4, which means you can't measure e-com, you can't get the in-depth information we've spoken about here, and you're not using any of the bells and whistles and features that come with GA4. You're just basically taking bad data into a bad platform, which is worse than good data. You see where I'm going with this, right? So, option 2, switch to something else altogether, right? Which is option, you know, lots of people have done it, plausible, triple whale, whatever you decide to use. Option 3, pretend it's not your job, and just leave it for somebody else. which is happening. My recommendation here is to do this, which is to switch to something else. There's a lot of people kind of nodding, like, shit, this is actually probably going to be my job. Like, if you're in that bucket, you need to do something about it, because what's going to happen is in a month's time, hey, Mr. or Miss or Mrs. X, can you tell me what happened to performance? And it's going to be like, well, so it's difficult, right? Don't be in that position, because I can't really help you. You can play my presentation if you want, but yeah, it's going to be difficult. So option 4, in my opinion, the best, if you really want to avoid it, is to switch to something else and use GA4. And I know it sounds ridiculous because you're using 2 tools for one job, but I'll explain. Let's say you move to another third-party analytics platform, which you have to pay for. Might be cheap, $15 a month, $50 a month, whatever the cost is. It's money you haven't really got to think about. And you're with them for, say, 2 years. A number of things happen. 1, the company gets bought out by somebody else. Adobe wants it. Google wants it, which has literally happened before. That's how we got analytics in the first place. Somebody else buys it, and then it turns into this enterprise. We won't talk to you for less than 6 figures a month, or 6 figures a year. That's a problem, because then you've got a 2-year gap in your analytics. Or option 2, the company goes bust, and then all your data's gone, right? So by running on GA4 and another system, if something happens to your information, your data, you make a choice to leave, you still have, worst case, a baseline of something. Whether you use it or not, that's going to help you. So that's what I recommend you do if GA4 is not something you want to go into. But on that note, here's how we make GA4 fit for marketers, right? So first of all, stop using GA4's native interface, because it's frankly hideous, right? And I do GA4 builds all the time. I've lost count of how many I've done. But unless I have to, I won't use the native interface. What I will do instead is build out the dream report to the client, or my reports, in Google Data Studio. So if you want to emulate the landing pages report that you've always known and loved in UA, go build it. If you want that league table of e-commerce conversion rate versus acquisition channel, go and build it. If you want your top search results report, hey, go and build it. Like, that is your playground. Trying to get things to work in the native GA4 interface is a difficult one. I just wouldn't bother. It's not ready. In my opinion, it's not ready. So I want to talk to you through a great example. Real project. I've moved some stuff out because, of course, client sensitivity. But this particular client really wanted to understand and improve their user experience. Naturally, in e-commerce, it's what you want to do. Remove friction, improve e-commerce conversion rate, drive more sales. So I got to work, and I thought about, right, how can I make this work on GA4? Now, this is going to be small for everyone. You won't see it, right? But just as a summary, let's break it down real quick. So in the top left here, I have the top clicked navigation items for that site. So I know from looking at UX which particular drop-down items are great and which ones aren't used. So then we can scale back the navigation menu and make it way simple, particularly thinking that 80% of all people are from mobile, right? So we know space has to be super efficient, but we haven't just done, this is just the top level. The table to the right tells us all of the items within the drop-down and which ones are being clicked. So, of course, if it's not there, we know it's not being used. Get rid of it. Take it out, clean it up, remove it. Your navigation menu is probably one of the most, my score's gone down, I've got 5 now, one of the most valuable parts of the website. We know this. Navigation menu is really important. The problem is that you have is that if you look at Hotjar, Mouseflow, whatever heat maps tool that you want to use, if you look at a mobile heat map, you'll always see this really hot spot over the hamburger menu. And then it's kind of like, well, I know people are using a nav, but what are people using in it? This table will give you that answer. Underneath that, we have this line graph here, and this is basically telling us of every single product view that's happening on the website, how many are in stock and how many are out of stock. So if this orange kind of ready line at the bottom ever increases beyond a certain point, we know we have a massive inventory problem and we need to fix it. So this is, if you like, your lifeline of e-com. And then on the next page, What do we have here? I should know this. Right, most viewed out-of-stock items. So which particular items are people naturally looking at that is out of stock? Is that something we can influence? Is it permanently out of stock? Is it something that's temporarily out of stock? Or is it something that's out of stock that we completely made a decision to stop stocking it, and now for whatever reason, everybody wants it again? Traffic light system right there. Then underneath that, we have the first 3 items in any category that's loaded on the site. And this is really important because the first items in the category are akin to kind of like SERPs, right? When we think about SEO. You want to rank as effectively as possible. But what you also want to make sure is that the products at the top of a collection or a category are the most important. They're right, they're contextual, they're relevant, they make sense. So this is a really quick table to allow the client to understand for their most popular category or categories, which are the popular products. And if this is wrong, we need to go and fix it. All right. So then we have underneath this categories with no products in. Now this is really important, right? We all do it, whether we're on Shopify, WordPress, whatever platform we're on, we all have legacy categories that need to be cleaned up. This bottom table will tell you every single category that's on the site that's ever received traffic that has no products in. So if you've got an old Black Friday category, last year's Christmas one, you've got a clearance thing, maybe something that you used to sell that you don't anymore, fix it, redirect it, preserve the UX, make it easier. Since then, revenue's increased, but also we've stopped spending money on things that we thought would fix the problem because we now have the data to tell us where the real problem is. And that's what's really important. So what I'm really hoping is one day we have this relationship with GA4, right? That would be great. And for me, this is really heartwarming because I don't know who this kid is, but he just reminds me of me as a child, and I think it's incredible. So if we can get to GA4 like this, we're all frolicking away, running around, best of mates, that would be great. Last thing to say, I have a newsletter. I have a video talking specifically about GA4 and how to migrate ecom properly from UA to GA4 using only Google Tag Manager and no code, which is great. If you want to go check that out, please do. I am Luke Carthy. Thank you very much for attending my talk. Thank you.
Wow.
That was awesome.
Thank you.
Yes, it absolutely was. And looking at the faces in the room, there will probably be a few questions. But the first one, because I have the unique chance to ask a question, you've shown that pretty much everything is possible with GA4.
Yeah.
If you're a smaller store, how do you decide where that ends for you?
That's a great question. So the problem is it needs work, right? It needs work, it needs help. You need to get it to a certain point. So there's a couple of things you can do. One is just to get the default reports in, because the default reports that you have in GA4 are way more insightful than the ones that you have in UA in terms of data, but also get really familiar with Data Studio, Looker, whatever. It's free, right? Go and play around with it, bury yourself for half a day, a few hours, and just build some reports out. And that is the best advice I can give to anyone who wants to spend a minimal amount of money, but get to a good place when it comes to GA4. Data Studio, and just use the native reports in GA4. Lastly, there's also lots of plugins. So if you're on Magento, there's plenty of plugins. WordPress definitely has some. Shopify now supports GA4 out of the box. It's completely free. So the excuse of kind of building in GA4 is getting smaller, right? It's now a lot more accessible.
All right, thank you.
So, some
Looking
questions.
at the room.
Let's see if I see some hands. Yes, oh, in the back, Nino. Oh, Bob. Run, Forrest.
Yeah, so for the people at home, there's like several thousands of people here, so it's quite the run, but we'll manage.
Hi, Luke. Thank you very much for the presentation.
No problem.
I have two questions, in fact. One is, when you mentioned that GA4 Plus, what are your recommendations there?
This guy. All right, so I've got a few. One is Plausible. I think Plausible is great. It's basically UA, but for 2023, right? So it's kind of, it takes what GA4 isn't, which is easy, and makes it easy. But that would be my main recommendation. There is another one, which the name escapes me, and through the talk I was trying to viciously remember what it is. I can't remember. Fathom's great. I don't know what this one is, but great. Okay. So basically, the answer to your question is speak to Jono, because he knows what the answer is. But Plausible, I've personally used. Fathom, I haven't, but I've heard great things. But whatever you decide to use, I just recommend having GA4 in the background, if nothing else, right? That would be my advice.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Last one is that
Yes,
the reporting dashboard that GA is offering, GA4 already offering, till which extent at the beginning, because it didn't even rule out yet properly, like rolled out properly at the moment, till which extent we can trust that reporting?
So I think you're talking about the auto migration, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So the auto migration is as accurate as it can be. Is the data good? Well, I guess that question depends on whether your UA integration works, because all it's going to do is mirror the data it collected in UA and move it to GA4. So if you had a misconfigured UA implementation, it was missing pages or double counting session or double counting page views, which happens a heck of a lot more than what you might think. That's going to be a real problem. It's just going to mirror that into GA4. What I would say is really helpful, if it's something you want to play around and geek out in, GA4 has a debug view, which is something that we wished we had in UA. Take a good look at it. It might not mean a lot when you look at it at first, but what I'd recommend is you take a look at the Google recommended or GA4 recommended events, and there's a whole table of the best events to use for certain things. You can then see if those things are firing, how many times they're firing, if the parameters in them are accurate. So that can help you to work out whether the data's clean. But is the migration clean? Yes. It's just not very good because it's missing a lot of the data that GA4 gives you out of the box. So my kind of top-level answer to that is don't use the auto migration, right? If you can, use a plugin, use a module, use an extension, use a consultant if you have to, but just do it, because otherwise it's going to be painful if you've got a big gap of data,
Thank you very much.
No problem.
So we have room for a question more. Yes.
Be careful,
Bob, this is good for you.
Ooh.
From end to end, huh?
Here, in the second row.
Okay, hello.
Hi.
Sorry, I have to be the guy asking the question about privacy.
Okay, yeah.
So GA4 is forbidden in France, Italy, and Austria.
I did not know this. This is news. Okay.
Yeah, so if you have a .fr domain name and so on, it's not being used. So I'm convinced about the usage of the custom events, although it's not always working. But how do you see that privacy issue going on in Europe?
That's a really good question. So naturally, a lot of my work has to abide by this, right? We have to make sure that we have consent from users, explicitly so, saying that, yes, I'm happy to be tracked. But Google Tag Manager makes that a heck of a lot easier. But what I will say is Google are no longer being held responsible as far as Google Analytics and that product's concerned for upholding privacy, right? That is completely down to the agency or the consultant or individual or company that are building in the analytics platform. But there's a lot of great tools. There's consent mode, which is in beta, but it's in Google Tag Manager. But what I would say is easiest way to check, really brief, is in DevTools, you've got the console tab. When someone hits decline on your pop-up, if it's still tracking, you've got a real problem. To kind of look at the broader question of how do I see Google rectifying that issue in France and Italy, that's at a government level. But what I will probably say is when a decision like that's been made, it's incredibly difficult to reverse it. So what I think might happen is we then have to rely on other protocols, so the API to integrate and so on, and it gets real messy. So what I'd probably recommend in something like that is, again, if you can, use GA4 where possible, and again, use a third-party tracking script, because even if it's forbidden in more countries and so on, you've at least got a fallback. But equally, if you haven't, then there's a solution. But a plausible out-of-the-box doesn't use cookies, so that kind of mitigates a lot of the issues that happens with GA4. But yeah, I didn't know that. I'm going to have to go and take a look. Thank you.
Yeah, so for in Belgium, the governments have an internal suggestion to use Matomo.
Okay. Okay, so I've got some research to do, huh? All right, I'll go away and make a look at that, see how I can make it work. But Matomo, do you work for Matomo?
No,
All right.
Pbig Pro.
All right, cool. Just wondering.
All right. I use Pbig Pro.
So,
I think one more?
One more. Final question. Yes, behind you.
Oh,
Ooh.
we have multiple.
Oh, sorry, where did I?
I've got to fight for it.
She won.
She won, yes. Sorry. Find Luke in the break.
Hi, thanks so much, Luke, for your presentation. That was really great.
No problem.
What is your recommendation about data retention? In GA4, you can set it to either 2 months or 14 months. And depending on what your recommendation is, what happens after that time span?
Yeah, so it's a great question. So this is really where Google are moving to the 360 model, where if you move to 360, the paid service, you can retain a lot more data. So a couple of ways to kind of mitigate this. One is understand that you can't, but also it's only specific data. It's not sessions. It's certain events will track as long as you need them to. It's only specific ones that are limited. Secondly, if you move to BigQuery, as long as you're paying for it, you can keep that data as long as you need to. The third thing I'd say is, and the thing I say to clients is, how many situations have you been in where you feel you need more than 14 months of data to make a decision about a business? Like, I get year-on-year comparison, but you can do that regardless of the events because it's only certain ones that are a problem. But my point here is if you need to make a decision whether something's working or not, from the examples I've shown you, you won't need longer than 14 months. So I guess the point here is I understand it's a pain, but in the real world, it probably impacts maybe less than 5% of the data we want to run. And if that is still a problem for you, then BigQuery is the solution and giving Google some money, which is a shame, but it's the best we've got at the moment.
Thanks so much.
No problem.
All right.
I think
So-
it's time for another goat.
I think so too, Luke. Thank you so much.
Cheers.
Enjoy the code. Thank you.
Take care.
All right.
So, Taco.
What's next?
Yes.
Break. We need another cup of coffee.
Yep.
I said it when we started this block. I really need you to help me plant those trees. So find Josie, get those selfies in, post them to social media, and make sure that you add the hashtag YoastCon to it. If you like taking pictures, there's also a photo booth that's waiting for you. Go crazy because we love to see all the funny faces. And then we'll see you again 10 to 5 right here for the presentation by Phil.
Hi, we're Yoast. Yoast?
It rhymes with toast.
Or goes.
We're a software company based in Wiegen, the Netherlands, and we help websites rank better in Google search with our Yoast SEO for WordPress plugin. Things have gone quite well since our founding in 2010. We now support over 13 million users around the world, including Flourish Flower Shop, just down the road from our office.
The free version of Yoast SEO for WordPress fixes all the complicated technical stuff, that gets your website ranking in Google search results. Yoast SEO Premium gives you access to new features and simple, actionable tips that help you rank better for the terms your customers are searching for. Now I can spend less time in the weeds and more time expanding my flourishing business.
SEO can be complicated, but with Yoast SEO, that makes it so easy. You'll never have to think about it again.
And if you ever need support, we're only a click away, available 24/7.
The free plan is here to help everyone get started. But if you're really looking to grow further and faster, upgrade to Yoast SEO Premium today.
Ready to be an e-commerce pioneer? Our baked-in premium plugins give you the best ingredients to customize your store so you can start selling everywhere. WordPress made easy as pie. Go big with Bluehost.
All right. So,
I think people are still joining from the hall, I guess.
I guess so.
So, yeah.
That's all right. We look at the timekeeper. Oh, 2 more minutes.
We have plenty of time, yes. I think Neringa is hurting everyone to come in, right?
Yeah, shouting.
Perfect.
Maybe you should do some beatboxing. Yes, there they are. Wow.
See, it works. It works.
Works. No, it's all right. You have 2 more minutes, but we're just here to welcome. It is time.
It's time. We have. Who are these people on stage?
Yes. Whoa.
What are they? Oh, I
Wow,
think.
they have all these.
So you probably noticed that we have photographers around today. So after the event, there will be amazing pictures shared from everything that happened today in the main track, in the workshops, but also in the hallway, because they've been doing amazing work so far.
Great. So, Taco, I think we should start.
Yes, like we said.
Oh, wow.
It
was a bit scary, but I'm all right.
Our
so maybe
next
they need
speaker.
a couple of seconds.
Yeah, it feels like it.
Okay, no. So please hold on to your seats as we welcome the one and only Phil Nottingham to the stage, of course. So Phil is Yoast Resident's video marketing virtuoso. So give it up for Phil. Woo! God!
Hello, lovely to be here. Nice to see you all. Thank you very much for coming. Hello. So all of these are video platforms. And all social networks, in fact, these days are pretty much video platforms. And in the 12 years I've been a strategist and a video consultant and a producer, most of my time has been spent working on these platforms. But I think there is another video platform, and I think it is the most important video platform. And this is the video platform that I'd like to talk about today, which is the one that I think everybody should be investing in as the primary platform for all of their video content and video marketing. And this platform, of course, is your website. And the reason I think that your website is the best video platform of all of them is, firstly, you get the data. You can control how people are looking at things. You can control what you're measuring. You can ensure that you have all that control that you don't have with social media. And you don't get distractions. You don't get all of the sidebar and everything that can kind of move people away from your content onto other content. But it's also the most creative platform. It's the platform that allows you to implement multimedia experiences. It allows you to control whatever the particular player looks like, whatever interactivity you'd like. And it allows you to really think broader than just a single box of what you've got with a video. So I think your website is the most important platform, not only just generally web marketing, which I'm sure I'm preaching to the choir on here, but I think also for video itself. And I think that there's also a great way to think about using video on every single page of your website. So I think when we think about website video, we might think, okay, well, we're going to have a blog post that's got a video on it. Or we might think about a product page that we're including a video on. But I actually think that every single page on your website can, maybe not all of them should, but they can benefit from video. And to prove this point, I'm going to give you an example from a video that I worked on sort of about 6 or 7 years ago when I was in-house at Wistia, where I was for 5 years. And this is a video for the most boring page that you can find on every single website. Anyone want to guess what the most boring page you can find on every single website is? Exactly, terms and conditions. So this is the video on the Wistia's terms and conditions page. goes on like that for about 10 minutes, just all of the time. Very silly execution. But it proves the point that the barrier is essentially just thinking creatively about the experiences that we're building for users and how that translates into something that's a bit broader often than just a single block of text on a web page. And everything is getting easier with video. In some senses. It's also getting harder because it's getting more complicated, but it's getting easier from the standpoint of actually making a video and putting it online on your website. And the tools now that are available that allow you to create video, to create something like that I just showed you, can all now be done with consumer tools that require no level of understanding. Anyone who has worked in content marketing, written content, done some image design, built anything, can now use tools like these to go and create video. And the barrier is getting even lower every day. So all of you who are content marketers but are not working in video, really you now need to get ahead of the game there and start using resources to build video content as well. And you'll discover when you actually just dip your toe in with some of these tools how easy it is to do interesting creative stuff. So today I'm going to talk through the 5 types of videos that I think you should start with in terms of your progression for building video across your website. And we're going to go through each of them, and I'm going to talk through the particular approach that I think you need to take, the way in which you can measure this content, which pages they should live on, and also give you some examples. And so we're going to start with what I think is the obvious starting point for most businesses, B2B and B2C, when you're investing starting out with video content, and is this: case studies and testimonials. Everybody can benefit from case studies and testimonials. Everybody has them. If you've got customers, then you can get a case study and a testimonial. And if you haven't got customers, then you've probably got a bigger problem. So, what are these kind of videos? Well, generally speaking, they are normally 1 to 5 minutes in length, just a short conversation. And basically think about doing an interview, something as simple as something on Zoom. Just get on a call with your customers, ask them some questions, ask them what they value from your product, and then you can cut it up and turn it into a video. So it might look something like this. So just, we have one conversation on Zoom. Was this working? Conversation on Zoom, somebody else coming up. You can have a nice sort of chat, conversation, and then all you need to do is take these 2 streams that you've taken from Zoom, take them to one of those tools that I showed before, like Canva or Adobe Premiere Rush, and just cut them together. And you can build something really simple like this, very, very little investment. Anyone can do it. Add a little bit of branding or some color around the side, all that kind of thing. And suddenly you have an exciting case study video that is then going to work to increase your credibility, increase your authority, and help convert those customers. So case study videos should be, well, like, where are they going to live? What are we going to do with them? Well, we're typically going to let them live on things like landing pages and blog posts. So if you're writing blog posts that cover case studies, maybe you've got a bit of text with a quote, well, why don't you also just do the extra bit of work to make a video? Or if you're working on a marketing campaign that's with paid advertising or with email, and you're sending potentially warm leads to a campaign, a case study testimonial video can be a great way to augment and improve those pages as well. And the success metrics for these kind of videos, well, the core thing to think about is, did somebody who watched this video convert, or were they more likely to convert than somebody who went through a similar journey but didn't actually watch the video? So the best thing to kind of compare is the conversion rate between the video viewers and the non-video viewers through that same journey. So you can create a custom segment or a sort of custom audience or whatever, or custom report in GA4, and compare these 2 kind of audiences, and this will allow you to then understand, is this video really providing value? And if you're finding that the people who are watching that video are converting at a lower rate than the people who didn't, maybe you need to change the video, or maybe it's not working. But what you'll typically find is investing in this kind of content just helps improve those conversion funnels and helps people get over the line at that end point of the funnel, which is why it's a great place to start if you're just starting out with video, because it's very, very easy to make the case for investing more money in this stuff when you can show that it is going to deliver monetary returns and more revenue off the back of it. So that's step 1. Case studies, testimonials. Number 2, we're then going to go and invest in a slightly more complicated, but still very achievable and very easy to build form of video. And this is demos, tutorials. Again, this is something that applies for B2B and B2C. And demos and tutorials might be related to your product. Probably that's where you're going to start. You want to show people how to use the product more effectively. It might be related to things just in your industry. So maybe you're a manufacturer and you just want to show people how to use related products and all that kind of thing. So these kind of videos you'll be very familiar with. They're 10 a penny on YouTube, but also can be very, very beneficial on your website. So normally 3 to 10 minutes in length. And you might want to sort of anchor these videos in a talking head style. So shoot that core video where you're just looking at someone and they're talking through what to do. spice that up with some screencasts or some product close-ups, and then maybe a few action shots as well, with the bulk of it being that talking head and the screencast, and you will have yourself a nice tutorial that you can use in all these manner places. So a good example is a course from Yoast. So Yoast Academy has a ton of these kind of videos, and they're great examples. So go and have a look at these and see how they've been put together if you're looking to do similar. Again, it's very simple, screencasts, a core narrator who's an expert in that particular topic, mix the screencast and the talking head, and you're golden. And it can also apply to B2C. So I'm going to show you another one for a different client I worked with last year. And this is a video for a sleep apnea machine. Not a very exciting product. Very boring, but nonetheless, you'll see why this is a really, really helpful thing in terms of demo tutorial.
Stands for continuous positive air pressure. Let's break that down a bit. Pressurizing air makes it blow more strongly indirectly. When pressurized air enters the breathing passages, it promotes stronger airflow and better circulation. Positive air pressure means air within a certain contained structure is at a higher pressure level than the air surrounding that structure. And with continuous positive air pressure,
so you get the idea. Nice and simple. There's a talking head. There's some product shots. There's a little bit of animation on the top. Very, very simple. Again, done with consumer level tools. Easy. Anyone can do this with just a little bit of time and consideration. And it looks really good. It looks really smart. So where are these videos going to live? They're going to live on places like blog posts. So if you're creating blog posts to serve those SEO informational queries, great. Do a tutorial, do a demo video with it. If you've got a help center for your product, then maybe you're also going to sort of build the videos there. So a little bit like Yoast Academy, you have this sort of big center that advises people how to use your product and educate them a bit more. Great, a wonderful place for that kind of content. The success metrics for this kind of content, really the core thing is, are people learning? Are they spending time? Are they actually engaging with the content? And the thing you should check there is the engagement rate, which is how long people watch before they go, we're off. Now, the engagement rate can be measured very simply with all of the different video hosting platforms that you have out there. So on the left is YouTube, and YouTube's particularly good for this because it gives you an average retention. So in the middle, you can see this kind of slightly grayer block, and that's going to show you what average videos of your type in that particular video length, what they tend to get, and how well you're performing with this particular video relative to that. So we can see here, this video is doing pretty well, just slightly above average, which is good. So this allows you to kind of see how these videos are doing and where that drop-off point is. You normally see a significant drop-off at the start, boom, which we call the head or the nose, and then again at the tail. So really the key thing is that middle bit, how flat is it, how much people are saying. So the one on the left is slightly better than the one on the right. So this is the key thing to keep in mind for these types of videos. If you're looking for sort of general benchmarks to use when trying to measure this stuff, because it's kind of weird, you just look at the data and go, I don't know, is that any good? Less than 40% retention, video probably sucks. This is for a sort of 3 to 10 minute video. Longer videos will have lower retention generally anyway. Average 40 to 60. That's the benchmark. Midpoint is about 50%. Anything above 60%, particularly on YouTube, extremely good. So these are very finger in the air benchmarks, but might be useful if you just want to get a flavor for how well your existing videos are performing. Okay, so we've started. We've done our case studies. We've got some of those going. We've now invested, we've spent a bit more time in the next couple of months doing demos and tutorials. So we've got that base level of some investment in video, and we get a bit more budget, and we think, can we take things up a notch? Can we do something a bit more creative? And in that case, I think you should then start to look to invest in product or feature videos. Now, no, a lot of companies, particularly in the B2B space, will start here, which is fine, but I think often it's better to start with the lower investment content because you get used to making the videos, you get better at sort of understanding your own style, your own substance, and then you can start to hit the ground running when you actually start to invest in these bigger pieces. So, product and feature videos. The length, 1 to 3 minutes. Keep them short, keep them quite succinct, but don't make them an ad. They're not the same as a 30-second video. And the point of these videos is, again, not a product demo. The point of a product or a feature video is explaining the value proposition of that particular product or feature. So there's a slight abstraction at play. It becomes a case of not just showing the product, because that doesn't really tell anyone anything. What you want to know is, a bit like sort of Jes was talking about this morning, that you need to, that you need to make sure that you're explaining that value proposition at all points. You need to explain that you're really telling Google and telling users why anyone should care. And a product page is a great instance of where you need to do that. And so you need to start to think about how you're going to put that together. So what you need to think about is something that has a scripted narration, really communicates that value proposition, has some creative cinematography. And if you're showing like software or a UI or something like that, you can abstract that out slightly and just show the functionality rather than the actual user interface. So the core thing is, again, showing what the product can do, the benefits rather than the features, product marketing, branding 101. So I'm going to show you an example from Yoast that we put together in the end of last year. You may not have seen this. This is for a product page that explains the value of the premium product over the free product. So if you're going to pay the extra money for Yoast, why should you do so? And it's a bit of fun, and hopefully you'll get a flavor of why this is a good execution for this kind of page type.
This is Flory. She runs an independent flower shop here in Wijchen in the Netherlands. She has just upgraded to Yoast SEO Premium, which gives her priority access to the best features in our SEO for WordPress plugin. And this is Tyler, who runs a competing shop in nearby Arnhem, and he hasn't gotten around to upgrading yet. Sunflower season is about to start, so both businesses need to update their websites with promotions. As Flory adds a new post about her upcoming special offer on sunflowers, she receives a list of key phrases to select, ordered by the number of people searching for each query. Yoast SEO Premium then lets her know where to include each of the selected phrases, to give the post the best chance to rank in Google search results. Flory can then set up tracking to see how the post is performing over time.
Okay, let you finish that.
Hi!
But the core thing with those videos are, again, the product is a character in there. The product is in the videos, but it's not really about the product. It's about what the product can do, and that's anchored in the characters we've got there. So there's a slight abstraction. And it's a bit of fun, and people can laugh, and they can kind of then get that brand sense as well as the value proposition. So these are going to live on your product pages, on your feature pages, those sort of second level brands.com/product/ whatever that's going to be. And that's the kind of where we're getting sort of a significant amount of money usually coming through in most cases. And the thing to measure here is the page level conversion rate. So what I mean by that is not just whether or not people who watch that video tended to convert more, but whether or not having a video on that page actually increased the conversion rate overall. And the reason for that is that often a lot of people landing on your product pages are coming through and they're kind of ready to convert anyway, and those people are not needing to watch the video because they're coming at it with the purpose of we're going to convert. So often the people who don't watch the video are more likely to convert than those that do. However, what that will do is allow the people who are maybe a bit tentative and not so sure at this particular point to watch that video and have that extra experience that may just tip them over into becoming more likely to convert in the future. So keep an eye on that page level conversion rate and whether or not adding a video there is going to increase that conversion rate or not. So you can do that just with GA4 or Universal Analytics for the few months we have left, and check the event count and then see the conversion rate on those particular pages. And if it's gone up, then you can then quantify the value that is to the business. You can show the return on investment and get more budget. So that is your product videos. Next, say we've done those, we've built a couple of product videos, that's really working. We then might think about, well, can we start to make video a central point of our web marketing? Can we really integrate video fundamentally in the entire website? And then often comes the question of, well, should we have a homepage video? Should we have a video on our homepage that really makes us stand out? And I don't mean, in this case, a homepage video like this, which I think is hellish, and I rail against the auto-playing homepage videos because it's just adding a huge, thank you, yes, because it's just adding a payload to websites that they don't need, and it looks terrible, and it's awful user experience, and it makes everything slow, and you can't click anything, can't see anything, so psychologically, site speed-wise, core web vitals, everything is just hell. So luckily, Wibbits, apologies to them, but they don't have this anymore, so I feel like I can have a go at their old homepage. No, the way to do this is to think about optionality. So a good homepage video, again, it's not an ad. It tends to be slightly longer. And the core function of a homepage video is broader, again, than the core value proposition of the product, which is what we have in those product videos. But it still needs to kind of indicate what the product is and does, again, to what Jes was saying this morning. So you need to think about a video that is simultaneously communicating the value of the product and also giving that brand touch point. Particularly as we're trying to build our brands, we're trying to build these identities, we need video as a tool to do that for us, and the homepage is a great place to do that. So I think a homepage video is a specific media type, a specific type of video that is becoming more and more prominent, and more businesses are investing in this, that is distinct from a product video and distinct from an ad that kind of fits more in this sort of high-end explainer model. So homepage / explainer video. Now these, at their best, are usually 1 to 2 minutes in length, And they usually have a kind of core narrative or a creative idea and execution as part of them. So they'll tend to be location-based, scripted, have a narrator or a core character that's driving that narrative forward, and you're using creative cinematography and animation as well in them. So the example I'm going to show you for this is from SparkToro. So it's Rand Fishkin's company, and this is one I worked on about a year and a half ago. And yeah, I think you'll get the idea for this. I want you to look at it thinking, does this simultaneously communicate the brand value proposition and the product value proposition?
Howdy, friends. I'm Rand Fishkin, co-founder of SparkToro. I've spent my career taking the valuable data that big tech keeps secret and making it available to everyone. Before, if you wanted to uncover the people and publications influential to an online audience, you'd spend hundreds of hours and tens of thousands of dollars on market research surveys that cannot give you comprehensive answers. With SparkToro, accurate, uncomplicated data that solves these tough problems is available in seconds at a price small businesses and agencies can afford. Oh, Casey, where are the best places to find people interested in nutrition? Oh, and what do the demographics look like for that group? And which podcasts do they listen to? Oh, and what percentage listen to Plant Proof? SparkToro lets you discover key audience attributes, online behaviors, and the sources that influence them, so you can be both more creative and more targeted in your marketing, rather than just throwing money at Google and Facebook. Our mission is to make high-quality audience research available to everyone. Because we're not beholden to investors who only care about blitzscaling growth at all costs. We invest in lifetime relationships with our customers. We personally respond to every support request in 24 hours or less.
It's true.
We prioritize features based on long-term value, not just short-term revenue.
It's true.
We even send reminders before your subscription renews so you can cancel or downgrade.
Also true.
While big tech companies are fortifying their walled gardens, we're building a big public park. We've welcomed tens of thousands of marketers so far, and there's room for everyone. Welcome to SparkToro.
So it's partially about the brand, it's partially about the product, and it kind of indicates if you're coming afresh. Okay, here's what we're all about and what we're getting. Cool, so homepage explainer video. Location, homepage obviously. The success metrics, really for this one, is the returning user rate. So not the bounce rate per se, but how many people who then come to the homepage, then come back in the future. So it's, can we really use our homepage as an anchor to get new people through? The average play rate for these, is worth mentioning, is low. So a homepage video, because the homepage is a doorway page that sends people through. A play rate on a blog post or something, you're probably looking 40–50%. A play rate on a homepage is normally 2–3%. So this is about capturing those audiences that may be coming through and just want that particular experience of give me the video, give me what you're all about in a couple of minutes. So what you want to do is just measure in GA4 or whatever the retention and the user retention that you're having over time. So lastly, you've spent all that money, you have managed to convince your business that you need to invest loads and loads of video and do more and more video on your website. What are you going to do? How are you going to go big? You're going to invest in an episodic show. And this sounds dramatic, and it is dramatic, but it need not be to start with. So an episodic show is going to be 20 to 60 minutes in length per episode. So we're talking big stuff. We're talking you are building your own TV type thing. And this is the idea as a repeatable format that is going to have its own sub-brand, have its own identity that allows your brand to go slightly beyond just who you are as a business towards becoming more of a media entity. And particularly in the B2B world, this is becoming more and more common. You're going to see more and more businesses investing in shows and podcasts and all that kind of thing to really expand their brand and build that media identity that supports their product and their service. So, example, again from Wistia that I used to work at, we did one called Brandwagon. 3, 2, 1, click.
From the creators of over 1,200 blog posts that aren't performing as well as they once were. And the team who's as tired of making quippy advertisements as they are of seeing them. From the company that literally designed thousands of paid media assets that were uninspiring to work on and barely moved the needle. and the marketers who know that the number of impressions does not equal the number of people impressed. Comes a brand new show with a brand new strategy in a brand new studio.
Introducing Brandwagon. It's like a talk show, but for marketers, hosted by Wistia's own CEO, Chris Savage. Join us as we learn from entrepreneurs and creative marketers who are investing in brand to grow their businesses.
The way we build our brands has to change. So hop on the Brandwagon and see where the future of marketing is headed.
So it's pretty simple. It's literally just an elevated podcast. That's all this is, really, conceptually. But it's exactly where you need to start going if you're going to start investing in video big. Now, the received wisdom is this needs to start with kind of YouTube, and that's true. But I think you can also build this on your website and have that core home base for this kind of content. So it's going to have its own subfolder. And the core metrics for this kind of stuff is time watched. Now, I think time watched is the most valued metric generally in search and marketing, in my opinion, because time watched, if people are choosing to watch your content, they are choosing to spend time with you. And them choosing to spend time with you is the thing that is going to make them remember your brand and like it more. It's not the number of times they see an ad coming at them. They see thousands of ads each day and forget most of them. It's them choosing to watch your stuff and spend time with you. That's what really matters for building a brand. I think that's the most important metric when you're investing in this higher level brand stuff. And emails captured as well. So what you can do with this kind of content is you can then add a subscription form and say, hey, if you'd like to get updates when we launch a new episode, give us your email. And again, you can then build people and push them into your conversion funnel. And this allows us to start thinking about building a media company a little bit more. So if we think about what Netflix does with YouTube and what they do with social media, they don't just shove all of their stuff on there. They don't just say, okay, well, all of the episodes of our TV show are now going to be available on Netflix. No. On YouTube. No, they use YouTube to do clips and trailers and all that kind of thing. I think that is exactly how we can then think about social media as a means to, yes, engage our audience, yes, find people there, but eventually, through an extended process, get people back to our website where we can control the experience, we can get the email, and we can do all that lovely stuff that's eventually going to lead them to be more likely to recommend us and buy our products. So this is essentially the audience development model, which we're very familiar to anyone who's worked in media. Listen to Barry later. And the audience development model is really about, okay, well, how do we get more people to us? And really the way to do that is to think about social media as a way to reach people, but your website as a way to convert them. So it's about, we have this core video asset, we have this show or something that we're making, and we're then going to use clips, trailers, montages, all the kind of small things on social media to capture that interest and then drive them back to our website where the core best experience is. And that way we can have the best of both worlds. So the 5 videos that you're going to create are, you're going to start with your case studies and testimonials. You're then going to invest in your demos and tutorials. You then might think about doing some product and feature videos if you can get a bit more budget. Then you might go to that homepage explainer. And then lastly, when everything is going well and you have a huge video team, you're going to build the episodic show. And those are the 5 videos you can go to. And lastly, I'm just going to talk a bit about using video to increase search traffic. So we're all here, we all care about SEO, and video is an amazing way to increase search traffic, although, as you'll discover, there's been a few little changes recently. So how do you get videos indexed in search results? Well, this, basically. You just need to include schema data in your JSON LD, and Google will then read that, and they'll get it, and they'll go, okay, lovely, you've got video on your website, here is some results. Very, very simple, can be a faff to implement, so luckily, you can just use the Yoast Video SEO plugin, which I would recommend if you're not already doing. Thank you. Just go and buy that now, get it set up. It's great, works beautifully, nice and easy, and will then allow you to get results like this in the search results. Now, one of the things that you'll notice about these search results is the thumbnail. Now, this is the core big difference between a video result and a standard organic 10 blue links, everyone's happy, bog standard SEO result. So we need to then think about this new aspect of optimization, which is thumbnail optimization. Now, this is a big thing in the YouTube community, but I think for the video SEO world, the sort of Google optimization world, we don't think about this enough, but it's a very important part. In fact, for video, more important probably than title or description. So how do we make a good thumbnail? Well, I've worked with a bunch of companies to get a bunch of data, and I'll tell you now, I'm sort of halfway through analyzing this, but I can give you some indication. This is from 80 million different thumbnails and seeing which ones work. There is a trend for stuff that works quite well, and it's the following trends. The talking head. So something like this, where you've got a face, you've got a bit of text, tends to work quite well. So does the product close-up, and so does the action shot. But you'll notice with all 3 of these, there is a consistency. There is a lot of change in the colors. they're all easy to be seen a little bit further away. So you can see the text as well. There's a bit of a text overlay, and there's some sort of functionality that's showing you what's going on in the video. So you're getting a kind of indication of what you're going to get, and you're getting a bit of variety there. So you can use these as kind of rough guides for the thumbnails you need to create. But what you should do is just go and create loads, test them out, see which ones get the highest impression rate and click-through rate using Google Search Console. So thumbnail best practice in summary: bold, high contrast colors, a clear focal point, so a person or an object, a logo, so you can get that little brand impression as well, and large stylized text, so it has to be legible, that smallest size that you're going to see in Google search results, which is 116 by 24. So this is therefore the best possible thumbnail that you can have for Google search results, which is one I made earlier. Now everything about this we can see is good. There's bold, high contrast colors. There is a fantastic bit of talent that looks really good. There is some high quality text, and there is a brand impression there with a logo as well. And if you would like to measure the impact of video SEO generally, the best way to do this is with Google Search Console. And there are two kind of reports to do this. One is just filtering by search type. And if you click video, that's going to show you everything that is in that video tab, the video vertical search, anything that you get from people clicking there and finding video results. Additionally, you can refine by search appearance and click videos. And this is anything that appears in universal results in the video pack. So here's two ways to sort of see what's happening in terms of your video SEO performance. You can also use Google Search Console to see which videos have been indexed. So if you've managed to put videos on your website and you want to see, has Google found these? Are they likely to show them in search results? Are they going to possibly show them in search results? This will tell you whether or not they've read the video and whether or not they think it's worthy of results, i.e. it's been indexed. So here in this particular website, we see there's 193 errors, and then we can go, okay, well, what's going on there? Why was Google not indexing these videos? What you'll often find when you go a bit deeper is this kind of thing, where you see this report that says, Google could not determine the prominent video on the page. And this is the most common error that you'll find in Google Search Console for video indexation. And what that basically means is your video is too far below the fold, or it's using JavaScript to trigger playback, and we really need to just be able to do it ourselves without the additional kind of loading that's requiring a user to click something. So basically, this is the core thing you're going to see, and you then need to go and say, well, okay, do we need to make the video bigger and higher up the page? And do we need to maybe remove any JavaScript that's preventing the video from being rendered properly? A couple of weeks ago, Google made a change, and they decided they were going to get rid of a specific type of video snippet. And it was one that looks like this on the right, where you would basically have a web page that was something like a product page or a blog post that was mixed media. And this would be used to say, well, there's a result. It's got a video on it, but it's also text. And Google have decided that they're going to get rid of those, which I'm deeply disappointed about. But I can understand why, because I think they've set the expectation for users that if there's a video snippet, that means that the page is going to be ostensibly something like a YouTube result. And if this result was confusing people because they'd land on a product page and the video would be down the bottom of the page or in a tab or something, then they might think that they're being slightly misled into what's actually on the page. So this has now gone away, which is unfortunate. But what it means is that we have to then rethink how we're presenting our videos on our website. Because if we want to get video results, we have to create something that Google is going to give a proper video result to. And that basically means a video-only page. So something that looks and functions a little bit like a YouTube result. And that means basically building our own kind of video library. So the example that I gave at the end of the show there, you can use something like this to build a series of pages that all looks like this, so you have just basically an exclusive video on the page. And I think that's exactly what we should start to do for all our videos. So much like a media company, to have one side of the, like any videos that we have on our product pages, also make sure that we're creating a video gallery for this kind of stuff. So we have these pages that just are exclusively videos, and we have two different instances of the video, and not to think about canonicalizing those, but just giving Google the option of, okay, well, here's the video in situ, and then here's the video on its own. And therefore, Google can then rank the video on its own in the video pack, and it can also rank the page as just a standard result as well. So yeah, that's where we need to go. So lastly, you're probably thinking, well, the one thing you've not talked about in this talk, Phil, so far has been, of course, AI. And everyone in video is now talking about AI, and for good reason. Here's one that I created earlier. This was took about 30 seconds to turn Jono into various animated Wes Anderson characters. And this is it's remarkable what generative AI is now able to do from an AI standpoint. But I don't think that this is going to change actually as much as people are expecting. I think it's a wonderful creative tool, and I think it's going to reduce the barrier to people who are not video experts and haven't spent ages, learning Final Cut and Premiere and all that kind of stuff, being able to do good editing and use video more creatively. But ultimately, what is the point of video from a corporate standard, from a sort of commercial perspective for businesses? Why invest in video? And I was spending time a few weeks ago actually in Greece, and I went to the ancient Agora, and I was thinking a lot about this was sort of the birthplace of commerce. People used to come here and chat and discuss and go, I'll give you this many potatoes for this many chickens. And this is how commerce started. And how would you choose which vendor to go to? How would you choose who to trade with? It would basically be, who did you like? Who did you relate with well? And I think that fundamental human-to-human thing has not really changed in the several thousands of years since. And the point there is that really, what does video do at its core? Why is video a useful tool on a website? It's not because it looks flashy particularly. It's not because it's dynamic and slightly more interesting. It's because what video can do from a sort of corporate comms perspective is scale that core asset, which is humans, and human-to-human communication. So we're able to be more creative, and we're able to show fun, entertainment, and show emotion through video in a way that we often can't through text. I think that's what it does. And for that reason, that core functionality of a camera showing a human being behaving is still going to be that core thing that really is at the root of good video communication. So I think while AI is going to change a lot in terms of how we create stuff, I don't think it's going to change what we create, and what we create is still going to require cameras. So don't think that everything's going to change completely overnight there. So that's me. I hope that was a useful introduction to the kind of videos you should make for your website and how you can make sure that you're getting more traffic for them as well. Thank you.
Wow. So,
Wow.
Phil, thank you so much.
That was fun.
Yes. I really like the Jono AI thing.
Yes.
Wow.
To be fair, everyone
Whoa.
taking a piss at Jono is kind of funny.
Yes. We always like that.
But what I'm mostly curious about is how many people in the audience already have video on their website.
Yeah.
Can you raise your hands?
Okay.
Maybe 30%?
Yeah,
40%?
something like that.
Ish,
Pretty good.
yes?
Ish.
Yeah, so there's a lot of work to do still, but
Yeah.
after
Good start.
today, it's probably going to happen. So are there any questions?
Whoa.
Yes.
On the left. Whoa, we were
Alex.
really...
Nino, you can throw this.
Yes. Try it again. Yeah. Oh!
I didn't say Alex could catch.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Hi, Phil. Is there a video that you thought was really going to do well and it fell on its arse?
Oh, yeah.
And if so, why, was it a creative thing or was it just random? Were you able to explain it?
Oh, I mean, it happens all the time. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, many that I thought were really good, and then you sort of spend a bit of time when it fails, and you have to go, what was wrong there? And usually it's strategy. Usually the strategy was wrong, or you were making an assumption about the audience that you thought they would like it for a reason that wasn't very compelling. And often that's because you got a bit too in your own head, and you got a bit too attached to a particular idea that you liked from an emotional standpoint, rather than thinking it was particularly good. But I do think that's just part of creativity across the board. It's part of music, it's part of all sorts of stuff. And I think the only way you kind of get through that is by practice, and by just learning a bit more to sort of preempt and understand what the audience are going to like, what they're not. But yeah, I mean, I've had just countless examples of things that I thought were going to be good and just sucked. So it's, and many that I thought were not that good that have done okay. And it's an I think it's just part of the creative journey, and I'm sure any producer or creative director has had exactly the same thing.
Yeah. Cool. All right. Oh, behind you and next to you. Yeah. Oh.
Is it better to have amateurish videos versus no video?
I would say if they are authentic and they are good. I mean, the core thing is you run them and then you look at the metrics and you see whether they work. So there's that testing standpoint that I sort of touched on. But yes, I think generally it is. If they are authentic, and the core quality thing that has to be good is audio. People can tolerate dodgy pictures. That's not a problem. They can't tolerate bad audio. So the audio needs to be well mixed. It needs to be easy to hear, and the music has to be appropriate. If you get the audio right, so spend that money on a good microphone that you can record into above the camera. If you get the audio right, then yeah, it doesn't matter if it's a bit amateurish. But I think that there is, a certain level. If you've got a very polished brand and you've spent loads of money on your great design, don't spend nothing on the video. But if it's just, if you're scrappy and you're a startup and it's authentic, I think it's fine.
Behind you, yeah.
Hi. Do you think it is time to start making your videos vertical now that especially our B2C consumers are watching on their phones anyway? I know it hurts, so that's why I'm asking.
For certain contexts, I would say on your website generally no, because it's not. I don't think there's many instances where that works. Maybe on some pages where you just want like a design element to move and you want something. So you can think about square video, you can think about all sorts of aspect ratios. But generally, no, I think 16:9 has stuck around for a good reason. And that TV thing, eyes are this way, they're not that way. So I think generally it's good. It's good to sort of like use that as your field of view. Our phones are this way, yes, but obviously for things like TikTok and Instagram and all these other things that you're going to adapt, yes, think vertical first. But for website video, no. I would say no. 69 is a good place to start.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you. TikTok just got mentioned. I don't think you touched on snackable content and video in the form of the kind of TikTok stuff. Yeah. Is there a place for that kind of video on a website, or does that only make sense in the context of, say, a social platform?
I mean, I think generally the best video is always platform-centric. So it's always like created for the platform. And that is an obvious thing to say now, but I remember saying it 10 years ago, people were like, no, we just get one video and syndicate it everywhere. And, this kind of stuff that works on TikTok doesn't work on YouTube. The kind of, really, I mean, occasionally, but the kind of stuff that works on Instagram doesn't work on LinkedIn very often. So you do have to, I think a bit more about that. And I would say with a website, maybe there are some exceptions, but I can't think of many cases where a TikTok-y type video is going to be the right thing. There might be, you might have an idea, say you're doing like an Excel tutorial, and you can think of some fun ways to do that that are going to be good for a website that you can then adapt to TikTok. But TikTok's all about just hedonic dopamine hits, right? It's just like, quick, don't let things stop, don't let people switch away for any second, keep it going, keep it tense, and it's exhausting. Whereas website, the people are coming at it with a different focus, and you can be a bit slower with the time, you can kind of be a bit more relaxed. So I think generally no, but maybe there are occasions.
All right, so we have time for one final question.
There's one in the front here.
Kijk. Ooh.
Got it. You started off your presentation with saying we have a number of video platforms and there's your own website. So if you're hosting video on your website, would you recommend hosting it on the website itself or still having it linked to, for example, YouTube?
You can go either way. So that it all depends on what your priorities are. So if you are trying to make sure that you drive traffic primarily to your website and that, that's your core thing, then you might not want to use YouTube because YouTube is then those videos will rank on YouTube as well and you might end up driving traffic there as well. But obviously you then have the advantage that if you're putting stuff on YouTube and your website, you might be able to get a few more views on YouTube. It really depends on your overall strategy. What I will say is if you embed YouTube videos on your website, you are creating a big clickable link away from your website to YouTube through the forms of the recommended videos at the end and just generally the player links. So it can be a traffic leak, basically, and you're creating a new funnel for Google. So I tend to think for most B2B businesses, I would advise that you probably want to use a different platform, and you want to make sure that you're hosting them securely so you can control the whole experience. And you can also put them on YouTube if they're appropriate. But again, there's certain videos, like a sort of corporate product video, that probably isn't going to do very well on YouTube. And YouTube needs its own strategy, and it needs its own kind of video. So it's, again, thinking about the context in which that video plays. But there's nothing wrong with putting videos on YouTube and then embedding them, but it might not be the right thing for any business. Anyway, I can rant about that one for months. So, but yeah.
Okay, and if you were saying there's a different platform to use them.
Yeah.
Which one would you recommend?
So Vimeo or Wistia are good.
Which one?
Vimeo or Wistia, both good.
Okay.
Or or you can use you can spin up your own hosting thing and just use it if you want to use your own CDN or whatever.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Phil. So, Taco, why are we giving goats?
Goats. Well,
wow.
That is a good question. Who knows by now?
Yeah.
Who can do it for me?
Oh,
you can. Very good. At least someone paid attention to what we've been saying. They're symbolic because the real goat will be given to a family in poverty that can then use it. For them, it's an invaluable resource in surviving, and you've been an invaluable resource for us today.
For us. Thank you, Phil.
Thank you, Phil.
Wow, Taco.
Oh, yes, before everyone gets up, please,
Yes.
please stay seated because we are going to invite our photographers to the stage to do a bit of a group picture with all of you so that I can compare before dinner and after dinner.
Yeah.
We'll know who dropped out.
But Taco, you talk about dinner.
Yes, because we will have dinner, of course.
Yes.
It's
When and
important.
where?
Well, we'll have dinner just outside this hall. You found food before, I hope, so similar places. Again, if you have any dietary requirements, the staff is waiting for you to show you to the right place. So.
And when will we be back?
That is a good question. So we'll
I
have
know.
a bit of a longer break this time because dinner obviously takes longer than lunch. So we'll be back at 7 sharp.
Yes, sharp. And then we have Barry Adams.
Yes,
Woo-hoo!
the one and only.
Looking forward to that. Okay,
Yes,
so group picture.
photographers. For our conference. So find our sponsors outside and talk to them, please.
Hi, we're Yoast. Yoast?
It rhymes with toast.
Or Ghost.
We're a software company based in Wiegen, the Netherlands, and we help websites rank better in Google search with our Yoast SEO for WordPress plugin. Things have gone quite well since our founding in 2010. We now support over 30 million users around the world, including Flourish Flower Shop just down the road from our office.
The free version of Yoast SEO for WordPress fixes all the complicated technical stuff that gets your website ranking in Google search results. Yoast SEO Premium gives you access to new features and simple, actionable tips that help you rank better for the terms your customers are searching for. Now I can spend less time in the weeds and more time expanding my flourishing business.
SEO can be complicated, but with Yoast SEO, that makes it so easy. You'll never have to think about it again.
And if you ever need support, we're only a click away, available 24/7.
The free plan is here to help everyone get started. But if you're really looking to grow further and faster, upgrade to Yoast SEO Premium today.
Ready to be an e-commerce pioneer? Our baked-in premium plugins give you the best ingredients to customize your store so you can start selling everywhere. WordPress made easy as pie. Go big with Bluehost.
Hello, hello, hello.
It's a single wave.
A single wave, just like one clap.
Audio, almost. Yes.
Oh, thank you, Thijs, for explaining this to me. You're so kind.
And now he has an incoming audio stream, which is much more helpful.
Yep.
That's what you get after a break. I think everyone came back.
Yes.
They all
so.
did.
Yes. Woohoo! So let's see how 2 minuten. 2 more minutes.
2 more minutes.
Let's,
Very good. Very good.
Very good.
Yes.
I see Nienke and I saw, oh, there's Nino. Yes.
Yes.
What is happening here then? So you were holding the lines and then, oh, Nino.
Well,
look at the other side.
it's a bit skewed.
All right. It's your good side. You won.
All right.
Yeah.
So we have 2 more presentations left for today. Only
Yes.
2.
Only 2. Or you could say 1 and something we ain't gonna spoil yet.
No, we're not spoiling.
No,
Definitely.
No,
but
no.
there are some people who've done more than one YoastCon. If you've been to a previous edition of YoastCon, please raise your hand.
Oh no, it's my first.
It is your first. Yes.
But I was at the online one. Okay,
Jaya,
Taco,
I've told you this before, online
okay.
doesn't really count.
But it was really awesome.
It was.
We also were a duo there.
Yep.
Wow. Yes.
Yeah. So if you do things twice, it's a tradition, right?
It is. Love traditions. Okay, so is everyone ready?
Come on. Come on.
Okay.
Yay.
Yay. Is
Yeah.
everyone ready? Yes!
That's more like it. Thank you very much.
Whoa, so Taco,
Yes.
did you have a nice dinner?
Yes, I did.
Whoa,
Yes,
did
I
you
did.
like the patatjes?
I also did. Yes. And everything else. Yeah.
Oh, wow. So,
Yeah,
what
but
are we going to do next?
We are in friet country, by the way.
Yeah,
so
no. On the eastern part of the Netherlands, we call it patatjes.
All right, let's not do that discussion here.
No.
But instead, we will introduce our next speaker, who's a well-known name, especially if you've ever watched the SEO space before.
Yeah.
If you've attended our monthly SEO news webinar, you've seen him before. Because next on stage is Mr. Barry Adams. He's an award-winning SEO consultant specializing in technical and editorial SEO for news publishers worldwide. With an impressive, can I say how long this is? 24 years of total SEO experience and 13 years of hands-on work with news publishers. Barry's been building and ranking websites since 1989.
Wow.
Nine.
That was Jono.
I love it. He was like, that's not correct. No, since 98. He's worked with a diverse range of clients from micro businesses to the world's largest media brands. So please give it up for Barry Adams.
Thanks.
Thank fuck you guys all made it back here, because I was afraid the whole room would be just people sitting in the pub instead of actually, being here. I don't know why you're here anyway in the first place. I would be in the pub myself. Yeah, let's talk about news SEO for a little bit and why it's the best form of SEO. No heckling, Dixon. I want to give an advance warning, because I have been doing this shit for very, very long, and I realize that the more I learn about SEO, the more I realize how little I know about SEO. This is a quote from Bertrand Russell. He's probably one of the smartest humans to have ever lived. And he basically says that the less you know, the more confident you are about your own ignorance. And the more you know, the more you doubt yourself. And some of, maybe a lot of what I'm going to be presenting in the next half hour or so will be, shall we say, speculative. Stuff that I've picked up, that I've learned from reading between the lines, from hints dropped or inadvertent words said in conversations by people who shouldn't really be saying things. And also by working with websites like these. Sorry, that's too fast. These are some of my publishing clients, not all of them. That's a sample of the ones I've worked with over the last several years. Different types of publishers with different needs, different requirements, different use cases, different technical setups, and different target audiences, and all bring something different to the ecosystem. And I learn something new from pretty much every project that I work on. And I think that's what I love about our industry in general, that you never stop learning, you know. The moment you think you know it, something will happen, Google does something funny, and you realize you know nothing. You're like John fucking Snow all over again. So let's start with some basics. How does Google actually work? Loaded question there, right? But Google is still to this day, they haven't reinvented themselves entirely yet, still a web search engine. And web search engines have three main components. There's a crawling component, there's an indexing component, and there's a ranking component. Now Google have their own model that they use and a very simplified scheme like this one. And because I will be showing some exceptions to these rules, I've created my own version. There it is, exactly the same fucking thing, this versus this. But I'm going to make some amendments to this because I think there are some interesting subtleties here that are missing from this particular picture. Let's start with crawling. That's, you know, the basis of everything a search engine does. It crawls the web to find content so that it can index it and rank it. In Google's ecosystem, of course, that is Googlebot. Googlebot, the hungry crawler. Two types of Googlebot generally, a desktop user agent and a smartphone user agent. And pretty much all the crawling that Google does will have these two user agents. But I think there's actually 3 layers of crawling that Google does. 3 layers of Googlebot. That is not desktop and smartphone, but something else entirely. I think Google has 3 crawl queues that determine when they crawl things and how often they crawl things. And for me, the first layer is a real-time crawler. The crawler that crawls very, very, very fast to find new content. Then there's a second layer, what I call the regular crawler, and this is the workhorse of Googlebot. And then I also think there's a legacy content crawler that looks at old content once in a while to see if anything's changed or updated. The real-time crawler, the fast crawler, the Formula 1 crawler, crawls VIPs, very important pages. These are pages that have a very high change frequency and or are seen as highly authoritative. And Google crawls these very, very often for mainly news websites, their home pages and key section pages. But also things like job portal home pages or property portal home pages have a high change frequency, high levels of authority, and high levels of trust. A little anecdote, I once asked one of my bigger publishing clients for server log files, and the question I got back from their lead developer was, how big is your hard drive? So we managed to narrow it down to Googlebot visits in the server log files on their homepage in 24 hours, and it was still a 20 gigabyte log file. Googlebot crawled their homepage every 5 seconds. Every 5 seconds. Ping, 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 ping. Because it's a high volume news publisher, and Google realized that, oh, I need to crawl that homepage very often to find new articles. And when you publish 800 articles a day, which they did, Google was very, very hungry for their content. The main purpose of the real-time crawler is discovery of new, valuable content. For example, news articles, but not just news articles, of course, but most of the content that's being published out there that Google would see as valuable and worthwhile indexing would be news articles from reputable publishers. I've also learned that the real-time crawler rarely recrawls URLs that it's already previously discovered. If it finds an article, it'll crawl that article straight away, but it won't come back to it. I think the regular crawler does that, unless Google thinks they're a new VIP page, like a new section page or something like that. But even then, it's a learned behavior. This is one of the things I run into with a lot of my publishing clients, that they publish an article, and because of the speed with which Google crawls news websites, that article tends to be indexed within a few minutes, crawl an index very quickly. And then they realized that that headline maybe needs to be a little bit changed, or they need a different featured image or whatever, and they update the existing article, and then they realize, fuck, Google's not picking that up. Why not? We've changed it. You know, there's a new date modified attribute, the whole thing. But Google's like, no, everybody called that. Too late. Fuck off. The trick is to change the URL, because then Google thinks it's a new article, and then it'll recrawl it. And then you redirect the old article to the new article. But yeah, so when you have when you're a news publisher, you basically get one chance at optimizing an article. You get one shot. And if you click publish and you realize you fucked up, you fucked up. You'll have to republish it under a new URL, which actually works really, really well. And then there's a second layer of crawler, the regular crawler, the workhorse, which I think does Google's primary crawling effort, which is most web pages on the web will be crawled by the regular crawling system. It probably also fetches the page resources as part of the rendering process. And like I said, this is a bit speculative. So I don't know exactly what the regular crawler does, because that's the part I know the least about. But I do know that there's a third crawler, which is the legacy content crawler. It's called the VUPs, the very unimportant pages. These are pages that are buried very, very deep on your website, or old 404 pages that you might have existed at one stage, but now serve a 400 error message of some sort. And Google will still occasionally recrawl those. You see this all the time in Search Console when you have errors in your Search Console report for pages that haven't existed in years and years and years. And that's because Google hasn't recrawled them, so it doesn't know the new status of those pages. The legacy crawler is the one that will eventually crawl those pages at some stage and then update Search Console report after that. It's an interesting one because sometimes you want Google to, hurry the fuck up and crawl that a bit faster. Actually, quite a simple way of doing that. Link to those older pages from a high authority page, like your home page. Very quick way to get Google to recrawl content that's deeper on your website, that's multiple layers of clicks away from your home page. Just build better links to it internally, and Google will crawl them and index them and update its own status on that very, very quickly. One thing I've also learned about Googlebot as a crawling system is that robots.txt disallow rules, which we always assume are crawl management rules and only for crawl management, are not only for crawl management. Yes, we have disallow rules that tell Google not to crawl certain parts of the website, and Google obeys those. They obey them religiously. They are what they call a polite crawler, so they will obey your disallow rules. But there are some interesting things when you start digging into Googlebot and robots.txt disallow rules that make you think it's not just purely for crawl management. You can have disallow rules for specific Googlebot user agents like Googlebot News or Googlebot Image. But when Google actually crawls your website, it tends to have either Googlebot Smartphone or Googlebot Desktop as the user agent. It doesn't have Googlebot News as the user agent. It hasn't had that in more than a decade. Same when it calls your images, it doesn't use Googlebot Image as the user agent. But you can exclude them in your robots.txt file. You can have a rule like this that tells Google, don't include this in news results. But that's not a crawl system then. That's not a crawl disallow rule. That's an index disallow rule, or maybe a ranking disallow rule. That's a robots.txt disallow rule that has nothing to do with Googlebot's crawling of your website and everything to do with whether your content gets indexed and or ranked in specific search verticals. So robots.txt is not just for crawl management, it's also for managing indexing and managing ranking, especially in specific search verticals. Which is why it annoys the fuck out of me that you can't tell Google to no index pages with robots.txt. Well, you have this report in Search Console all the time that says crawled or indexed though blocked in robots.txt. That really pisses me off because robots.txt is being used as an index management system already by Google for specific user agents. So why can't you just do that across the whole board? Anyway, don't get me started on that. It makes me very frustrated and very angry. And I think I'm angry enough in normal life without adding more to that. So that's crawling, and what can non-news websites learn from this? You can turn your key pages into VIPs, very important pages. Improving link value, both internal and external links pointing to your web pages, makes them more valuable, and therefore they will be crawled more often. Also, if you make meaningful changes to your pages more regularly, especially if you have a large e-commerce website, for example, your homepage should be constantly changing. New products listed there, or specific categories you want to emphasize. The worst thing you can have as an e-commerce website is a static homepage that barely ever changes. You have to use that real estate to constantly promote products, promote categories of products, to make Google realize it's worth them crawling that page very frequently so that they can find new products or updated product pages, updated product categories. And yes, you can use robots.txt disallow rules to prevent indexing and prevent ranking in specific search verticals. You can use Googlebot image user agent in your robots.txt file to prevent your product images from being shown, for example, in Google image search. Which is quite interesting, isn't it? Next part then is indexing. This is Google's model, is how they visually present it. I like to re-emphasize that a little bit because I present it like this. That render queue and rendering part, which is the little vertical fold out that Google shows, is more of a race to the end in real life. A race to the end because that rendering happens in parallel to indexing, the normal processing of web pages. And for news articles, that rendering tends to lose most of the time. It doesn't win the race. It means the rendering doesn't happen. Because rendering takes time, and news doesn't have time. If a news article has to wait for Google to render it, including loading all the client-side resources, all the JavaScript, all of that, before it gets indexed, it might not be indexed until several hours after it's been published. And that's too long to wait for news. News needs to start ranking straight away because news is very fast-moving. It's as close to real-time SEO as you can get. So indexing for news articles is initially based on the HTML source only. This is one of many shortcuts that Google employs in the context of news. And it's not the only shortcut, because the moment you start digging deeper into the news ecosystem, you realize that Google does a lot of quick thinking when it comes to news articles. For example, only the other day, Google explicitly said for syndicated content, as in content you take from other publishers like Reuters or AP or Bloomberg and put on your own website, you have to no-index it. Google wants you to put a no-index tag on syndicated content that you take from third-party providers. And why is that? It's because Google sucks at identifying duplicate content. They're very, very bad at that shit. And even if they're not bad, at least they can't do it quickly. It's a slow process. So they want us to help them along and just tell them, yeah, don't index this. This is duplicate content. To which I say, yeah, no, just pretend it's yours. Just pretend it's yours. Don't even canonicalize it to the original publisher. Just say, no, this is our article. Rank it. And you know what? Google will rank it because they suck at deduplicating that. Just pretend it's yours. Get all the traffic. At least if the original publisher of the content lets you get away with that, obviously. But it was hard enough to get syndicators to canonicalize to the original publisher. But then putting a no-index tag on it, that's, yeah, unlikely at best. And of course, indexing itself is a multi-layered set of processes, a lot of things happening at the same time as part of Google's indexing of any particular web page. And that is also reflected in some way in the actual index itself. The index is not just one index of content either. Again, this is speculative, but I think there might be 3 different levels of indexes, where I think the fast crawling is stored in a RAM storage index, the regular crawling is stored in SSD, solid-state hard drives, and the legacy content crawlers stores all the stuff on old-fashioned hard disks. RAM storage is memory, basically, that you have in your laptop. It's the fastest way to store any sort of information. And Google has part of the index stored in RAM memory in their data centers. These are pages that need to be served up very, very quickly, and they get served up very, very often. Like news articles, but also other forms of popular content. Very popular website homepages, for example. This is content that Google will update regularly. They have to update the index regularly, and therefore they need the fastest type of storage available to allow that to happen. Then we have solid-state hard drives. This is content that is regularly served up in search results. And solid-state hard drives are fast, but not as fast as RAM, but they're a lot faster than old-fashioned hard drives. So Google relies a lot on SSD storage for a big bulk of the index. And then the rest gets stored on old-fashioned hard disks. And this is actually the bulk of Google's index, because Google's index of the web is vast. But I think there was a study done not too long ago by Ahrefs which showed that 90% of web pages that are indexed by Google get 0 traffic from Google. And those are the ones that get stored on hard drives. Because those pages are rarely, if ever, served in search results, but they're still part of Google's index. So Google still needs to store them somewhere, and it does that on hard disks. And it's probably a lot more complicated than that. But I find it interesting that there's 3 levels of crawling and also 3 levels of index storage for web pages. So what can non-news websites learn from this? You need to make indexing as easy as possible for Google. Don't throw any obstacles in their path. Don't do anything client-side that you can also do server-side. Make sure your critical content is in the HTML source. And for the 100,000th fucking time, there is no such thing as a duplicate content penalty. The problem is if you have duplicate content on your own website. That means you're competing with yourself, which you really don't want to do, because that's stupid. But duplicate content from other websites on your website is really not as much of a problem as some people think it is. The last part, ranking, the last piece of the ecosystem puzzle. This is all about search intent. Google has put a lot of effort into understanding what people actually mean when they type in a specific search query. They started with BERT, B-E-R-T, and then M-E-U-M came along. I don't invent these fucking acronyms. But I do find them interesting because it's definitely something that Google has gotten quite good at. And sometimes Google is so fast at understanding a change in search intent that the industry as a whole hasn't yet caught up on it, especially specific SEO tools. For example, you may have noticed last week we crowned a new king in the United Kingdom, King Charlie III. And as part of every coronation, there is now an official dish. With Queen Lizzie, it was a coronation chicken, and with King Charlie, it's coronation quiche, which is the dumbest, blandest, and lamest recipe you can possibly think of, but you know what, whatever. The problems you start recognizing is that, of course, in the lead up to the coronation, there was obviously a big search demand for coronation quiche and recipes associated with that. And as you can see from the search result, Google was all over that. They served the right search result, the right recipes, the right information. Third-party tools, like SEMrush, didn't make that connection. They still thought you meant coronation chicken quiche, which is a quiche based on the coronation chicken dish from the 1950s when Lizzie was coronated. Ahrefs, same problem. Doesn't have any up-to-date monthly search volumes on this, hasn't yet adapted to the new search intent. You can do that in Google Trends. You can see, oh, there's a spike in the trend for this particular keyword, but of course you lack the numbers there because it's just a purely a trend based on from 0 to 100, so you don't know the actual search volumes associated with this rising keyword. Some tools have access to similar data, like SimilarWeb, that show you more accurate numbers and also show you who's actually ranking for those, who's benefiting from those traffic numbers. So that better data allows you to make some better decisions on whether or not to chase after those keywords. But you saw in that search result, there was a recipe carousel there, and they don't have that either. Their data hasn't updated for that yet either. Scroll down further on that search result, you get a top stories box as well, which is where I play. That's where my news clients want to rank. And that, of course, has a very big impact on click-through rate as well. You know, if you rank organically below a top stories box, you might as well not fucking rank, because you're never getting that click. You need to know which SERP features are active to make the right decision. Are we going to be able to chase after that keyword or not? Is it a recipe carousels we want to be in? Is it a top stories box we want to be in? Is it a video carousel? You need to know those things before you go chasing after a keyword, which means you probably just need to type in the search term. I know, shocking, right? And actually see what Google is showing, rather than look at it through the lens of a tool. And these SERP features can be very, very volatile. None more so than top stories boxes or any sort of news box. These come and go very, very quickly depending on the newsworthiness of a specific topic. I think top stories boxes are triggered when two specific conditions are met, which is an increase in search volume as well as an increase in publishing volume. If Google sees a spike in search volume, but the news websites are not writing about the topic, it's probably not a news topic that's driving it. The other way around, if there's a big spike in publishing volume, but nobody's searching for it, Google will probably show a top stories box, but it's not going to get a high priority because it probably doesn't match the intent of the search, because people aren't changing their behavior based on whether or not it's a newsworthy topic. But if both happen at the same time, spike in search volume, people are searching for this topic more often, and a spike in publishing volume, or news publishers are writing about this at a much greater rate than normal, then Google says, yeah, this is newsworthy, I need to change the search result, I need to show a top stories box or another news box. And that, of course, has a big impact on click-through rate. Interesting study done by Advanced Web Rankings a while back that showed that different SERP features on a search result page have a dramatic impact on where the clicks go. And you can be number one organic in the 10 blue links, but if you're below 3 different boxes of SERP features, you are just totally fucked. You're not going to get any traffic. And you can get your agency to say, hey, yes, you're number one, but we don't know where there aren't any clicks. Well, look at the fucking SERP features. Why are boxes ranking above you? What's the intent of the search? Do you need to change your approach to content? On those SERP features, I want to talk a little bit about why Google ranks specific publishers in top stories boxes. And that's primarily based on things like topical authority, as in, is this website a reputable publisher on this topic? On authorship, are these real people with real expertise who are writing these stories? And about the EEAT factors that we all know and love dearly. And what I find really interesting, which I don't think a lot of people are talking about, is that these are all expressions of the knowledge graph. You remember the knowledge graph? I think a lot of people are sleeping on this. This is something that Google introduced years and years ago as a method of understanding the web. Basic example, the knowledge graph is a connection of people, entities, things, places, and the strength of those connections between them. I like using this example because who doesn't like Arnold Schwarzenegger, right? And he has a knowledge graph entry in Google's knowledge graph. He's connected to things like Maria Shriver's ex-wife. He's connected to the bodybuilding sport. He's connected to Ronnie Coleman, a similar Mr. Olympia winner, etc., etc. He's also connected to the 1987 Predator film, which is the greatest action movie ever made. And I will fight you if you disagree. Boo! I will fight you, Greg, and I will win because I'm bigger. But he's also connected to websites that write about him. If, for example, The Independent has an article on Arnold Schwarzenegger, Google recognizes that, it will create a link between the entity of Arnold Schwarzenegger and the entity of The Independent newspaper. Now, The Independent is a great example here because they are very, very good at internal linking. Every time a topic, an entity is mentioned, they link internally to that category page for that person. And they do that consistently with every article that they publish. And as a result, they are building very strong connections between themselves and that particular entity. And the end result of that is, if you do a Google search on google.co.uk for Arnold Schwarzenegger news, the first result is the Independence category page. These guys are fucking good at this shit. Internal linking, people, don't sleep on that. So what can you, as a non-news site, learn from that? Understand the intent behind the keywords that you're targeting. Don't try to rank content that doesn't match the intent, and look at the SERP features. What is Google actually showing as part of the search? Even more so now in the age we have these generative AI chat boxes. If one of those is above you in your keyword, again, you're probably fucked. And improve your knowledge graph presence. Category pages on your e-commerce website serve as topic hubs about a specific topic. Internal linking is your best friend. And schema markup, which I think has been mentioned once or twice today, really helps Google connect the dots. So mark up all the shit. So to summarize, why is news SEO at the cutting edge of SEO? It's because news websites are crawled the most, are crawled the fastest, are indexed the quickest, are ranked according to the latest signals, and are ranked based on the best interpretation of search intent. From news SEO, you can learn how Google crawls websites, how Google indexes content, how Google evaluates quality and authority, and how SERP features impact on rankings and traffic, and much, much more. If you like reading stuff about SEO for Google News and or have trouble sleeping, I highly recommend my own newsletter on this topic, because everybody has a fucking newsletter now, right? SEO4GoogleNews.com, which I think ranks first when you type in SEO for Google News, which is, you know, not surprising because it's an exact match domain name. That stuff never went out of fashion, people. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Barry.
I'm sure the live captioning people loved your talk.
Sorry.
All right. Do we have any questions?
Yes.
Yes, we do.
Oh,
let's
throw
grab
it.
the
There's
mic.
Nienke. Let's see if Nienke can. Oh, no, she doesn't want to.
There's a lot of hands here. You were first.
Not him, not Greg.
Hi. I'm actually from news. So we're a multi-language news website. And my question would be, how refined is our SEO strategy need to be for each of the language we are publishing?
Yeah, Google treats news in different languages very differently. I get things that work really well. I have some international news publishing clients that some tactics work really well in some countries but don't get any traction in others. And it's very hard to predict. I do find that Google in the English language is the most advanced, and they get all the new toys the first. Whereas in other languages, smaller markets, older, less advanced tactics tend to work really, really well. So it's really about understanding, or trying to understand, I suppose, what is working in each market, and not have a one-size-fits-all approach, because that's not going to help much, really. Sorry.
All right, there were a few more questions.
Behind you, yes.
Thanks. In regards to syndicated content, your advice was to just have everything indexed, basically. But I'm wondering, would you say there's like a healthy balance between syndicated content and unique own content? Let's say, asking for a friend, there's a local news publisher that publishes like 150 articles a day, like unique own articles. How much syndicated content?
Yeah, I get this question a lot, and the honest answer is I don't know. Google themselves say you need, more unique content than syndicated content, but then you see Yahoo fucking News ranking everywhere, where it's 100% syndicated content. So, what they say and what actually works are two different things. Now, I do think if you want to build strong topical authority and strong expertise, you need to rely on original content, and I'd say at least half, if not 75% of your content needs to be your own unique original content, and then you can supplement the rest with syndicated content.
Thanks. That's exactly what I told my employer.
Good. We're in agreement.
That's awesome.
Right in front of you was a question.
You mentioned that to get your pages indexed faster, you could add them to the homepage, perhaps. Is there any other ways you could index your pages faster that are not considered VIP pages?
You can always just go to Search Console, do an inspect URL, and force Google to recrawl it. That tends to be quite quick. Posting it on Twitter works well. Google has access to the Twitter fire hose, and any links posted on Twitter tends to be picked up by Googlebot fairly quickly. So that's another tactic. Those would be my main tactics for that sort of stuff. Try to get a link from a high value page, post it on Twitter, or just force it with inspect URL, and then test live URL.
Right. So any more questions for Barry?
Thank fuck.
All right. So, Barry,
We have a little animal.
Yeah, we have a little
Really?
animal.
What a
Wow.
novelty.
So thank you so much. And here's your goat.
Yay.
Give him a big applause. Yeah. So Taco.
I think we have one more talk to go.
There we go.
Yeah, and this is a
that all
different
right?
kind, isn't it?
Yes.
We have to move a bit forward, otherwise
yes.
Niels is going to...
Oh yeah, sorry. He's going to do some magic, yes. So a talk or a fireside chat.
Yeah, I think we'll be seeing someone who we've seen before today.
Yeah, yeah. Or heard.
Heard, yes.
Heard, sorry.
But definitely also someone who flew in very last minute.
Yes.
Just-in-time delivery is a thing and it works. So we're super happy to have Thierry here.
Yeah, Thierry, yes. Of course, I'm going to introduce him, but we're stretching it a bit because some people need to have
change
microphones
mics and all of that.
Yes. But, yes, we have Thierry Muller here, who is a part of the web platform team at Google. And Jono and Thierry are going to have an awesome chat. I would say it's a real treat.
I think so. It is a unique opportunity to learn from the source itself, from someone inside Google.
So let's see if they are ready.
Almost. I see
Almost.
Some,
oh, yeah,
see
you
some
can
waving.
see it? Okay.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes, thumbs up. We have thumbs up. I see thumbs up.
Cool. So
Do we
there
have
they are.
Thumbs up from you as well? Are we good to go?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
wow.
Yes.
Yes,
Perfect.
I see it.
Yep.
Okay, and there we have Thierry Muller and Jono. Woohoo!
That is very bright. That's better. Hi.
Hello.
You made it. Awesome.
Yes.
Yeah, so we should probably talk about some stuff, right? Where's my phone gone? I had some notes. Should we start with a kind of general introduction? Who are you? What are you? Nice. Branded note-taking things. That's
And
good.
some people made it for me, and I'm very grateful for that.
That's quite awesome. I wish they'd done that for my talk this morning. So, who are you? Where do you come from? What do you do? Why are you here? What's going on?
Yeah. Well, that's a lot of questions at once. So, where am I from? I'm from Switzerland, and I've returned to Europe about 4 years ago. I used to live in South Africa for 10 years. And I work at Google in between search, but actually more on the Google Chrome, so the web platform side. And I focus mainly on user experience, so performance and everything that touches at user experience on the web in general. More specifically, CMSs. So for a little bit of context, just before I joined Google 5 years ago, Google really didn't invest much in CMSs in general, and rather invested in the web. And we raised a lot of awareness internally for CMSs, and then more and more teams got involved into WordPress, into Shopify, into multiple content management system. And so I'm leading most of these projects at Google. And mostly, like I said, from a user experience perspective.
Nice. I remember, so I've got a background in SEO and agencies and software spaces. And I remember when I just joined Yoast, I went to, was it WordCamp here? WordCamp Europe in maybe Serbia? And it was the first, so the SEO industry's relationship with Google has historically been either silent or antagonistic. So we're all used to it being a bit cat and mouse. And then I turned up at this WordCamp event, and there's a massive booth full of people from Google saying, we are working to help shape the web. And I remember there's a quote saying, we've historically been kind of working one website at a time to try and improve it and help them optimize. That seems silly. What happens if we go down a layer and we try and optimize the platform itself? And that really felt like an eye-opener moment. And suddenly, the whole relationship has changed. And yeah, you're leading this team that's working on the kind of the fundamental infrastructure. What's that look like?
Well, first of all, I think that's related to that. We call it the Google house at this WordCamp because it was really looking like a house, and we realized afterwards that it was maybe just too big as a first booth. But yeah, I think at Google generally we have recognized that the web is not just built with vanilla HTML and JavaScript anymore, and frameworks, content management system are power a big chunk of the web. And so the team at Google internally, we have some at the moment now we have 4 WordPress core committers in my team, and then we also work with agencies, so we partner with agencies and extend this team. So that's a combination between Googlers and many other people in the community.
That's interesting. The enlightened open source side of my brain says that sounds really wonderful, like some great resources, some phenomenal development. The tinfoil hat SEO side of me says, should I be concerned that Google has subverted, like quietly and invisibly, the operating system of all the websites we're building? Should we be concerned about that? What is the agenda? What's the strategy?
Well, I think that first of all, why do we, invest into CMSs and frameworks in general? Is the goal for Google is to have a thriving web, right? So great user experience, people to succeed on the web, it's really important. And so, we're not trying to push a specific agenda. We're trying to make the web better overall. And of course, Google is not a charity company, right? Google makes money from the web, like many of you, like pretty much everyone who is involved on the web. And so it is it should be a common goal together to make the web better. And so sometimes it may be, pushing for Google features that we believe is important for the web, and sometimes it may be pushing other things. But, like I said, we're not just working on open source platforms to push Google agenda, essentially.
And how much of this, looking at it from the outside, how much of this is fighting back against walled gardens like Facebook and Instagram, the same thing, Facebook and TikTok and Twitter, etc.?
I don't know if we should necessarily see it as a fight. I think that each platform provides value to the end user, essentially. And the web has a lot to offer, but I believe that the web has a lot more to offer, and there's still a lot of opportunities to make it better. And so, sure, some people, and especially, the younger generation, we can see a shift to native platform and stuff like this, but there are some exciting new tools that's making the web more capable to essentially catch up and provide such great user experience as well.
Such as?
Such as many. Well, like, for example, WebAssembly, I don't know, obviously, you were, I know, actually, you may have watched Google I/O yesterday. So, I think, as Matt, one of my colleagues said, it shouldn't be the web or a native web or native app. It should be and, right? So working together. And so, projects like WebAssembly makes it really easy to, execute or port code from C++, native app to the web. And so, I think this is kind of closing the gap and really, making the web more powerful.
I guess in the other direction, you've also got the kind of progressive web app ecosystem, which, were you involved in that in the WordPress? Yeah, that was really interesting, right?
Yeah, the plugins still exist.
Right.
So I think this is still alive, and, there are still good use for that. And so we should keep growing this project.
Cool. So what else are you working on? What have you done? What's in the pipeline? What's the mission?
I've been involved across many projects, from, like I said, performance, also mainly in WordPress, but Sidekit, and this is much closer to search. So, making sure that the product like Google Analytics, Search Console, and stuff like this works nicely in WordPress, and ultimately really helping WordPress site owners to succeed on the web.
Would you a show of hands? Who's running Sidekit on their WordPress site? Not many. Interesting. Certainly all the Yoast nerds. Excellent. So maybe a bit
who's using WordPress?
Yeah, who's on WordPress but not running Sidekit? And put your hands down. I'll keep your hands up if that's because you've not heard of it and don't know what it is. Cool. Okay, so let's start there. Tell us about Sidekit.
Okay. Wow. Sidekit.
I know what it is.
I'm going to try to keep it short. So
no, you got loads of time.
Sidekit brings Google services directly into WordPress. So, like I mentioned earlier, Search Console, Google Analytics, AdSense,
page speed insight,
optimize, which is going to go away.
Yeah, if you could fix that as well.
Yeah. So, the goal is like, for some site owners, it's pretty complicated to actually connect their websites, verify on Google and all this stuff. So Sidekit essentially does that seamlessly. And then there's a nice dashboard within WordPress that's, reports on the main key metrics from Search Console and Google Analytics and so forth. And the interesting thing is to actually combine all these services, right? So this could be a path to the future for Sidekit is, okay, like, if I have more clicks, how much does it actually boost my ad revenues? Or if I do better from a performance perspective, how much more money do I make?
Yeah, that's really cool.
Combining this data is actually super interesting.
I think that's really interesting for, I guess, a few reasons. One is, that it brings all of those things together in a way where they've been 8 different platforms historically, and then you need an agency or a team to go and analyze it, whereas having those tell a connected story in the dashboard, super powerful. I think also there was a really interesting thing I think you did relatively recently where if you try and connect to, say, Google Search Console and you don't already have an account, you create one automatically. So like super frictionless, really cool.
It takes care of like all the things that needs to be done, essentially, from site verification to creating Search Console property to placing the tag in the front end for Google Analytics, from now migrating to Google classic Google Analytics or universal Google Analytics to GA4. So all these kind of things.
I'm glad that GA4 is giving you a headache as well. That's very
yes.
It
is.
What was I going to say then? I think the other thing that's interesting about that is Miriam was talking earlier about some of the positioning and marketing challenges that WordPress has versus, say, a Wix. And one of the things those platforms do very well is a nice dashboard with, here's how my site is doing. And WordPress just fundamentally doesn't have that. And you need 8 different plugins to pull in all the bits. It feels like Google providing that is such a powerful move. Nice.
Yeah, I think it is important, and for WordPress specifically, because WordPress is just open source distributed software in comparison to, proprietary services, and especially SaaS services, connecting to APIs in general is not possible with core. So plugins, are just the way to go, and Sidekit aims at solving that for Google services.
Nice. So you mentioned, I guess, the kind of quality gap of the web and what the web could be. What are some of the big things that are going to fill that gap?
Quality in terms,
whether that's performance or capabilities, or what's the...
So we spoke about capabilities. I think, improving the web experience overall through new capabilities or existing capabilities is key. And then user experience in general relies on performance. And so, very often I am on Discover, on my Google Discover. I browse through the thumbnails, and then when I click on it, the experience is awful. There is no other words. Like, things popping up from everywhere. The content I'm actually trying to read is just shifting and stuff like this. And we can see in comparison to other platforms that this is really not a good experience. And it's a huge challenge to actually solve this. And so, programs like Core Web Vitals, amongst many others, really aim at solving this. And this is key for the future, from my perspective, for the web to continue striving.
You think performance is like the biggest gap there? Yeah, interesting. I guess we can't get away without talking about AMP. I know Barry will be very... Where's Barry? You have a...
Wait.
Cool.
You didn't...
Is that not... so...
You didn't warn me about this one.
So we should touch on it at least, I guess. So, where do we start? I guess... At the graveyard, yeah. Is AMP dead? Has it officially failed now? Because I would like to update my Twitter bio if so.
Yes. Many people would want me to say yes. And
I would love you to say no. I would love you to say that we're working on it and we're trying again and we've got a great plan and a vision, but it feels like...
Well, I can share a little bit of perspective and my view is, going back to what I was saying, Google really trying to provide tooling and helping improving the user experience on the web. AMP is an attempt at that, right? Provide the right guardrails, provide a framework that essentially makes it in a forceful way, in a way, but in a good way, provide good user experience by default. And in many ways, I think that this has been successful. Besides all the politics and drama about how the cache and all this stuff, the goal behind this framework, the original goal, is to improve user experience. And so I think this paved the path and was a stepping stone to Core Web Vitals, for example.
Yeah.
Independently of all the politics, it raised a lot of awareness about, speed, about performance. And when we speak about performance, is also content shifting and stuff like this. Is not only speed. And so I think that, from that perspective, it had a positive impact. Now, where to from now? I think that, of course, with AMP, there was the search ranking implication and stuff like this, which now has moved to CWV. And so AMP, I think, continues to be a good framework to achieve good Core Web Vitals and user experience. And this is the current state of AMP. Is it going away? No, there's no announcement of it going away. But, we could see that there was a shift from, for example, in search results that now, is no longer a requirement to be AMP compatible.
Nice, thank you.
Sorry for the disappointment.
No, that's fine. So I think one of the interesting things that happened, a few years ago now, was it felt like WordPress woke up and realized that it was really freaking slow. And at the same time, Shopify and Wix and Squarespace and various others were putting time and money and people on speeding them up. I guess it was when Core Web Vitals became a kind of mature thing, right? Which, thanks, AMP. And we started to really see some tangible metrics about how bad the situation was. What happened next?
Yeah, I actually remember us having this conversation, when Yoast and Google proposed to have the performance team for WordPress. And yes, it is. And, I think there are multiple reasons why this happened. First of all, when you have a SaaS service like Shopify and stuff like this, it is much easier to act quickly and improve across the board, right? Wix and other SaaS services. Yeah. For an ecosystem like WordPress, is much harder, right? There are thousands of plugins, and so it's a really difficult challenge. And so I think this is where, Yoast, Google, and others partners to create this WordPress performance team to try to address some part of it. So I think that there are three parts, right? WordPress core, at the core platform level, it's a pretty old code base. There are a lot of improvements to be done there. Then there is the ecosystem, right? Like, what do we do with all these extensions, the plugins and the themes? And I think, starting with working with some of the most influential plugins, maybe, Yoast and other popular plugins, to make sure that they do have good user experience and performance. And then comes the third pillar, which is developer tooling. And that's really about enabling developers, plugins developers, to have performance as part of their workflow. Whether it's like from the sniffer, having the right tooling, like we are working on a plugin checker, so that, people can easily run their code and get, performance warnings or errors or advice. So these are kind of like the three main pillars. And then, when developers have the right tooling and core has been improved, at last, I think that we can help site owners making the right decisions.
So a bit of a long chain of actions.
But we need to first give a chance to developers and the right tools to fix their products, right? And then finally, we can maybe start surfacing this problem to the site owners who are eventually installing these extensions. And this is where the biggest problem is. As a site owner, if you're not really technical, you don't know which plugin to choose.
You have no idea that contact form will slow down your site. And that
exactly. You are after features. And so you install plugins because it provides features. But you don't know how costly this plugin is going to be to your website. At that times, oh my God, so sometimes sites with a lot of plugins, and then the site owner is in trouble, and because of poor performance, they're not achieving their goal, they're not succeeding on the web, they're frustrated, and they go post on TikTok.
Makes sense. You mentioned the performance team. For the benefit of people who aren't aware, do you want to talk about a bit about the structure, what's being worked on, what the roadmap looks like?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, well, the open performance team, and then of course at Google we also work especially with partners, but it's a core WordPress team made of many contributors. Google sponsor a few contributors amongst other companies, Yoast and XWP and many others, and really trying to improve WordPress core platform by bringing new APIs. For example, the script loading strategy API, really helping developers to easily, defer the script, for example, to fixing or improving performance by default, like we saw with lazy loading and what's coming, fetch priority, for example.
Fetch priority is cool.
So yeah, that's kind of like the core performance team. And then also, representing performance during the major release. Now there's a core performance release lead for every release, and visualize. Oh, I will get it. Speaking about performance at events and stuff like this.
That's cool. That wasn't without politics, though, right? I think the performance team still feels like it's contentious.
Well, is anything in WordPress without politics?
Yeah, but that's been costly, right? So there was challenges with the Performance Labs plugin and whether that should be one thing or 20 things, and then all the mess around WebP where Matt wades in and says, "Oh, I don't actually like this," and then now what? Do we have clarity on how that relationship works yet, or do we just if this is the most broken part of WordPress and we're throwing our best people at it, and Matt is going to wade in and say, "Oh, I don't like WebP," how do we manage that?
Yeah, it's difficult, and I have some thoughts about that. But also, I want to recognize maybe something that we didn't do well is that we started with the performance team, and we analyzed what are the biggest gap in WordPress and what we should work on first. And we based on our metrics, we found that image in general is a problem, and we really need to optimize images. And it turns out that there's WebP, which is one of the formats that is by Google or heavily pushed by Google, which has the best cross-browser support. And other than that, AVIF is also a great format, but is not widely adopted. And so that was one of the first features that we worked on as the performance team. And of course, Google being one of the founder of the initiative, and that being a Google feature, it has been not received very well, and for good reasons, and I think it's okay that the community want to push back on something, and we are working with the community, and we listen to that. Now, the way it was done, it's different, right? And I think this is a fundamental problem in WordPress is that there is no process to a feature, right? Yep. It's like kind of random proposal on WordPress make, and then some sort of maybe opinions from people. It goes into development, and then at the last minute, there are some decision makers who can say no. And so this happened for WebP, and I think that overall this is something that needs to be improved in WordPress, is that we need to have better processes to what is acceptable, or at least will be accepted before it goes into development, right? And so, I had multiple conversations with multiple people, including Josefa, on how we can improve this overall, and hopefully in the future we don't get into this kind of situation where months are spent on working on something which is essentially shut down at the last minute.
Yeah, that's not fun. No. I wonder if the opposite approach might be quite interesting, where we just, if the fear and the concerns are Google is strong-arming something that Google wants for Google's benefit in, we could double down on that, and we could say, hey, Google and Yoast and Elementor, etc., are all agreed that this thing is important, and between that and however many other big brands and respected people, maybe we could just shape WordPress for the better, greater good. Barry would love that. That's good. We'll just impose good behavior on everyone. Is that a route we might take?
I don't think so, because it is a way, but I generally believe that it's not the right way. I think because the strength of WordPress is also the community, and the large use base, and so having a bunch of people, even if we know or think that this is the right thing to do, just enforcing things is not the right way. But I do think that we need to have strong opinions and help demonstrating why, with metrics and stuff like this, why this is, a path forward that we should all take. But enforcing is not a way to go, from my perspective.
Metrics are interesting. It does feel like we have a challenge where we're trying to improve the performance, but to do that, we need to spend a whole bunch of resource measuring it first, and that has performance problems and the performance of the teams itself, yada, yada. There's a huge amount of energy going into all of that at the moment. Let's assume we can fast forward, and what it says is everything is very slow, the database is a nightmare, images are bad. What happens next? What do we build? What do we prioritize? Is it AMP version 2? Is it WebP?
No, I don't think so. I think that there's still a lot of opportunities. There are some more kind of very opinionated things that we could work on, like redo the whole code base, but this is not feasible. Do you know about this Bootstrap project?
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, I mean, but there's still a lot to do, I think, with the current code base, and we are also seeing some exciting projects, like, for example, the running WordPress in the browser, which is not necessarily performance related, but we could also see, that suddenly we have a path forward to something completely new. And an interesting thing also is all the kind of headless stuff that's happening. And I think that this is a way to kind of start from scratch in a way, because obviously with modern frameworks and things like this, it doesn't rely on WordPress to actually render the content, and so this can be a path forward.
You mentioned, zoom out a second, you mentioned Chromium kind of level stuff as well. So there's obviously a lot of effort on WordPress. What's happening in the kind of browser ecosystem level?
Yeah, so many things, but an interesting thing is when we, brainstorm, at least internally at Google, like how do we make sure that, WordPress sites are passing CWV or generally offering a better user experience, we immediately think like, okay, let's improve WordPress. But, if we turn this around,
change the browser instead.
Yeah, exactly, and think like, well, if the browser could understand that it's a WordPress site and based on that make improvements,
oh wow,
because it is a WordPress site on things that we know, for example, I'm giving an example, but just deferring scripts that we know is not going to be a problem. This is not necessarily feasible, but for the sake of the example, Chrome or other browsers detect as a WordPress site, they know that, whatever script doesn't need to be there and make improvements on behalf of on that.
That's fascinating for a few reasons. I think one is everything that we see in how we think Google crawls and consumes and processes the web, the bits of it that look like they don't make sense, there are so many scenarios where we go, that's a WordPress site, that's jQuery, why aren't there more heuristics? And the perception I think a lot of us have is there is a pressure just to have a black box and that any kind of manual rules and tweaks are not the preferred approach. But then at a browser level, if we start to say, okay, now we have detection and different behaviors, that opens up a fascinating kind of worms. I see. Is there a risk to that? Do you end up, again, kind of artificially dictating and shaping the web? Or where do you draw the line?
Yeah, I mean, this is just really early brainstorming. So,
I love it.
It's really at the state of being an idea. But the point is just that recognizing that the web is built, or big chunk of the web is built with what we call abstraction layers. So that is libraries, frameworks, CMSs. If browsers can have context and detect that, I think there's a lot more than browsers can do, right? And of course there's a risk, because nobody has, authorized browser to change that. But we could see, for example, with BF Cache, that it has brought huge improvement on performance on the web at zero risk, right? Or almost zero risk. So yeah, we're exploring this territory, but we'll see.
BF Cache broke a whole bunch of people's analytics.
Yes,
so
true. That's why I said almost.
Yeah, so when you navigate backwards and forwards between web pages, if you've configured the relationship between the browser and the website and the code is set up in such a sensible way, the browser can be smart enough not to have to load the page again, but just take you back to the state you're in. But then any tracking setup you have, which was anticipating that being a page view, unless you've configured it, doesn't fire. And a whole bunch of small other side effects. Yeah, the performance gain is phenomenal, but then, some potential weird numbers. Interesting. Yeah, so like, this is a complex ecosystem, and tweaking bits over here. Yeah, okay, cool. You mentioned that you had, sorry, I'm just thinking out loud. You mentioned you had a bunch of secret stuff that you're definitely not allowed to tell us anything about, and therefore definitely won't.
Yeah, well, they were secret until yesterday, so
oh yeah,
now I'm
I
out.
don't think anyone here has had a chance to catch up on I.O. yet, because it was like 7 p.m. local time, so we've skimmed some news, but I don't think anyone's seen many of the details.
Yeah, so now they're not secret, which is good in a sense because you can learn more about it. But yeah, there's been a lot of announcement, a lot of exciting stuff for the web and across Google, obviously. But I think for us on the web, you know, the web should be kind of the focus. And I would say two top picks for me is, one is, I don't know how many developers are in the room, but when I'm sure that many of you built something and then realized like, oh, it doesn't work in IE6, you know? Who is not traumatized about IE6?
Who was alive when IE6 was something, okay.
So yeah, you know, choosing what to use is really difficult. And so starting yesterday, we announced a project called Baseline. And essentially, it's really about helping developers or site owners making decisions on which web capability or web feature to use
Can you
safely.
tell people not to use React? That would be so good.
Yeah, it's open source. You can make suggestions. And so,
okay.
And so yeah, I think this is a huge deal, and you know it's already rolled out on MDN, so Mozilla documentation.
Oh, nice.
So now you'll see on top, you know, like for a given feature, like grid, whatever is like, hey, Baseline supported across
It's
main
like can
browsers.
I use, but kind of more official.
Exactly.
Love it.
We hope that is going to become a standard. Like you say, like okay, my site is Baseline compliant, and so. And you know, there's going to be new features added all the time, and every year there's going to be a new baseline, essentially. So baseline 2023, 2024, and so forth.
And you might deprecate older stuff. You might go, you're using technology. You probably so you kind of keep people up to date on.
Yeah, it's a forever living thing. So
that's fun.
So you know, for all evergreen browsers, I think this is really. It's for all evergreen browsers, and this is really useful for developers.
I see quite a common performance overhead on WordPress sites where they're still supporting HTML5 shims and other stuff, which, yeah, they needed 15 years ago, but they don't really need to. So all of that sort of stuff, you can start to red flag it and say, you can kill this off now.
Yeah, and vice versa, right? Exciting features that people may want to use, and then it's not part of the baseline yet, or, you know. On a related project is Interop. I don't know if many people are familiar with that, but this is really trying to work, you know, across browsers on new capabilities for the web and try to have them ship, you know, together across browsers.
The CSS color spaces thing, I think, was one of the things.
Yes, I think it was one of the things. Yeah. But yeah, every year, you know, people can nominate features essentially to be supported across browsers. And so this is, you know, another effort that I think is really important for everyone building for the web, and Baseline is a new one. So that's an interesting thing. I encourage you to watch the developer keynote of I.O. And Matt Dowell is speaking about that. And then another one is INP. So I don't know how familiar the room is with Core Web Vitals, but you know, Core Web Vitals is aiming to, let's say, measure user experience on the web with some metrics. And INP, Interaction to Next Paint, is a new metric that now is pending. And so for search ranking in general, these metrics are taken in consideration. And so I think for this audience, it's important to know that INP is going to replace FID. Now it's in pending state, but it will roll out in March 2024. And so everyone should start getting this site ready. In the simplest term, what is INP, Interaction to Next Paint, is trying to measure responsiveness of your website. So, you know, once your page has loaded and, you know, there is an action to be taken on your website, how long does actually the callbacks of this event take?
And that's subtly different to the previous stuff, right? All of it so far has been focused on the loading, and now it's done. And this is, now I've gone to click on a button and, oh, that was janky.
Yeah, there was FID, so first input delay, that was evaluating kind of like the first interaction. Now INP is for all interaction, right? So it's not an
all the
F
bits that you haven't
anymore.
speeded up yet.
It's not an F anymore to just have the load page really quickly,
Yeah.
but then when people click on the button, it's just a nightmare, right?
I think that's going to be huge. I know everybody had to react to Core Web Vitals, and they finally got there and they sorted out the basics, but now you're saying that monolithic JavaScript horrible website that now you really have to unpick it.
That's right.
Great. That's going to be so good for the web.
You know, someone mentioned like, when you think you have learned everything, I think it was the previous talk, then Google saw something and you have to start over. Well, that's one of these things.
Nice. No, it's constantly evolving. So we're a little short on time. Is there anything that I should have asked you that I haven't?
No, I don't know. Like, maybe why SEO was...
Yeah, we should say something about it, like it's an SEO thing. Yeah, so
wait,
I guess
what did I prepare that we didn't speak about? You know.
So we
ways to
you mentioned Core Web
make
Vitals.
a lot of money on the web. No, that's not problem.
I guess some SEO advice, kind of more generally from your perspective. What do you think is going to be increasingly important over the coming months and years? What should people be focusing on that maybe they're not doing enough of?
I'm going to give an old school answer, but just keep optimizing for the users. And I think this is the basic of SEO from my perspective. It's like SEO is not there just for the sake of SEO, right? It's there to help search engine making the right decisions on how to serve content, which is informative and pleasant to consume, essentially. And so, putting the user first. Don't bloat with features, pop-ups, and things like this, and just think about user experience, and usually SEO does quite well.
Yeah, it makes sense. It's not rocket science, right? Nice. Cool. Okay, I think that's us on time, so I guess over to Taco for some Q&A. You're just going to stay there?
You can see everyone's
Just
last question.
Okay, so yeah, let's do some questions. There's a gentleman back up here. Have we got a box? Yes.
Yeah, of course.
Nice.
So this is the time I remove my Google hat.
Yeah. We had a panel yesterday in the Yoast office where we had a tinfoil hat for any potentially contentious questions.
Hi.
Great. That's very reassuring. Thank you.
We're running a blog, and we now, since November, we got 15% of the users coming from the US, which is a German-speaking, with a German language blog. Could it be that the people in the US now use your translation tool more? Because 15%, it's a lot. It's 20,000 users from the US, German-speaking.
So previously you had mainly from Germany?
Mainly Germany, Austria, Switzerland. But now suddenly it's the same amount like Austria.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
But you implemented the translation tool in Google Chrome in November, September?
Yeah, I mean, it could be related to that. So, yeah, I'm less familiar with the translation tool in general, but it could be related to that. Although for search traffic, it's a little bit surprising. So
it's about the Mediterranean area, so sure the US people are interested in. So
it's interesting, and it's a multilingual site.
No, it's only German. But okay, we translated now two blogs in English, but
I don't know.
Okay, interesting. I have a eye on it. Okay.
Sorry, I don't have an answer for you, but thanks for asking.
I'll interrupt with a thought and a question
Yeah,
of my
maybe
own on
ask
international
the
stuff.
SEO people.
I don't know, but we can chat later and talk to an SEO. We'll explore because it might be a data issue as well. I had a thought which I should have asked you while we were chatting on Core Web Vitals. So Yoast.com is lightning fast, like really obnoxiously fast. We've put a lot of work, far more work than we should have into it. It is failing Core Web Vitals because we get a ton of traffic from India and developing countries with poor network infrastructure and older mobile phones. Sweeping generalization, but a lot of traffic from people on non-fast devices. We cannot, literally cannot, physically make it faster for those people, and we are now intentionally removing video and images from those pages for the audience in order to pass Core Web Vitals. We are degrading our user experience to tick the green box. I think if we're saying that everything should be faster and everything should be more internationalized and global, is the system robust enough to reward that, or is it like the fact that we're slow over there is going to penalize us over here? How do we deal with that?
That's an interesting
I'm just
question.
getting some free consultancy out of you while you're here.
Yeah, I knew I was going to get these kind of questions anyway. Yeah, maybe serve M pages for these people.
Yes! Thank you! Thank you! Excellent. Nice, cool. Right, question from the audience. There was a few Els on the front.
Hi. I really like hearing you say, put the user first. How does Google themselves put that into practice? What do you do as a company to put the user first?
That's interesting. Well, I mean, Google, its core mission, right, to organize the world's information. I think anything that we build on the web is also around this, right? So really trying to provide the most accurate information is really a forever living mission. And then everything that comes around it, for example, user experience, is part of that, right? It's like, it's not enough to just have content delivered, is everything that happens after that, how they consume content and stuff like this, it's key, right? And so that's why we have so many teams trying to improve the web experience in general. So your question is quite broad in a sense, because everything that, you know, for example, at Chrome we build is putting the user first, essentially, serving content to the users the best way possible.
I'll get more specific. What do you do in terms of user research?
Oh, that's interesting. So for, well, on search, on Google Chrome, on, you know, WordPress product specific, I don't know what's your question specifically. Again, it's really broad. But what I can tell you is that for every Google product, we actually do user, you know, research before. And so we sometimes, you know, it's difficult to, we think that we can make assumption like this is good for users, but actually it is not. And so we do a lot of research before, you know, like UX research and stuff like this. And one other important piece is that, I don't know if you know, but we do quite a lot of things with data. And so, and so, you know, we definitely make like data-driven decisions. And, you know, again, politics aside, you know, we most of our data, for example, for Core Web Vitals is open to everyone. And
the Crux data set.
Yeah, exactly.
Phenomenal.
And so we essentially make a lot of research and, you know, make product decision based on data.
Thank you.
Hands up, has anybody not seen the Crux data set or used it? No? Okay, so most people, so probably worth doing like 30 seconds or so on what is that and how can people go and look at it?
Yeah, sure. So essentially for Core Web Vitals, I hope now everyone understands Core Web Vitals, but the data are collected from Chrome and then preserving privacy. So basically, there needs to be a certain amount of traffic for every website. Then the user experience using Core Web Vitals is measured, and then this data are public. So anybody can go and query the Crux database for any website to find out what is the Core Web Vitals score, essentially. And so, yeah, that can be useful for whatever reason, whatever people want to know, whether it's to know how your competitors are doing or, you know, whatever it is.
I think that's, the competitor angle is really interesting because if we're saying that performance is a huge part of user experience and Core Web Vitals is being continually refined to do more of that and better understand it, this is now a dashboard that tells you how user-centric are your competitors, which is a wonderful metric to track over time.
Yeah, joke aside, I think that, you know, metrics on its own are useful, but very often benchmark is key. Right, yep. And so, you know, knowing that you're doing some metrics is useful, but knowing how you're doing in comparison to your direct competitors for your industry is a lot more useful. Yep. And so in that sense, it's quite good to have dashboards like this.
For sure. Cool. Anyone questions somewhere, maybe? Over here, yes, excellent.
You have mentioned the core of WordPress, the plugin ecosystem. But one problem with the plugin ecosystem of WordPress is that the plugin review team has been always so overwhelmed. Basically, there has been Mika and Otto, and that's it. That plugin get reviewed only when they are published, but not when they are updated. So basically, you can get whatever you want into the plugin repository. Have you considered sponsoring people from the plugin review team now that they are accepting new contributors to being able to control the performance of the existing plugins?
Yeah, it's a really good question, and I think personally that it cannot be solved just by throwing more people at it, but we need better tooling. And so we're doing two things about this. The first one is the automated performance testing environment, which landed for WordPress core. So now for every WordPress commit, there is a testing environment that essentially runs a bunch of performance check, and then it's public on the dashboard. We'll keep on improving this, and we also plan to make it reusable for plugin developers. And then the other effort is a plugin checker. And the plugin checker, like the theme checker, runs a bunch of checks, and performance checks included. And so one, I think that this should be used by the plugin review team. And also, I think that we should maybe use Tide or something else, but similarly to now, the testing environment running for every WordPress commit, actually, every plugin is on its own repository, actually one major repository, but we could be able to run this testing, these checks for every plugin,
and
not only for when they publish, but also when they push an update and stuff like this. And then either, or first, inform the developer about it, and then, like I said, at last, maybe inform site owners, and maybe put a score on it, which we saw with Tide was problematic, but this is, I think, a more scalable approach, is provide or having better system to solve this problem at scale. Adding more people would be great. We need more, human, but really to solve this problem on every update, it's not just throwing resources that's going to help.
Thank you. I think the idea of giving website owners more informed choice. So, like the evil version of this narrative is Google says you can't have that plugin because it's bad. But the nice one is some kind of traffic light system or scoring where you go, okay, you can have this, but as you said, it's going to come at a cost, and maybe that's fine. But maybe don't run 100 plugins that are going to come with a cost, and try and manage that a bit.
I mean, that's my dream, right? Like for site owners to be able to see, like, okay, this is going to be a plugin that is performing well or not. But there's a long road to that, like I said, and I think that we first need to give a chance to developers. And that's the next step, really. And then, at some point, I wish that we going to tell them, like, look, now you have all this information. In 6 months' time, there will be something either on the .org repository or somewhere available to site owners like, hey, your site is going to have a flag or some indication that is not performing well. Nice. But it would be really unfair to do that, from one day to another without them knowing how to fix it.
Nice. Okay, we're going to do one more question if it's very fast. Who has a lightning fast question?
No AI question. That's interesting.
Yeah, that's there. Shall we? Go on, Dixon. Synthesize us a generative question.
I'll phrase it in a way for you. Do you think it's a good user experience or a bad user experience to cite your sources?
To?
Cite your sources.
What do you mean by that?
So for a human being that's reading AI-generated output, do you think that the human being should be able to find the underlying sources?
Oh, yeah, okay, sorry. Yeah, absolutely. Is that a good answer?
Lightning fast,
No,
great,
yeah.
cool. All right.
No, I think, well, first of all, yes, absolutely. I think that there should be, I think that AI is transformative, right? And it's kind of weird to say like, hey, let's use AI to create content based on content.
Thank you.
And so, I think it should be tools who are helping us, but definitely for the reader or consumers, they should be aware like, hey, what is the source and where does this come from, right? I do think that, for one thing I wanted to say about AI, and that's why I was surprised there was not many AI questions, is what in terms of tooling and performance. And one thing that we have a lot today is tools to tell us how bad our websites are. But we don't have many tools to tell us how we should fix it contextually to our own website. And I think this is where there's maybe a good kind of AI territory, is really to try provide contextual, concrete action to take. Like, hey, do this and that on your website. Not general guidance based on, AI trained models. So maybe, rough thoughts, we are exploring everything, but I think that will be helpful in the future.
There's bits of that already in Core Web Vitals and Lighthouse, right? It's not the AI side, but bits of like, okay, we've seen you on WordPress. You probably shouldn't be loading
Stack
fonts. from
packs.
Yeah. So yeah, a smarter version of that would be incredible.
Yeah, they are already stack packs, but they are general rules. They are not essentially, operating on the website
This
environment
site.
or contextual to the website.
Cool. That'd be nice. Awesome. Right. I think that's us. Thank you very much indeed. Awesome.
Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you, audience.
Thank you so much.
I didn't use it.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you
Okay.
so much for this amazing
We have-
chat.
We have the 11th goat I'm sharing giving today.
That's more goats than
So,
Jes's work.
yeah.
Thank you.
So you might
That's a lot
not
of
know,
goats.
but Taco
Yeah.
is going to explain.
Yeah, so by now
By
our
now,
audience can do my story.
Yeah, okay, I'm ready. Who is telling
the
this?
reason we're giving everyone a goat, well, you get the plush version, but a real goat will be donated to a family in poverty to help them, because to them it's an invaluable resource for in the rural community, and since you were an invaluable resource for us,
Thank
it makes
you. I haven't
sense
heard
to do
that
it
before.
way. So yeah,
Well, of course.
that's why we're giving you a goat.
Give a big applause to Jerry.
Thank you.
Thank you
Well,
so much.
I'm glad I got to close the conference. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
So, Taco, whoa.
What a day. And it's almost the end, but we're not there yet. So don't go anywhere.
No.
Stay, because we have a bit more. But first, we want to do a quick look back at what we've done today, what we've heard. We've explored the future of WordPress with Miriam Schwab. We've delved into conversion copywriting tactics with Toon. We've discussed the importance of video SEO with Phil Nottingham. Jono Alderson shared his behind-the-scenes look at Yoast SEO, while Els taught us all about the good, the bad, and the ugly of user research.
We've learned how to navigate the SEO landscape with Hannah Thorpe and uncovered the secrets of superhero-level local SEO with Craig Gifford. Luke Carthy shared his expertise on using GA4 to boost e-commerce conversions. And Jes Scholz showed us the importance of optimizing beyond search. Barry Adams enlightened us with his knowledge of Google inner workings, and we had a fascinating fireside chat with Thierry Muller from Google's web platform team.
And that's a lot in one day. But like I said, we're not there yet.
Yes.
But before we... No surprise speakers, but there will be a surprise.
Yes.
But first, we need to thank our amazing sponsors who made today possible. You can see them at the banners. You've hopefully talked to them outside at their booth. So please put your hands together for Bluehost, Winsure, Weglot, Amelia Capital, Elementor, SEMrush, SiteGround, Ethereum, and Surfbolt, because their support has been instrumental in making YoastCon a reality, and we are so grateful for that. And last but not least, a big thank you to the Lindeberg for being our gracious hosts today.
And of course, to all of our speakers, they deserve one big applause, of course. Woohoo! Yes, you had it right. So, Taco.
Yes. So there's a few more things.
Yeah.
I keep saying this. Before you go home, we've learned a thing about user research and not sending emails months and months after. So when you leave later tonight, hopefully, near the cloakroom and at the info desk, you will find a QR code with a super short survey where you can let us know how today was for you.
Yeah.
So please do fill that out, because it is valuable information to us.
So, Els, is that on time? Very well done. Thank you. Yes.
It was even prepared, not changed today. And of course, we've thanked a lot of people. We should thank all of the attendees for being here today.
Woohoo! Stay connected.
And we have an amazing team. You saw the people in the Yoast shirts today. They've done an amazing job everywhere to help out, but there's also a lot of people behind the scenes who spent the past months organizing YoastCon or who stayed hidden today doing all the techniques. There's the people from Sound and Light who've been amazing today.
Thank you so much.
So thank you to everyone who worked on YoastCon in the past couple of months and today, because we had a blast.
Whoa, it was awesome.
Yes. So thank you all for your enthusiasm, for your participation, for making YoastCon such a big success. And let's continue to explore new frontiers in SEO and digital marketing together. It's almost time for Drinks in the Main Area, sponsored by Emilia Capital. But first, we say goodbye to the people in the live stream, because they can go do other stuff and they can consider why they weren't in the room when we do the final bit of today.
Yes. So
but thank you so much, everyone at home.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, and this is going